Ito ba yung insulto, Mr. President? Ito ba yung insulto sa iyo, Mr. President? Ito ba yung insulto sa ating institusyon sapagkat ang bawat isa na nagluklok sa atin bilang senador ng Republika ng Pilipinas, nung tayo po ay binoto, tayo po'y binoto bilang kinatawan nila as national leaders, Mr. President. Not as district representatives, not as party list representatives, but national leaders. Is this an insult, Mr. President? Is this disenfranchisement, Mr. President? Disenfranchisement of the very sacred right of every Filipino, the right to suffrage, Mr. President. We'd like to assure our Filipino people that the Senate, as the last bastion of democracy, does and always will support the people's clamor to institute reforms, whether this would be crafting laws or amending the Constitution itself. The Senate exists because of the people, and we will continue to push for the uplifting of the life of every Filipino. In the event that our people would come to truly believe that it is only through their own efforts that they can rewrite the letters of the Constitution to a form and content that they think embodies their ideals, I am sure that the Senate will be the first to support. However, the Senate will also be the first to condemn if the right to people's initiative is being bastardized by enterprising politicians. The Senate will not allow and will therefore condemn any form of threat, coercion, or bribery that compromises the future of our country and our people.
Bilang ako po ay chairman,
Ito ba yung insulto, Mr. President? Ito ba yung insulto sa iyo, Mr. President? Ito ba yung insulto sa ating institusyon sapagkat ang bawat isa na nagluklok sa atin bilang senador ng Republika ng Pilipinas, nung tayo po ay binoto, tayo po'y binoto bilang kinatawan nila as national leaders, Mr. President. Not as district representatives, not as party list representatives, but national leaders. Is this an insult, Mr. President? Is this disenfranchisement, Mr. President? Disenfranchisement of the very sacred right of every Filipino, the right to suffrage, Mr. President. We'd like to assure our Filipino people that the Senate, as the last bastion of democracy, does and always will support the people's clamor to institute reforms, whether this would be crafting laws or amending the Constitution itself. The Senate exists because of the people, and we will continue to push for the uplifting of the life of every Filipino. In the event that our people would come to truly believe that it is only through their own efforts that they can rewrite the letters of the Constitution to a form and content that they think embodies their ideals, I am sure that the Senate will be the first to support. However, the Senate will also be the first to condemn if the right to people's initiative is being bastardized by enterprising politicians. The Senate will not allow and will therefore condemn any form of threat, coercion, or bribery that compromises the future of our country and our people.
bilang ako po ay chairman ng Committee ng Amendments and Revision, nais ko pong ipaalam sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo, na ako po mismo ay may sarili ding People's Initiative. Iyan po ay aking isinusulong at nais ko pong ipaalam sa lahat na wala pong sa konstitusyon natin, Article 70, napakaliwanag, na meron po talagang tatlong moda. At yan ng Constitutional Assembly, CONCON, at People's Initiative. Ang nais ko lamang pong linawin, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, na wala pong masama sa People's Initiative. Wala. Yan po ay kasama sa konstitusyon at yan po ay pinalalakas. Katulad po ng sinabi ni Senator Bato de la Rosa, ito po ay esensya ng ating demokrasya.
Is he a Camarines Norte and adopted son of Mindanao? Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo. at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Isang pagbati po ng kapayapaan sa aking ginagalang at akin pong hinahangaang senador, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. President.
Mahal na Pangulo,
Magandang gabi na pala.
ako po ay nasa pulpito ngayon sapagkat ang akin pong paghanga sa pagmamahal ng taong ito at ang kanyang very passionate na pakikipaglaban para sa West Philippine Sea ay nagkaroon po kami ng mahabang talakayan patungkol po sa naging masasabi ko pong patutsadahan ni Senator Tolentino at ni Senator Bato patungkol po sa usapin ng Sabah. Naitanong po sa interpellation ng ating mahal na Senador Senator Bato de la Rosa sa ating pong ginagalang at hinahangaan na Senador Tolentino. Nagbigay po siya ng kasagutan sa katanungan na napakalalim po nito para sa aming mga Muslim. Batid naman po natin na ang ating mahal na Ginoong Pangulo ay tinatawag naming amain na ang Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. Ang ating pong mahal na Pangulo, Senator Mig Zubiri, ay alam ko po ang inyong pagmamahal sa Bangsamoro ay natumbasan sa akin pong pakikipag-usap kay Senator Tolentino. Napakalalim po ng kanyang pakikipaglaban para sa Sabah. Ito pong katanungan ko ngayon sa pulpito ay may kinalaman po ito sa Sabah. Sapagkat dito po sa bill na isinusulong ay nagkakaroon po ng maraming katanungan sapagkat noong pong unang gumawa ng batas patungkol dito, ito po ay panahon pa noong 1968 pa ito. Ito po ay nagkaroon muli, inamendahan noong 2008, July. Ito po yung Republic Act number 9522. Ang katanungan po naming malaki ng kamusliman ay doon po sa unang batas na andoon yung patungkol sa ating claim, sovereignty, claim sa Sabah. Pero dito po sa 9522, naging tahimik po ang batas na ito doon sa claim natin. Ang gusto ko pong unang itanong sa ating hinahangaan at talaga pong ang kanyang pagmamahal sa Bangsamoro nung pinakitaan po ko ng mga ebidensya niya talaga. Buong bag ang ebidensya niya ng kanyang pagmamahal sa ating claim sa Sabah. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po sa ating mahal na Senador Tolentino, dito po ba sa panibagong batas na ating isasagawa, ang claim po ba natin sa Sabah ay nandyan pa rin? Hindi po ba nawawala? Hindi po ba nababaliwala dito sa bagong batas na ito ang claim natin sa Sabah?
Opo, Mr. President, mahal na Pangulo, sa katanungan po ng ating ginagalang na Senador Padilla, hindi po natin inaalis ang ating pagkilala, ang ating pag-aangkin sa teritoryo ng Sabah, sa North Borneo, kung saan ang Pilipinas, sa ilalim ng batas na nabanggit ng Ginoong Senador Padilla, ay nakasaad doon sa Republic Act 5446, Section 2, na aking babasahin sa Ingles, na valid pa hanggang ngayon. Ito po yung binanggit niya kaninang batas na aprobahan noong September 18, 1968. Section 2 states, and I quote, "The definition of the baselines of the territorial sea of the Philippine archipelago as provided for in this act is without prejudice to the delineation of the baselines of the territorial sea around the territory of Sabah, situated in North Borneo, over which the Republic of the Philippines has acquired dominion and sovereignty." Mahal na Pangulo, ito pong section 2 ito ay hindi na bago nung sinundang batas noong pong March 10, 2009, yung Republic Act 9522, kung saan nakasaad yung baselines ng Pilipinas. Dahil ito po, Mr. President, ay sang-ayon doon sa 1987 Constitution. Nakalagay po dito, babasahin ko yung unang paragraph. The national territory comprises the Philippine Archipelago with all the islands and waters embraced therein and all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. Maliwanag po, Mr. President, hindi ho natin inaabandon na yan. Dangan nga lamang, Mr. President, itong usapin po sa maritime zone at tungkol po doon sa United Nations Law of the Sea ay patungkol po sa dagat. Patungkol po sa dagat na nagsisimula. At kukunin ko po, Mr. President, ang aking meron po akong taglay na mapa rito, Mr. President. At,
Ano siya? Analog, hindi digital. Analog. Old school.
kasi po, pinag-usapan 1968. Noong 1968, wala pa ho talagang gusto ko po makita ito, Mr.
Yan.
President. At makikita naman ng ginagalang nating Ginoo buhat sa Nueva Ecija. Ito po yung ating baseline sa ngayon. So masasabi natin, Mr. President, na ito po yung ating baseline at yung pag tinukoy po natin yung Maritime Zone Act, ito po ay palabas doon sa baseline. Sangayon po sa United Nations Law of the Sea Convention. Palabas po ito. Ibig sabihin po, umaatras po siya, umaabante po siya, papunta sa labas. Magsisimula po sa 12 nautical miles, sumunod po yung 12 nautical miles na territorial sea, hanggang palabas na po dun sa 200 nautical miles na exclusive economic zone. So ibig sabihin po, ang usapin po ng Sabah ay hindi kasama sa baselines na ito dahil ito po yung archipelagic baselines. At nakalagay po doon sa, Mr. President, doon sa nabanggit kanina na 1968 na batas, ay without prejudice to the delineation of the baselines of the territorial sea around the territory of Sabah. So yung Sabah po, magkakaroon din ng sariling baselines na hanggang sa ngayon, wala pa po tayo. Yung settlement po ng territory ng Sabah ay patungkol po sa lupa. Teritoryo po ng lupa, landmass. Ang usapin dito ay patungkol sa atin pong dagat, karagatan, waters. Yung palabas po galing sa ating archipelagic baseline. Subalit, sinisigurado ko po sa ginagalang na kasamahan natin sa Nueva Ecija, dito po sa Section 2 ng ating panukalang batas, na gusto ko rin basahin, kung yung mamarapatan, Section 2, the maritime zones of the Philippines comprise the internal waters, ito ko kanina, ito yung mga ilog, yung mga bay, archipelagic waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone, ito na yung sinasabi ko, and continental shelf. All territories of the Philippines shall generate their respective maritime zones in accordance with international law. So hindi po ito salungat doon sa ating Sabah claim dahil po yung Sabah, maliit po itong mapang ito, nandito po sa baba, ay magkakaroon po yan ng sariling niyang baseline at magkakaroon din po yan ng kanyang sariling territorial sea, contiguous zone, at exclusive economic zone.
Professor Tolentino.
Hindi po ito...
My dear colleague, pwede ba mapalagay din sa screen? Kasi hindi ko na makita dito, medyo malayo. Malit. Okay lang. Kung wala pong picture, okay lang.
Ayan. Pwede naman pong i-adjust pataas. Ayan. Okay. Ayan. So, ayan. Pwede pala yun eh. So, ito po yung ating archipelagic baseline. Ito nakapaligid na ito. Konti lang po tayo. Halos 22 bansa lang po sa buong mundo ang merong ganitong hugis at merong ganitong claim sa archipelagic baseline. So, lahat po, ito pong nasa baba, sinasabi ko po, yung usapin sa Sabah, sa North Borneo, ay hindi po bahagi ng law of the sea. Iba pong aspeto po yan ng international law. Subalit, itong batas po natin na pinapanukala, bagamat hindi na nabanggit ang Sabah, ito po ay sang-ayon sa ating saligang batas at nakalagay po sa saligang batas all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. So, ang ibig sabihin po, wala po tayong inaabandona, wala po tayong iniiwan na lugar na pag-aari ng Pilipinas at yun lamang pong usapin yon ay iba pong uri ng international law, ang ibang uri ng rehimeng batas ang tatalakay po doon at hindi po dito sa maritime zone. Dahil ito pong maritime zone po ay patungkol lang po doon sa ating main archipelago, Luzon, Visayas, at Mindanao. So magkakaroon po ng sariling maritime zone in the future, yung North Borneo, yung Sabah, at ito po ay isang isang separate na batas, mahal na Pangulo.
Ginoong Pangulo, malinaw po ba na dito sa bill na ito, kailangan maging malinaw po tayo, mahal na Pangulo, sapagkat doon po sa RA 9522, medyo naging tahimik na po kasi ang batas natin patungkol po sa Saba. Hindi naman po ito ibig sabihin kasi ang isang batas kailangan mo muna talagang i-repeal yan o amendahan. Hindi naman po siya ni-repeal, hindi naman po siya na-amendahan, pero naging tahimik siya. Mahirap naman po siguro, mahal na Pangulo, kung magkakaroon tayo uli ng isa pang batas ngayon na magiging tahimik muli. Siguro kailangan ipaalala na natin uli sa sambayan ng Pilipino na yung ating claim sa Saba. At ang hinihiling po natin na pagkatapos mong ipaliwanag ng napakaliwanag ng ating ginagalang na senador, ay maisama po sa panukalang batas niya ang aming amendment na sinasabi na ibabalik natin kung ano po yung nandoon sa 1968 na law, na yun po yung patungkol doon sa Saba dahil napakahirap mong namnamin na makakaroon uli ng batas patungkol dito. Siyempre po, ito ay may sovereignty. Pinag-uusapan natin yung sovereignty dito, maging ito man ay sa tubig o lupa. Nandito mismo sa papel na yan, ang pinag-uusapan, sovereignty. Maging maritime man itong usapin nito o anumang usapin nito, sovereignty pa rin ito. At ang claim po natin sa Saba ay sovereignty. Kaya hinihiling po natin sa atin pong kanina, pinakitaan ako talaga, mahal na Pangulo, pinakitaan ako ng ibang klase ang research ni Senator Tolentino sa Saba. At napakaganda po ng kanyang mga mungkahi. At naniniwala po ako na ipaglalaban niya ang Saba. At naniniwala din po ako na tatanggapin ng ating sa pagdating po ng tamang pagdinig patungkol sa amendment ay pakinggan niya po at tatanggapin po niya ang aming amendment.
Mahal na Pangulo, tama po ang binabanggit ng ating mahal na kasama sa Nabaysiha na sa Section 2 nga, nabanggit ko kanina, noong Republic Act 5446, mention was made of without prejudice to the delineation of baselines of the territorial sea around the territory of Sabah. Meaning to say, noong 1968, ito po ay, alam niyo po, noong 1968, nagkaroon din po ng debate rito at pinakita ko po kay kagalang-galang na Senador Padilla, si Senator Sumulong at si Senator Jovito Salonga ay nagbigkas patungkol dito. At hawak-hawak ko po yung yung records po nila. So binanggit po rito sa noong 1968 yung Saba. Subalit dito po sa sinabi ng ating minamahal na kasama na tumahimik doon sa March 2009 na batas, yung Republic Act 9522, tama po siya na hindi nilagay yung pangalan ng Saba. Subalit doon sa Section 3, nakalagay po doon, this act affirms that the Republic of the Philippines has dominion, sovereignty, and jurisdiction all over portions of the national territory as defined in the Constitution and by provisions of applicable laws. So, ibig sabihin po, dito po sa Section 3, pasok din po yung Saba. Pasok din po yung Saba. Dangan nga lang, hindi na isama doon sa baseline kasi yung baseline po ay mangangailangan po ng World Geodetic System citation. The latitude, longitude, as well as the distance to the next base point will have to be cited. So, for instance, ito pong the Tolong Point, 117 degrees 6, 14.79 latitude, longitude of 122 degrees, 31.4, etc., etc. Hindi po sinama dito dahil wala po tayong ganoong sukat na ginawa ang NAMRIA. Subalit, hindi natin inaabandona yung ating claim sa Saba dahil nakalagay nga po doon sa Section 3. So all-encompassing po yung Section 3. Sa katunayan po, nung binalangkas po yung batas na yon, ay katulong din yung dating Solicitor General para si dating Solicitor General Estelito Mendoza para siguraduhin na kasama po lahat yan. Dito naman po sa bagong batas na ating pong tinatalakay ngayon, yung definition po ng baselines ay sang-ayon sa ating saligang batas at nabanggit ko kanina yung sa Article 1, National Territory, kasama rin po yung territories natin over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, Mr. President, sa lahat po ng ito, yung pagbabago ng batas, yung 1968 na wala pang UNCLOS, yung 9 Republic Act 9522 na meron ng UNCLOS at meron na tayong ibang saligang batas. Lahat pong ito ay hindi nag-aabandona ng ating claim sa Borneo dahil nandun po yung sa ating saligang batas. At sangayon din po ito, Mr. President, sa umiiral na geopolitical diplomatic conditions kung saan ang Pilipinas ay naging bahagi ng ASEAN. Noong una, bahagi po tayo ng Southeast Asian Treaty Organization o SIATO. Ngayon, naging bahagi tayo ng ASEAN. Meron po tayo mga kasunduan. At ito, pwede ko nang banggitin sangayon sa mga dokumento ng Department of Foreign Affairs sa Malaysia at mga karatig na bansa na yung pagkilala natin sa Sabah ay hindi natin iniiwan yung ating historical and legal right. Subalit meron pong mga gawain ngayon ang ating executive branch na kinikilala rin ng legislatura kung saan meron pong mga bagay na patungkol sa bilateral relations natin sa Malaysia na mas malawak ang sinasaklaw at merong mga hawak-hawak ko po rito isang memorandum circular nung panahon po ni Presidente Gloria Macapagal Arroyo na merong guidelines na sinunod ang pamahalaan lalong-lalo na sa pagbabanggit ng Sabah. At ganun din po, yung latest na dokumentong hawak ko, which I showed to the good gentleman, that even the Department of Foreign Affairs as of December 7, 2023, ilang buwan pa lang, ilang linggo pa lang nakakalipas, ay nagsasabi na dapat daw po yung ating saligang batas ay manaig. Subalit, ayaw nilang gamitin yung diretsuhang lengguwahe na hinihiling ng ating kasamang Senador Padilla na sa palagay ko po ay tama. Tama pong banggitin natin, i-claim na to be consistent that Sabah is part of our territory. However, due to our evolving diplomatic and geopolitical ties with our neighboring countries, specifically, banggitin ko na rin ang Malaysia, ay meron pong mga lingwahe na ayaw nilang ipalagay ng diretso. And I understand the sentiment of the good gentleman that and that this should be reiterated. But just the same, the Maritime Zones Law is anchored on UNCLOS. And UNCLOS refers to the seas, the utilization of resources, sovereignty, sovereign rights, freedom of navigation. And the starting point would always be the archipelagic baselines. Ito nga pong tinuturo ko kanina. So, hindi po papasok sa archipelagic baseline natin ang Sabah. Dahil ang Sabah po ay nandun sa labas noong Philippine Archipelago na kinikilala natin at ng ibang bansa, yung Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Ang sinasabi po sa mga mga umiiral na batas pa natin, yung nabanggit ko kanina, ang Sabah po ay magkakaroon ng sariling archipelagic baseline at balang araw magkakaroon ng sariling maritime zone law. Magkakaroon ng sariling territorial sea, contiguous zone, at ng exclusive economic zone. Tama po yung kahilingan ni Senator Padilla na magbanggit ng isang linya na hindi natin inaabandona ang ating pagkilala sa Sabah. Tama po yun. At sa period of amendment, kung ano man po ang magiging lingwahe po nito, mainam pong mahimay ng maayos para lumabas na hindi natin inaabandona ang ating claim sa Sabah. Subalit, hindi po siya magiging bahagi nitong Maritime Zone Law dahil ito po ay patungkol sa isang land territory, not the waters adjacent to the Philippine archipelagic baseline. So, wala po akong tutol doon kung yun po ay magiging refined, diplomatically sensitive, and if it will promote our national interest.
Apo, napakalinaw po ng paliwanag, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo. At ang gusto ko lamang pong ulit-ulitin ay napakahalaga po kasi itong RA 9522 na atin pong binabanggit dito. Ito po ay binalangkas bilang pagsunod doon sa UNCLOS. Napakalinaw po noon, napaliwanag din po ng ating ginagalang na Senador Tol Tolentino. Ang atin pong tinatayuan lamang muli ay huwag nating iwan. Kasi pag pinag-usapan natin kasi lagi ang UNCLOS, pag pinag-usapan natin yan, laging umiikot yan sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea. Meron tayong malinaw na dispute doon at sinasabi natin na tayo ay nanalo na sa arbitral ruling at yan ang ating pinaglalaban at tayo ay lahat ay very passionate sa usapin na yan. Ang amin lang mungkahi bilang inyong mga kapatid na Muslim at ito naman ay hindi lamang sa kapakinabangan ng Sulu o ng Tawi-Tawi o ng Bangsamoro. Itong usapin ng Sabah na katulad ng pinaglalaban ng ating mahal na Senador Tolentino sa kanyang isang bag na ebidensya ng atin talaga ang Sabah ay ganun din natin ipaglaban ang ating karapatan sa Sabah. Sapagkat katulad ng sinabi ng ating mahal na kapatid na hindi ito usapin lamang ng lulubog lilitaw ng mga isla o malaliit na isla. Ito ay malaking lupa ito. Ito ay may langis. Ito ay may mga natural, masasabi nating minerals na dapat. Diyan sa sinasabi nating diplomatic ties natin sa bansang Malaysia. Ay, kaibigan ko po ang ambassador niyan. Wala po itong personalan. Ito po ay patungkol lamang sa mga bansa. No? Talagang dapat ay nakikinabang ang taong bayan, ang Pilipino, diyan sa Sabah. Ngayon pa lang. Kung paano natin ginigiit diyan sa mga isla sa West Philippine Sea, dapat ay igiit din natin ang karapatan natin dyan sa Sabah pero hindi tayo humihingi ng gulo. Dahil katunayan, meron na po dyan naging talumpati ang ating mahal na Senadora Miriam Santiago noong 2013 sa kalagitnaan ng pagkakaroon ng krisis dyan sa North Borneo, sa Sabah. Sabi niya, hindi talaga tayo dapat umabot na. At ito naman ang gusto nating sabihin din sa Malaysia na under international law. Sabi, impartial fact-finding facilitates peaceful settlements of disputes, particularly settlement by negotiation, mediation, good offices, or conciliation. Ang liwanag po ito na sinabi ng ating mahal na Senadora. International law prohibits the use of force, but there is an unwritten exemption which allows states to protect or rescue their nationals by means of armed forces in the territory of another state. However, this exception should not be invoked. Ito po yung nangyari doon kasi nagkaroon ng siege doon. Kung natatandaan nyo, may mga kababayan po tayo magmula sa Sultanate of Sulu na lumusob dyan at kanilang pinaglaban ng kanilang karapatan dyan sa Sabah. Ngunit nagkaroon po ng hindi pagkakaintindihan at dahil po dyan sa sinasabi ng mga batas na ito na sinusunod ng Pilipinas, hindi po natin nasuportahan yung ating mga kababayan na pumunta doon at pinaglaban ng kanilang karapatan. Kaya kailanman po, malinaw naman sa Malaysia na hindi naman natin magiging kailanman na option ang gerahin sila o sirahin ang ating diplomatic rights o ang ating diplomatic relation sa bawat isa. Ang sinasabi lamang po natin dito sa pakikipaglaban natin sa West Philippine Sea, dapat makinabang din yung Sabah. Huwag natin iwan. Kung yan man po ay sa maritime, kung ano man yan, naiintindihan po natin. Malinaw na malinaw po yan. Pero bakit hindi natin ibalik yung naandun sa 1968? Kailangan ba natin sundin ang sinasabi ng UNCLOS sa ganitong bagay na, o sige, pag-usapan na lang natin yan. Total, sinabi dun sa 1987 Constitution, section ano, okay na yan, pwede na yan. Pero sa amin, sa mga kamusliman, hinihingi namin na makita namin sa batas. Makita namin mismo sa panukalang batas na nandiyan na pinuproteksyonan ng Senado. Una-una na ng Senado ang karapatan ng ating mga kapatid naman ng mga Muslim at ng Pilipinas doon sa claim na sovereignty diyan sa Sabah. Hindi naman po, tulad naman po ng sinabi ng ating mahal na Senador na Tol Tolentino na siya ay nakikisama at siya ay naniniwala na dapat lang isama natin. Ay hinihingi po natin sa buong kapulungan na suportahan po ninyo ito. Sapagkat wala po tayong nilalabag na batas dito, international law, kung anuman law. Malinaw po na meron tayong claim sa Sabah, historical man yan. Ito po ay hindi sana maging mitsa, itong batas na ito, na ito pa ang isite sa atin balang araw na hindi natin, alam nyo naman pagdating sa batas, hanapan ng hanapan yan kung saan makalulusot. Ang gusto lamang po natin, walang makalusot dito at dyan ay mailagay yan bilang amendment na kung ano yung nandun sa 1968, wala namang bago eh. Wala pong bago. Ayaw lang natin maging tahimik. Dahil doon sa 9552, naging tahimik. Naging basihan na lang natin na yung sinasabi ng seksyon na yon. na okay na yan, understood. Hindi po pwede. Pagdating sa batas, hindi pwedeng puro understood. Dapat kailangan po, precise tayo. Kailangan naniniwala tayo na atin ang Saba. At naniniwala po ako na yaan ang tindig ng ating mahal na senador na Francis Tolentino.
Tama po.
Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat.
Tama po.
Panginoon
Gusto ko lang
Pangulo.
pong idagdag sa ating kaibigan, Senator Baisihan, na hindi lang ito pong maritime zone law na ating binalangkas ay hindi lang po patungkol sa West Philippine Sea. Sinama na rin po natin ang Benham Rice kung saan gusto ko nga pong baguhin ang pangalan bilang talampas ng Pilipinas. So hindi lamang po sa West Philippine Sea, pati ito pong nasa kanang parte papunta po ng Pacific Ocean, kasama na po natin. At ulitin ko po, ang maritime zone bill po ay patungkol sa dagat. Subalit naniniwala po ako na kung ang layunin ng ating butihing senador ay patibayin ang ating claim sa Sabas at gayahin yung 1968 na batas patungkol dito, ako po ay naniniwala na pwede pong banggitin yung gawan sa darating na panahon ng sariling baseline delineation ang naturang teritoryo dahil sumasang-ayon po ako kay Senator Padilla na historically atin po yun. Atin po yun. Hindi lamang pakatapos ng Treaty of Paris, mahaba-haba po ito, Mr. President, pero kasama niya po ako sa pagsusulong ng naturang claim at siguro po sa tamang panahon ng period of amendments kung magkakaroon ng tamang lingwahe na papasok po dito dahil kahit ito po ay patungkol, yung Sabah claim po natin ay patungkol sa lupa. Ang maritime zone ay tungkol po sa dagat. Pero kung makakagawa ng tamang lingwahe ng pag-aamyenda, hindi po ako tumututol sa aking pong kamag-anak, si Senator Padilla, patungkol po dito. As long as it will strengthen not just the bill, but our resolve that what is rightfully ours should be ours. But just the same, Mr. President, I thank the good gentleman for reawakening us to be more patriotic when it comes to crafting laws that we have to be consistent. Maraming salamat, Senator Padilla. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Ginoong Pangulo, ako po ang dapat magpasalamat dahil ako po akala ko nung araw ang dami ko nang alam patungkol sa sulu pero nung pinakitaan niya ako ng ebidensya talaga pong ako po ay nagpapasalamat at ako po ay binigyan ng magandang education din ng aking kapatid at kamag-anak na senador, Senator Tolentino. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Mabuhay po.
Maraming salamat at maraming salamat din kay Senator Tolentino dahil pwede pala natin gamitin itong tarpaulin sa Senate plenary. Para, as a added visuals instead of the screens.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration Senate Bill number 2492.
Actually, for the record, Your Honors, no, before we suspend, sa US Congress, ganun. When you watch the proceedings ng US senators and congressmen, meron silang easel, and then they show the graph and itong mga displays. Baka wala silang screen dun. No? Medyo low-tech yung kanilang mga committee hearing rooms. Pero, yes, that's a good visual effect.
Marami pa ako nito, Mr. President.
Ang maganda dyan kasi pwede mong, Mr. Senator Tolentino, pwede mong ituro yung mga linya, gano'n, na hindi mo naman magagawa kung nasa screen.
Sumigaw na mabuhay ang senado. Mabuhay ang senado.
The 43rd session of the Senate, the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today will be led in prayer by a distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and the municipality of Pateros, no other than Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. For those of you who had the privilege of coming before, putting yourselves before a God who knows everything, can do everything, knows your inner thoughts, knows that you are not worthy, but lets you not only in the outer courtyard, but allows you inside. Today is National Bible Day, and in the Senate we have the privilege of reading Matthew 24, verse 35. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. May I repeat that? Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. Lord God is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. When we put our trust in people, in institutions, even on a very good constitution, we can get disappointed. But when we put our trust on the Word of God, there is no disappointment. Will some provisions of our Constitution pass away? Will the Senate pass away? We do not know, but we do know that the Word of God will not. So as we put ourselves in the presence of God, we humble ourselves before you, Lord Father God. We know you love this nation. We know, Lord God, that history is not a series of coincidences or a series of wants or a series of who's more powerful. But history is your story, Lord God. Your perfect timing. History is about men and women rising up, confessing their sins, and repenting. So as we come before you, Lord God, to fight not only for reforms in education, in health, in the police, but really, Lord God, to have the kind of institutions that will have healthy debate, where all ideas are welcome, where we'll come before you and really repent and first seek your kingdom and righteousness. As we put ourselves in your solemn presence, Lord God, we know we are not worthy, but through the blood of Jesus, through the sacrifices of the Lord Jesus, we are made worthy. So we ask, Lord God, that you come upon Malacanang, you come upon Congress, you come upon the Senate, you come upon every leader in our country, every single barangay hall, every single religious leader, every single business leader, leader in education, leader in health, leaders of families, Lord, of Filipino families all around the world. Leaders, Lord, and come upon them, Lord, and give them wisdom. We pray, Lord God, that at this crucial time that we are at the crossroad, we can depend not on people, but on your word. Thank you, Lord God, for the Bible. Thank you for your word. We lift up to the Senate, the leadership of the Senate, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Parang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa lipoy buhay. Lupang hinirang, ngunit namang magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit pangmagaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang bisag ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingin. Ang bituin na taraw niya, kailan pa may mabibining. Lupa ng araw ng royal ating pasinta, ay langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya na pagpay mamagi, ang namatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 23 senators, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. I ask for a minute suspension so that I may go down to the rostrum.
And also, Mr. President, to also put on record our sincerest thanks and greetings to our dear colleague, our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda, who celebrated her birthday yesterday, Sunday, January 28. A happy, victorious birthday to the Tita Ganda of the Senate.
Happy birthday to our distinguished Senate President pro tempore.
Move to suspend, Mr.
Would
President.
you like to recognize first the guests? Because I believe after our speech was
Sure,
supposed
Mr.
to
President,
have a-
may I be allowed to greet some guests from the gallery? Guests of the Senate President, Mr. Martin Tuason, Daniel Tuason, Mariela Fletcher, Mr. Ryan Namatam, Nate Tuason, Phil Aldridge, and Miss Sue Aldridge. Guests of this representation, Vice Mayor Regilio Madridejos, and members of the Municipal Council of Paete, Laguna. Guests of Senator Cayetano, Alan Cayetano, Mayor Alicia Enriquez, and Vice Mayor Alvin Bravo of San Nicolas, Pangasinan. Guests of Senator Lapid, Mayor Michael Lim Orayani, and officials of Lubang, Occidental Mindoro. Guests of Senator Alan Cayetano and this representation, Pastor Wilbert Butial, Pastor Dominador Corpus, Pastor Gerardo Viray, Pastor Sabino Canela, Pastor Edencio Singson. Guests of Senator Lapid, Mayor Vilma Caluwag of San Fernando, Pampanga. We welcome all of them, and we also greet our colleagues and everyone listening to all of us a happy National Bible Day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I move to suspend for 1 minute.
magpapalaya sa atin. Ngunit nakakalungkot, Ginoong Pangulo, na mayroon pa rin mga nagpupumilit na itago sa ating mga kababayan ang katotohanan. Siguro, ang pinakamalaking example ngayon ay itong People's Initiative, na peking People's Initiative, na peking initiative ng taong bayan. Ngayon po, hindi na maitago at parang nare-realize na nga po na hindi talaga kasya ang elepante sa refrigerator. Mr. President, bagamat naniniwala po tayo sa People's Initiative bilang lehitimong paraan na amyenda ng ating konstitusyon, ito po ay dapat totoo. The Word of God is the revealer of truth. Ito po'y nais nating ipahayag muli, i-remind, i-emphasize that the Word of God is the revealer of truth. Ang pagpapalit ng pag-amyenda sa ating konstitusyon dapat totoo. Hindi dahil ito'y tinatakot ang ating mga kababayan, tinatakot ang ating mamamayan na hindi na sila makakatanggap ng ayuda kung hindi sila pipirma dito. Hence, it is vital that we fight for the truth, Mr. President, because the truth shall set us free. In fact, Mr. President, I believe that the Lord Jesus Christ made mention about this is because we are in a bondage of deceptions, of treachery, of debauchery. Ang bansa ho natin ay mayroong tanikala sa paa. Tanikala ng kahirapan, tanikala ng karamdaman, tanikala ng mataas na presyo ng bilihin, tanikala ng kawalan ng trabaho, etc., etc. At sabi ho ng Panginoon, makakalaya lamang tayo dito kung haharapin natin ang katotohanan. Haharapin natin na may problema tayo. Haharapin natin na may kailangan tayong gawin na solusyonan ang problemang ito. At natutuwa po ako sa bulwagang ito sapagkat ang ating mga kasamahan sa pangunguna ng ating Senate President Mig Zubiri, naghahanap po lagi tayo ng solusyon kung paano tutulungan ang ating sambayanan. Hindi natin iniintindi yung mga maliliit na bagay lamang o yung sinasabi nga ng Okta Research, 1% lamang, Ginoong Pangulo, ang naniniwalang importante ang charter change. 99% sinasabi yung mataas na bilihin ang problema, yung mataas na presyo ng bigas, ng pagkain, yung kawalan ng trabaho, at maliit na kita ng ating mamamayan. Yan po yung ating laging tinatrabaho dito sa Senado, kaya proud po tayo na parte ng institusyong ito. Hence, Mr. President, it is vital that we fight for the truth. For the truth will not only set us free, but it also will lead us to righteousness. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Yan po ang sabi ng Proverbs 14:34. Ang sabi naman po ng Proverbs 29 verse 2, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, the people mourn. Mr. President, napakahalaga ng katwiran ng righteousness. Kung mismong mga leader ng ating bayan ang nagpapairal ng kasinungalingan at panlilinlang sa mga Pilipino, hindi yung magtatagumpay ang kahit anong gagawin natin para sa ating minamahal na bayan. Dahil ito po mismo ay nakabase sa salita ng Diyos. Sabi po ng Psalms 33 verse 12, Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Mr. President, there is no middle ground in this issue. The Bible-loving people will never allow a fake people's initiative. Bible-loving people, God's people, have only one agenda, and that is to ensure that this nation will become the nation of the living God. This National Bible Day, may the Word of God guide all Filipinos to the truth, justice, and righteousness that will take our great nation to its right path. Sabi nga po ng Biblia, remove the wicked from the king's throne, remove the wicked from the government, and bring us together, and that will bring us together to peace and unity. Again, in closing, Mr. President, let me quote a phrase from the preamble of our Constitution, yung binanggit ko po kanina, the highest law of the land. Sabi po ng preamble, we, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of the Almighty God. Again, we submit to the wisdom and the sovereignty of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Ito po ang pagkilala sa ating Panginoon at sa kanyang banal na salita bilang sandigan ng ating bayan, ng ating republika, Ginoong Pangulo. Isa po itong paalala na ang batas ng Diyos ang dapat pagmulan o kilingan ng batas ng tao. Together, let us rebuild the walls of our beloved nation, the Philippines. Maligayang pambansang araw ng Biblia po sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Senator Bato de la Rosa is seeking the floor. He is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the good gentleman from Bulacan yield to some clarificatory questions, Mr. President?
Gladly, Mr. President, especially from the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Bohol, who is also, I believe, a fan of the Word of God, the Holy Bible, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hindi ko po sinasabi na ako'y talagang hindi nagkakasala. Dahil tayo lahat ay makasalanan na Ginoong Pangulo. Pero gusto ko lang pong malaman, galing sa ating kasamahan dito sa Senado, from Bulacan, Mr. President, kung ayon po sa Biblia, ano po ba ang kaparusahan ng mga taong nanluloko ng kapwa nila, katulad ng ginagawa ng mga nagpapasimuno ng Peking People's Initiative, Ginoong Pangulo?
Mr. President, Ginoong Pangulo, gusto ko rin pong banggitin at sambitin sa bulwagang ito na hindi po tayo eksperto sa Biblia. Tayo po ay patuloy na estudyante ng kasaysayan at estudyante ng pag-aaral ng salita ng Diyos. Sa aking pong payak na paniniwala at sa aking mga pag-aaral na ginawa noong pong tayo po'y lumaki sa simbahan, Mr. President, literally and figuratively, Mr. President. And tama po si Senator Bato, lahat ng tao nagkakasala. In fact, lahat ng tao nagkasala. Yun po yung sabi ng Romans 3:23, all have sinned and come fall short in the sight of God. And sabi po ng Romans 6:23, ang kabayaran ng kasalanan, the wages of sin is death, through eternal damnation in the lake of fire, which is hell, Mr. President. So, gusto kong banggitin yon, lahat nagkasala, kaya ang mga bata, kahit po hindi tinuturuan magsinungaling o magyabang, habang lumalaki po sila, natututong magsinungaling, natututong gumawa ng masama. Bakit? It's innate. Sa amin po, sa Tagalog, Ginoong Pangulo, Senator Bato, ang tawag po is nakabagkit. Malalim na Tagalog, nakabagkit yung kasalanan, at hindi po ito po pwedeng matanggal ng kahit anong linis o kahit anong pukpok ang iyong gawin. Kaya po, sabi ng Biblia, yung kasalanan daw po na yun, the wages of sin is death, Romans 6:23. But then it also says the gift of life. But there's also the gift of life. That is the gift of life being offered by the Lord Jesus Christ. Kasi sabi po ng John 14:6, sabi po ng Panginoong Jesus, I am the way, the only way. No one can come to the Father except by me. Ibig sabihin, walang daan. Sabi po ng Panginoong Jesus, I am the way. Hindi po niya sinabing, I am one of the many ways. Or I am an optional way. Only way. Siya lamang ang daan, ang katotohanan at ang buhay. At walang makakaparoon sama, kundi sa pamamagitan niya. So siya lang po yung makakatanggal ng original sin na nakabagkit sa atin. At pag tinanggap natin ang Panginoong Jesus, that gift na binabanggit po sa Biblia, ito hindi matatanggal. Magkakaroon ka ngayon ng buhay na walang hanggan. Meron ka ngayon access, opportunity, relationship sa ating Panginoong Yesus. At ito yung magdadala sa iyo doon sa nais niyang pagkalagyan mo. Higit sa lahat, yung after death na tinatawag. Doon po sa katanungan ng ating distinguished colleague tungkol sa pagsisinungaling, naku po, yung pong Biblia, napakadami hong mga bersikulo sa Biblia na ating na-encounter, lalong-lalo na when it comes to lying. Yung pong Proverbs 12:22, sabi po doon, lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but those who act faithfully are His delight. Mabigat po yung abomination to the Lord. Alam niyo, ako'y lumaki sa Sunday School, Ginoong Pangulo, Senator Bato. Nung bata po ako, nilalagak po kami sa simbahan, hindi doon sa main church, doon po sa gilid, may Bible study, may Sunday school, mga bata. Pagka habang lumalaki yung mga bata, 3, 4 years old, unang tinuturo kagad po yung hindi pagsisinungaling. Kaya usong-uso po yung liars go to hell. Kaya po doon tinatakot yung mga bata, natatakot. Dahil pag ikaw ay napunta sa dagat-dagatang apoy ng impyerno, hindi mo po pwedeng sabihin sa buhay mo na natsambahan ka lang. Kasi sabi ho ng Biblia, throughout eternity. But can any one of us define what is eternity? Baka hindi po kayang bilangin ang eternity. Kaya po hindi dapat natin sinusugal yung kaisa-isa nating buhay sa pagsisinungaling. Sinabi rin po ng Leviticus chapter 19 verse 11, you shall not steal, you shall not deal falsely, at ito po yung nagustuhan ko sa bersikulo na ito, you shall not lie to one another. I can go on and on, but I think the gentleman from Bohol and Davao already understood what I am talking about and what I am emphasizing, especially as a public servant, the importance of telling the truth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alam mo po, Mr. President, yung aking ina, na ako'y maliit pa, ang palagi sinasabi niya sa akin, meron siya pinapakita sa akin na picture, dalawang picture. Yung isang picture, isang bata na may heart dito sa dibdib. Yung isang picture naman, may bata na heart din sa dibdib. Pero ang diferensya sa kanang dalawa, Yung isang bata, malinis yung heart niya. Yung isang bata naman, maraming dots, marong itim na dots sa kanyang puso. Tinanong ko yung aking nanay, Ma, ano ibig sabihin ng picture na yan? Ang explanation po niya, itong malinis na puso, bata na may malinis na puso, ikaw ito, kapag hindi ka magsinungaling. Pero ito isang picture na ito na maraming dots sa puso, ikaw ito, pag palagi ka nagsinungaling. Kaya takot na takot ako talaga magsinungaling, Mr. President. Maybe, if you have observed, maraming beses na ako napapasubo sa media dahil pag ako'y tinatanong, talagang sinasabi ko yung katotohanan, even if it will cost my political career, even if it will cost my relationship with Malacanang, minsan, lalo-lalo na nung si Pangulong Duterte pa ang nasa Malacanang, kahit na pagpagalitan ako ng tao, huwag lang ako pagalitan ng Diyos dahil ako nagsisinungaling. Kaya yun po ang aking tinitingnan, Mr. President, napakahalaga po ng isang leader, isang pangulo ng isang bansa na hindi nagsisinungaling. Hindi lang, kahit na isang ordinaryong tao, kasi pag sisinungaling talaga, napakaraming magsanga-sanga na kasalanan ang makukumit mo kapag ikaw ay nagsisinungaling. Kaya, Mr. President, according to Section 2, under the Declaration of Policy of the National Bible Day Act, it is the policy of the state that the government shall encourage development of moral character of the Filipino people. Paano po kaya natin magagamit ang National Bible Day Act para matulungan magkaroon ng moral character development ang mga nagsusulong ng Peking People's Initiative? Hindi po ako nagmamagaling, Mr. President. Hindi po ako nagpaka-perfecto na tao, no? Pero gusto ko lang tumulong kung paano natin matulungan sila na bumalik yung kasalubin nila sa Diyos, na makalimutan nila yung kanilang mga personal agenda na nakatago pa hanggang ngayon. Sana makalimutan, sana ma-realize nila, Mr. President, na ang tao ay dadaan lang dito sa mundo. Hindi tayo forever na dito sa mundo. Kaya kung ano man ma-accumulate mo na power, ano man ma-accumulate mo na wealth, dahil sa pang-iisa mo, ay hindi mo yan mabinit-bit sa langit, Mr. President. So, balikan ko po yung tanong ko kung paano natin matutulungan yung mga taong nagsusulong ng patago. Sinasabi kong patago dahil ayaw talaga na lumantad, Mr. President, kung ang kanilang layunin sa People's Initiative nito, yung kanilang hangarin ay napakaganda. So, siguro hindi nila ikikaya ang kinin nila, aaminin nila na sila sa likuran nito. Pero hanggang ngayon, ayaw talaga umamin, Mr. President. So, paano po natin sila matutulungan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Una, gusto kong sabihin yung aking pagsaludo at pagrespeto sa ating kasama dito sa bulwagang ito kay Senator Bato de la Rosa. I've known him since he became a senator, and in this August chamber, I've learned to know a lot of his characteristics, and one of which, Mr. President, tama po siya. Hindi, what you see is what you get. May masakit siyang masasabi, but that's the truth. Meron siyang masasabing may tatamaan, but that's the truth. Meron din siyang masasabing minsan tatamaan siya, but that's the truth, Mr. President. And importante po ito, at yan yung pagkakagawa sa atin ng Panginoon. Kaya balikan ko po yung Biblia muli, kasi ang Biblia is timeless. Nung tayo po ay nilikha ng Diyos, nilikha niya po tayo ayon sa kanyang wangis. Kaya nga po laging sinasabi na talagang walang hindi maganda at magandang lalaki dito sa mundong ito dahil tayo ay nilikha ayon sa wangis ng Diyos. In His own image. Ang Creator natin, hinulma tayo, ginawa tayo, kinreate tayo out of His image. And as a Creator, meron siyang plano sa atin. Sabi po noong Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know my plans for you," not your brother, not your sister, not your mother or parent or whoever you're looking up to. God said, "For I know my plans for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and the future." Ang plano ng Diyos sa bawat isa sa atin ay magkaroon ng karakter na kagaya ng ating Panginoon. Hindi po siya diktador. We have to make a choice. Kaya sabi din ng Biblia, "Choose for yourselves whom you will serve." Sabi ni Joshua, "But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." Joshua 24:15. Doon po sa Biblia, sa Old Testament din, pinapipili po tayo, kasalanan o katwiran, sin or righteousness, sanctity or sin, heaven or hell, God or Satan. And in that decision that we make, at may kasabihan, every decision we make dictates the life we live. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a gift that came from God. And that gift is it's not cheap, Mr. President, Ginoong Pangulo. Yung gift na yun is ang kaisa-isang bugtong na anak ng ating Panginoong Yesus. Ang ating Panginoong Diyos, kung hindi ang ating Panginoong Yesus. Yun yung sinasabi ng John 3:16. For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, not to live here on earth luxuriously, bumili ng mga patek, Richard Mille, at magkaroon ng mga helicopter. Hindi, Hindi pinanganak sa Buckingham Palace o sa White House, Mr. President. Pinanganak sa Sabsaban, doon sa Bethlehem. So that He would die someday in excruciating death in the cross of Calvary. For what, Mr. President? That is for the remission of our sins. Yun po yung kabayaran. Dugo na nabuho doon sa krus ng Kalbaryo, because it cannot be paid by a human blood, an ordinary man like me or you, Mr. President. Dahil lahat nga po tayo ay may human nature, makasalanan ng lahat. Kailangan puro ang sasagip sa atin. At yun, binigay ng Panginoong Hesus ang kanyang buhay. At hindi po nag-end doon sa cross of Calvary. After 3 days, nabuhay po siya na muli. He conquered death so as to prove to us that even death has no power to limit the power of our God. Now, the question is, paano natin silang maiengganyo na gawin ang tama, huwag magsinungaling? Mr. President, noong kinoronahan ng tinik ang ating Panginoong Hesus, sinasabi ng Biblia, dinidescribe kung paanong umagos yung dugo mula sa kanyang ulo. Siya na walang kasalanan, ginawang kasalanan. Pero ganoon na lang yung pagmamahal ng Diyos sa atin dahil gusto niyang maging kagaya niya tayo, magkaroon tayo ng Christ-like character. Pero kung tayo ay magsisinungaling, kung tayo ay hindi natin bibigyan yung ating mga kababayan ng ayuda at tulong, mga nangangailangan, naghihikahos, isang kahig, isang tuka, pagsasamantalahan pa natin para lamang makuha yung kanilang pirma, para lamang isulong ang pansarili nating kapakanan. O dahil sinusunod lang natin yung utos ni inuman, ni congressman man o anuman ang posisyon nila. Ipinagpapalit po natin yung ating kaluluwa. Pinagpapalit po natin yung ginawa ng Diyos na pagmamahal sa atin. Yung paano tayo inaruga at minahal ng Diyos, tapos ibabaliwala lang natin dahil sa kasakiman, dahil sa kapangyarihan, dahil sa pagmamahal sa salapi. Don't get me wrong, Mr. President, I'm not talking about money is the root of all evil. No, it is the love for money, the Bible says, which is the root of all evils, Mr. President. And so, I think our people should realize that life is about making choices. Our counterparts in the House of Representatives, our fellow Filipinos should realize that life is about making choices. Mahirap po magsinungaling. Nakita niyo po yung mga nagsisinungaling. Alam na natin ngayon kasi may kasabihan yung matatanda, kahit anong bangis ng isda, sa bibig pa rin nahuhuli. So, mahirap po talaga magsinungaling kasi hindi mo yan yung pag-create ng Diyos sa atin Hindi tayo kinreate ng Diyos para magsinungaling, magsabi ng masasama, siraan ng kung sino-sino, at isulong lang yung pansarili nating kapakanan. Last but not the least, Mr. President, I just remember yung James chapter 4, verse 4. God even made that very clear. Sabi ng James 4:4, friendship with this world is enmity with God. So you really have to make a choice. It's either you want to be the friend of God or the friend of this or the enemy of God. You have to make that choice. Either kaibigan ka ba ng Diyos o kaaway ka ng Diyos. There's no middle ground, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, before I close, this is already a closing statement. Just would like to thank the Majority Leader for all the teachings that he has given us. I may be older than him, pero marami pa akong natutunan sa kanya pagdating sa tamang daan kung paano natin gawin yung ating buhay. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Sana yung lahat ng mga leaders natin ay ganun din. Isang bagay lang hihingi ng taong bayan, yung pagsisinungaling. Kung hindi nagsisinungaling yung leader, ay tama na po yun. Matutuwa na po yung taong bayan yan. Isang trait lang, isang karakter lang ang hinihingi ng mga tao. Yung maging totoo ka at sabihin mo ang totoo. Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to again thank our distinguished colleague. I remember, Mr. President, when the first part of the pandemic, nung na-COVID po siya, tanda-tanda ko, tinetext niya po ako na he is reading every day yung Psalms 23, beginning verse 1 to verse 6, yung the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, and I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I would dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Napakasarap po, Ginoong Pangulo, na pagbulay-bulayin ang salita ng Diyos. Tayo bilang isang tao, isang individual, pag nakakatanggap po tayo ng love letter ng ating minamahal, ng ating crush, kinikilig tayo. Paulit-ulit nating binabasa yung love letter na yon. Imagine, Ginoong Pangulo, binigyan tayo ng love letter ng ating Panginoong Diyos na siyang lumikha sa atin. Mula po sa aklat ng Genesis hanggang pahayag o Book of Revelation. Napakaraming love letter na nakapaloob doon ng ating Panginoong Diyos. And sabi ng Bible, pag hinanap po natin siya, hindi niya ipagkakait ang kanyang sarili. For those who seek Him, He shall be found. Kaya po, napakasarap, Ginoong Pangulo, na laging pag-usapan, maski na once a year dito sa bulwagang ito, ang salita ng Diyos na nagbibigay buhay, pag-asa, kagalingan, at tunay na nagbabago, hindi lamang ng buhay ng tao, kundi buhay ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Mr. President, may pahabol ako pala konti at nabanggit na lang ng ating kasamahan, ng ating majority leader about Psalm 91. Gusto ko pong i-share sa inyo na yung Psalm 91 na yan, hindi ko lang po yung ginagamit noong panahon ng pandemic. Noong kapanahonan pa po na ako tinyindi pa hanggang sa nag-retire ako. Every time, magkakanda kami ng combat operations laban sa mga kalaban ng Estado. Bago po kami nagja-jump off ng aking mga tao, may dala po akong bigay sa akin ng nanay ko na handkerchief na naka-imprinta doon. Galing sa El Shaddai yun, Mr. President. Galing sa El Shaddai, naka-imprinta doon yung Psalm 91. Yan po palagi binabasa namin bago kami nagja-jump off. At sa awa ng Diyos, tayo po hindi minalas sa ating mga lakad. Yun lang, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to correct myself. It was actually Senator Sani Angara, yung Psalm 23. Kay Senator Bato, yung Psalm 91, verses 1 to 16. I can also recite it, Mr. President, but just to give a gist, Mr. President, yung sabi ng verse 1, He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Kaya kung meron tayong pagkukublian, kung meron tayong nais na peace, a place where there is peace that passes all understanding and joy unspeakable, it is in the presence of God. And through the Word of God, talagang mararanasan natin yung kapayapaan na walang katulad, Mr. President. Hindi kayang bilhin ng salapi, hindi kayang ibigay ng sanlibutan, at tanging Panginoong Diyos lamang ang kayang makapagbigay ito. Muli, maraming salamat sa aking distinguished colleague at sa ating mga kasama dito sa Senado. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speech and recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to deliver her speech.
There's no objection. Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is now recognized to deliver her privilege speech.
Salamat, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise on a point of personal and collective privilege. I rise not only for myself, I rise for ordinary Filipinos, bewildered at what is happening in the country today. Puro closed-door usap, puro negotiation, kung ano-anong compromise, pero tila na pag-iwanan ang bayan. Kahapon, isinagawa ang Bagong Pilipinas Movement na rally sa Quirino Grandstand. Sa Davao naman, may prayer rally. At ngayon, Lunes, nakatayo na tayo sa sangandaan ng kasaysayan. Now that the dust has settled, we can see clearly now. Malinaw na ang lahat sa ating mga kababayan. Ang malinaw sa lahat, parang may mali. Pinangakuan nila tayo ng unity. Pero wala pang midterm, wala na kaagad na kahit anong bahid ng unity. Habang nililito nila tayo dito sa Maynila ng bangkaroteng pirmahan para sa People's Initiative, meron palang gustong bumalik sa kapangyarihan at iwasang panagutan ang kanyang mga kasalanan. Mr. President, nanalo kayo dahil pagod na ang ordinaryong Pilipino sa away at girian. Pero anong ipinakita nyo nitong linggo? Tunggalian na naman, kontrahan na naman. Pinapapili na naman ang mga Pilipino sa pagitan ng dalawang maimpluwensyang pamilya. Sa gitna ng makikintab na entablado, mga sayawan at kantahan, pinapamudmod na pera, at sunod-sunod na political acrobatics at madadramang mga speech sa parehong event, ang tanong pa rin, nasaan na ang ating bansa? Kung tatanungin ang mga Pilipino, ang kailangang tugunan ay ang presyo ng pagkain at ang pagtaas ng sweldo, lalo na ng mga minimum wage earners. Pagpapatigil sa korupsyon, kahirapan at kagutuman ang tapat dapat tutukan. Walang naghahanap ng pagbabago ng konstitusyon, kundi yung mga kahaman. Nagulat na lang tayong lahat na habang nagpapapayak na Noche Buena kasama ang pamilya, na isinusulong na pala ng pailalim ang isang signature campaign para sa Huwad at Bangkaroteng People's Initiative. Hindi pa nauubos ang tirang fruit salad sa refrigerator. Naabot na agad nila ang 3% na kailangang maabot na pirma sa bawat legislative district. At dumating na nga sa paghahakot para sa tinawag nilang Bagong Pilipinas Movement na rally sa Quirino Grandstand. Ang sabi ng Presidential Communications Office o PCO, wala daw itong kinalaman sa tulak para sa People's Initiative. Mawalang galang po. Pero sino po ang niloko ninyo? I would like to show evidence, Mr. President, of how well coordinated that entire exercise was. Government workers were mobilized across agencies. At mayroon pang mga opisina na talagang may tahasang utos sa kanilang mga empleyado na sumama. At ito naman, utos sa mga barangay na magpadala ng mga tao. Worse, ginamit pa ang mga lehitimong serbisyong panglingap para pilitin ang mga vulnerableng tao na dumalo. Ito po, example ng mga AIX payout na ginagawang pabuya para makadalo sa rally. Kaya, hindi po nakapagtataka kung bakit ganoon po kadami ang dumagsa sa Quirino Grandstand kahapon. Ito po kumikinang sa kaputian ang mga video. Ginagawa po tayong mga tanga kung ang ipipilit ng PCO na wala itong kinalaman sa charter change, na ang pinaka-uma at ikabong usapin ngayon. Hindi po tayo pinanganak kahapon para utuin nila na ito ay paraan para, and I quote, Yusek Bara, quote, ma-communicate ng pamahalaan ang kanyang commitment to level up its services, close quote. Mag-level up lang pala ng service, bakit kailangan pa ng rally? Gawin nyo na lang po. I have evidence, Mr. President, that payouts were taking place at the rally and given to those who signed the petition or mobilized others to sign the petition. Ito po, patikim. Again, now that the dust has settled at nakapagbaklas na sila ng mga LED screen at mga stage, hindi naman ito tungkol sa bagong Pilipinas o sa bagong mukha ng Pilipinas. Hindi ito tungkol sa patriotismo o pagmamahal sa bayan. Tinipon ang mga kababayan natin para sa mga pirma nila, kasama ang napakaraming mga souvenir. But they will not bewilder the Filipino people with their simultaneously launched initiatives and perfectly edited videos. We will not let them glorify themselves as defenders of democracy and the rule of law. Mr. President, dear colleagues, my fellow Filipinos, ito lang ang dapat nating maintindihan sa nangyayaring alitan tungkol sa charter change. Hindi ito alitan lamang ng Senado at ng House of Representatives. Huwag niyo kaming pagsabungin na parang mga Kristong nanghahanap ng mas marami pang tataya. Kinabukasan natin ang pinag-uusapan dito. Kaya bigyan naman natin ng dangal at respeto ang saligang batas. Of course, this is an attempt to ease the Senate out by introducing the sentence voting jointly. But wait, there's more. The bigger story is that by sheer mathematical numbers, the House of Representatives, the leadership of which is by tradition aligned with the executive, could unilaterally change the Constitution according to the dictates and desires of the sitting President. Hindi lang po ito si Presidente ngayon, kundi ang lahat ng susunod na President sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas. Paano kung ang susunod na liderato ay gustong padaliin ang proseso ng pagdeklara ng martial law o tanggalin ang karapatan ng mga manggagawa? Paano kung gusto lusawin ang Bill of Rights o tanggalin ang term limits ng presidente? Katawa-tawa naman yan na pag ang usapin ay papalitan ng pangalan ng kalsada o kaya gagawa ng National High School, sasabihin magkahiwalay na pa siya ng Senado at HOR. Pero para sa usapin ng saligang batas na kaluluwa ng bansa, House lang ang magpapasya. If we allow this, we do not just unbalance the powers of the Senate vis-a-vis the House of Representatives. We weaken our democracy. We render our democracy unrecognizable. And yet, Mr. President, mga minamahal kong kababayan, hindi natin kailangan mamili sa dalawang nag-uumpugang mga bato. Lalo na kung ang tanging inihain lang naman sa handaan ay kahirapan at korupsyon. There is always an alternative. At ang unity natin, hindi unity ng mga makakapangyarihang pamilya na may agenda, kundi unity ng mga ordinaryong mamamayan na nagmamahal sa ating bansa. Sa tunay na bagong Pilipinas, walang baho ng formally na sa kalagitnaan ng COVID nangurakot pa sa kaban ng bayan. Huwag po nating kalimutan ang mga Michael Yang at iba pang cronies at kawatan na binigyan ng easy access pass sa bansang ito. Sa tunay na bagong Pilipinas, walang agricultural smuggling at hindi binibigyan ng special treatment ang mga paboritong importer. Sa tunay na bagong Pilipinas, walang confidential funds para sa mga di karapat-dapat na civilian agencies at walang 125 billion na naubos ng 11 days. Sa tunay na bagong Pilipinas, matapang na humaharap sa China at pinagtatanggol ang ating karagatan at ang ating mangingisda. Hindi pinamimigay ang ating yaman dagat at nagtatago sa saya ng mga trolls. Sa tunay na bagong Pilipinas, walang EJ case, walang kaduda-dudang Maharlika Fund, at tunay na malaya ang bawat Pilipino. Kay Presidente, at sa mga naghahari-harian sa Davao, we see through you. We see through your lies and grandiose promises. You will not divide us. Hindi nyo mabubuwag ang demokrasya at kalayaan sa bansang ito. And to my fellow Filipinos, let us speak truth to power. Uncover reality. It is only with truth that we strike our path amidst the smoke and mirrors. What is at stake is the future of the Philippines, not just the future of the Dutertes or the future of the President's family. Mabuhay ang Senado at higit, mabuhay ang sambayanan. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tiveros, for that very...
Okay. Yes, so there will be no objection. Ask the Secretary to read the title and proceed with the reference of business.
Message of the President of the Philippines, letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., dated 29 November 2023, submitting for the Senate's consideration and concurrence the International Labor Organization Convention Number 81, or the Convention Concerning Labor Inspection in Industry and Commerce, which was adopted by the General Conference of the ILO on 11 July 1947 in Geneva, Switzerland.
To the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Senate Bills on First Reading. Senate Bill Number 2522, an act establishing National Preventive Mechanism, NPM, in compliance with the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment of Cut and for Other Purposes by Senators Tolentino and De La Rosa.
To the Committees on Justice and Finance.
Senate Bill Number 2523, an act amending Republic Act Number 11959, otherwise known as the Regional Specialty Centers Act and for other purposes by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Health and Demography.
Senate Bill Number 2524, an act establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Free Port in the province of Bulacan, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means of Finance.
Senate Bill Number 2525, an act establishing a general hospital in the municipality of San Dionisio, province of Iloilo, to be known as the Northern Iloilo General Hospital and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Angara.
To the Committee on Rules.
Senate Bill Number 2526, an act regulating the ownership and operation of drones by private persons by Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committees on Public Services, Trade and Commerce and Entrepreneurship.
Senate Bill Number 2527, an act providing for a value for money procurement, amending for the purpose or Republic Act Number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, and for other purposes by Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committee on Finance.
Resolutions. PSR Number 913, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the disappearance of beauty queen Catherine Camilon by Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
PSR Number 914, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the unscrupulous practice of the International Solid Waste Integrated Management Specialists Incorporated in engaging the services of garbage collectors by circumventing pertinent laws in gross disregard of their rights as workers by Senator Estrada.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
PSR Number 915, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the implementation by the Department of Health of the legal instruments issued by the World Health Organization with the end in view of formulating standards to discern which of the issuances issued by the World Health Organization should pass Senate scrutiny before their implementation by the Department of Health by Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committee on Health and Demography.
PSR Number 916, resolution amending Section 42, Rule 14 of the Rules of the Senate pertaining to the conduct of sessions by Senators Tolentino and De La Rosa.
To the Committee on Rules. Additional reference of business, please proceed.
Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 29 November 2023, it passed the following House Bill in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill Number 9470, an act creating one additional branch of regional trial court in the municipality of Labason, province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill Number 9471, an act creating 4 additional branches of the municipal trial court in the municipalities of Dayadi, Quezon, Santa Fe, and Alfonso Castañeda, province of Nueva Vizcaya, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9472, an act creating 4 additional branches of municipal trial court in General Santos City, province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9473, an act creating 1 additional branch of RTC and 2 additional MTC in the municipality of Ibajay, province of Aklan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9474, an act creating 6 additional branches of RTC in the cities of Silay and Victorias, province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9475, an act creating 1 additional branch of RTC in the municipality of La Paz, province of Abra, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 9476, an act creating 1 additional branch of MTC in the municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet. House Bill Number 9477, an act creating 2 additional branches of RTC in the municipality of Candihay and Valencia, province of Bohol. House Bill Number 9478, an act creating 1 additional branch of RTC in the city of Cabancalan, province of Negros Occidental. House Bill Number 9479, an act creating 2 additional branches of RTC in the city of Maasin and in the municipality of Sogod, province of Southern Leyte. House Bill 9480, an act creating 1 additional branch of RTC in the municipality of Sulok, province of Davao del Sur, House Bill number 9481, an act creating 4 additional branches of RTC in the municipalities of Rosario and San Juan, province of Batangas, House Bill number 9482, an act creating 1 additional branch of RTC in the municipality of San Miguel, province of Zamboanga del Sur, House Bill number 9483, an act creating 10 additional branches of RTC and 3 additional branches of MTC in the city of Santa Rosa, province of Laguna, House Bill number 9484, an act creating 2 additional branches of RTC in the municipality of Labo, province of Camarines Norte, House Bill number 9485, an act creating 1 additional branch of MTC in the municipality of Socorro, province of Surigao del Norte, House Bill number 9486, an act creating 8 additional branches of RTC in the city of Caloocan, House Bill number 9487, an act creating 2 additional branches of MTC in the municipalities of Santa Barbara and Pavia, province of Iloilo, House Bill number 9488, an act creating 1 additional branch of RTC in the municipality of Moalboal, province of Cebu, House Bill number 9489, an act creating 1 additional branch of RTC in the municipality of Alicia, province of Isabela, House Bill number 9490, an act creating 4 additional branches of RTC in the 11th Judicial Region and appropriating funds therefore, House Bill number 9491, an act creating 3 additional branches of RTC in the city of Pasig and in the municipality of Dumangas, province of Iloilo, House Bill number 9492, an act creating 2 additional branches of RTC and 2 additional branches of Municipal Trial Court in the city of Mati, province of Davao Oriental, House Bill number 9493, an act creating 4 additional branches of RTC, 2 of which to be designated as family courts, to be stationed in the municipalities of Brooks Point and Coron, and 2 of which to be designated as special courts for environmental cases in the municipalities of Coron and Rojas, all in the province of Palawan. House Bill 9494, an act creating 2 additional branches of Municipal Trial Court in the city of Tagum, province of Davao del Norte. House Bill 9495, an act creating 1 additional branch of RTC in the municipality of Maramag, province of Bukidnon. And House Bill 9496, an act creating 2 additional branches of RTC in the city of Ilagan and in the municipality of Tumawini, province of Isabela.
All referred to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and Finance.
Second edition.
There's a second, please proceed on the second additional reference, please.
Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 29 November 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 9396, an act declaring the waters surrounding Panawan Island in the municipalities of Liloan, Pintuyan, San Francisco, and San Ricardo in the province of Southern Leyte, a protected area with a category of protected seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Panawan Island Protected Seascape, providing for its management, appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
House Bill number 9519, an act declaring the acacia trees in the municipality of Binalonan, province of Pangasinan as local heritage trees and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Culture, the Arts, and Local Government and Finance.
House Bill number 9468, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Pandan, province of Antique. House Bill number 9469, an act converting the Land Transportation Office or the NETA District Office into a Class A District Office, renaming the same as the Land Transportation Office, Binalonan District Office, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Public Services and Finance.
House Bill number 9500, an act changing the name of New Partido High School in Barangay Catagbacan, Municipality of Goa, Province of Camarines Sur to New Partido National High School. And House Bill number 9501, an act changing the name of San Sebastian Fisheries High School in Barangay San Sebastian, Municipality of Lagonay, Province of Camarines Sur to San Sebastian National High School.
To the Committee on Basic Education.
House Bill number 9507, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the 6th Congressional District of Quezon City and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9508, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Kawayan, Province of Biliran and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9509, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Rizal, Province of Nueva Ecija, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
House Bill number 9504, an act establishing a special economic zone in the city of Bacolod, province of Negros Occidental, creating for the purpose the Bacolod Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9505, an act establishing a special economic zone in the province of Bohol, creating for the purpose the Northern Bohol Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means and Finance.
Third additional.
Yes, the last third additional reference of business.
Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 9682, an act institutionalizing the grant of teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Finance.
House Bill number 9588, an act requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environment protection and preservation and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
House Bill number 9587, an act requiring parents to plant 2 trees for every child born to them and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
House Bill number 8525, an act mandating the formulation, financing, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of a comprehensive and multi-year Tatak Pinoy, Proudly Filipino strategy establishing a Tatak Pinoy Council and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Ways and Means and Public Services.
Sorry, to the archives.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. To the archives, just skip one. To the
House Bill
archives.
number 9647, an act renaming motor vehicle users charge into motor vehicle road users tax and increasing the rates for public utility vehicle modernization and road safety programs, amending for the purpose RA 8794 entitled an act imposing a motor vehicle users charge on owners of all types of motor vehicles and for other purposes, as amended by RA number 11239.
To the Committees on Ways and Means and Public Services.
House Bill number 9648, an act providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, sustainable, active, and inclusive procurement activities of the government, repealing for the purpose RA 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act.
To the Committee on Finance.
House Bill number 9662, an act establishing a framework for blue economy, promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal and marine ecosystems and resources, reorganizing and renaming the National Coast Watch System as the National Maritime Monitoring System and providing funds therefore.
Committee on Economic Affairs, Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
House Bill number 9663, an act establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission, defining their mandates, powers, and functions and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Public Services, Civil Service, and Finance.
House Bill number 9673, an act providing for the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines.
To the Committee on Cooperatives, Constitutional Amendments, Ways and Means and Finance.
House Bill number 9674, an act providing for the revised Government Auditing Code of the Philippines.
To the Committees on Constitutional Amendments, Civil Service and Finance.
House Bill number 9034, an act establishing the archipelagic sea lanes in the Philippines, archipelagic waters, prescribing the rights and obligations of foreign ships and aircraft exercising the right of archipelagic sea lanes passage.
To the Committees, to the Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones.
House Bill number 9430, an act further strengthening union organization and disallowing cancellation of union registration, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines.
To the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development.
House Bill number 9506, an act establishing a rental housing subsidy program for informal settler families and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Urban Planning, Housing, and Finance.
And House Bill number 8841, an act establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport in the province of Bulacan, creating for the purpose the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we insert into the record the privileged speech of Senator Lauren Ligarda on the 5th anniversary of the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So move, Mr. President.
There will be no objection. Motion is approved. There's a query, Majority Leader, when we will elect the new members of the CA.
One in China, one in France, one in Indonesia, one in Malaysia, one in Saudi Arabia, one in Pakistan, and one in Thailand.
the rank of these police attaches, Mr. President, are police colonel, except the United States, particularly Washington, D.C., which will hold the rank of Police Brigadier General.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no issue with the rank. My question has been, what do you mean by other jurisdictions? Kasi itong provision nyo states that there will be you will field more officers as police attaches in other jurisdiction. Ang tanong ko, sa buong mundo, dun ba sa allies natin, dun ba sa mga strategic locations, saan po itong other locations? It has to be more clearly defined. Yun lang naman po.
Other jurisdictions
As determined
means
by...
these eight jurisdictions, Mr. President. Itong 8 na ito.
Your Honor, what Mr. President, may I be clarified that what His Honor means is, at present, we do have 8 and we are just institutionalizing that 8 by including this provision.
Correct, Mr. President. Your
Would
Honor.
His Honor like to mention those 8? Because, again, as I said, when it just says in other jurisdictions, it presupposes that it's in some jurisdictions now and that there will be other jurisdictions where these positions would be filled. So I think an amendment is necessary to clarify, Mr.
Yes,
President.
I agree, Mr. President, Your Honor. We have to cite this, specify this in our amendment, and plus future,
Yes.
because the need of establishing a police attaché depends on the need of the OFWs in those territories.
Understand, Mr. President. And that's why the law should somehow define how the implementer of this law will determine what jurisdictions they will include. So as His Honor said, that will be determined where there are a lot of OFWs and they are needed there. Then perhaps that is the wording that should be included in the
Yes.
following, not limited to the following, and possibly subject to style, other areas where the need for, I don't know, protection? I cannot provide the language, but if His Honor understands the point I am making, we are happy to review the language that His Honor feels would be best.
Yeah, I get the point of the good gentlewoman from Taguig Cantateros, Mr. President, and can I request, Mr. President, that we'll just go back to
Yes,
this
of course.
particular
We can move
amendment and move on.
Of course.
After we have modified the wording subject to style.
Yes, may I just add one more point, Mr. President? Tama ho ba, Mr. President, that there are also attachés from the Department of Defense in these critical areas, and would those areas somehow overlap?
Correct, Mr. President. We have also defense attachés in those jurisdictions, but there is no overlapping of function because they concentrate on defense and the police attaché concentrates on police matters. Like, for example, our OFWs who are having problems with law enforcement or they are facing cases, these are the defense attachés cannot ably represent our government to these OFWs.
We understand, Mr. President. But with the example His Honor gave, would the position that needs to be filled now, would it not be a lawyer other than a police officer? Because if our kababayans are involved in a law enforcement operation and a case is filed against them, police ho ba ang kailangan nila o abogado?
Well, Mr. President, Your Honor, most of the time, because there should be police-to-police coordinations, the police agency of the host country and the police agency of the ones that were agreed, Mr. President. So, nag-uusap lang po sila. Nag-uusap po sila, police-to-police. So,
Are you Honor sure about that? Because in my mind and my humble mind, I'm not an expert. Parang abogado ho yung kailangan yata ng OFW. Hindi ho ako aware na tinatawag police.
Well, iba yung legal attaché, iba rin yung police attaché, Mr. President, because iba po yung trabaho nila.
So, Mr. President, may I give an example? If in case an OFW is accused of, nangyari na ho to, no, na pinatay niya yung amo niya dahil nilapastangan siya, ang kailangan ng OFW natin is police doon sa ibang jurisdiction?
There are matters that has to be taken care of by the police.
Paano
Mr.
mo
President,
magko-coordinate yung police ho doon? Kasi sa pagkakaintindi ko, abogado ho ang kumakausap doon. Or they
Well,
work together.
there are times, Mr. President, that we need to coordinate with the police in the area, in the host country. So we need the police officer coming from us to coordinate with them.
Anyway, Mr. President, I take note of the answer of the good sponsor. I will also do some quick research because I am very happy to support Mr. President, but given the limited resources, sinisigurado ko lang na kung sino yung kailangan, kasi pwede ko rin hong i-propose na kung as a bill for the OFW committee, our committee on, what's the name of our committee, DMW? Migrant workers. To consider deploying lawyers other than police, given the limited resources. So anyway, I will hold that part of my amendment, Mr. President, and do a little bit of research. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mr. President.
President,
Senator Tolentino's recognized.
I just have one clarificatory question concerning the police attachés posted overseas. May we know from the gentleman if there is a fixed term or tenure insofar as the posting is concerned. Ganong katagal po sila? 2 years? 1 year? Kasi yung cycle ng promotion, Mr. President. Kasi dapat po nakalagay din na ikaw ay itatalagang police attaché in a certain jurisdiction for a period of 3 years, 2 years? Or
Maximum of 3 years, as practiced by the PNP right now, Mr. President.
Don't you think
Maximum of 3 years.
Don't you think, Mr. President, this should be part of the law itself?
We can do it if we want to include that in this amendment.
For instance, in current diplomatic practice, the posting of an ambassador may not exceed 3 years.
Yes, Mr. President.
That's part of existing legislation, not just tradition. So, will the gentleman include a period, a maximum period, a ceiling, Mr. President?
Okay.
2 years?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
2 years or
3
3 years? 3 years, Mr. President. That's my amendment, if the gentleman will accept.
Yeah, subject to style,
Subject
Mr.
to
President.
style. Thank you, Mr. President.
Joe, gawin niyo. Pinagdag yan, 2 years.
So may I just ask our colleagues, Senator Bato, was it accepted by the body? There's no objection for Senator Pia? Or there's an amendment to the amendment? Oh, park muna, okay.
We are going to go back to the amendment of Senator Pia,
Please proceed.
Mr. President.
Please
Yeah.
proceed.
On page 15, excuse me, Mr. President. Dito na tayo na. On page 18, line 8, after the first article, delete the following. Chairman of I so move, Mr. President.
There have been objection, amendments adopted.
On page 26, line 12, after the phrase Deputy Director, insert the following. For administration with the rank of Police Colonel, Deputy Director for Information and Technology Matters, who is a non-uniform personnel with at least salary grade 25. I so move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 13, delete comma and the word both. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 28, line 20, delete the word brigadier and replace it with major. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 29, after the word director, insert the following with the rank of police brigadier general. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 29, delete comma and the word both. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 31, line 17, after the word administration, insert
Yes,
the following.
My dear colleague, would like to recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. President, my amendment is on page 29, lines 1 to 9. And
29.
for ease of understanding, I'll just read the whole paragraph. It's a new paragraph, Mr. President. Insert a new section which will read as follows. Subsection number 13, Recruitment and Selection Service. Headed by a director with the rank of Police Brigadier General, the Recruitment and Selection Service shall institutionalize the implementation of the PNP Recruitment and Selection Program to ensure the entry and equal representation of qualified and competent uniformed personnel in the PNP, regardless of sex, ethnic origin, religious beliefs, political affiliation, and social class, provided that the active recruitment all over the country shall be conducted. The director shall be assisted by a deputy director and a chief of staff, both with the rank of police colonel. We submit, Mr. President.
I wholeheartedly accept the said amendment, Mr. President.
There be no objection by the sponsor, then it means the amendment is accepted.
Thank you.
Please proceed, the sponsor.
On the same page, line 29, delete, comma, and the word both. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments accepted. Approved.
On page 31, line 17.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I still have one more on page 29. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Sorry,
Yes,
sorry.
please proceed, ma'am.
Okay.
This one, Mr. President, is on page 29. After line 9, insert a new paragraph, which will read as follows. Sa paragraph 14, Futures Thinking Office, headed by a director with the rank of Police Brigadier General, the Futures Thinking Office shall strategically anticipate, prepare, and train PNP personnel for emerging challenges, technological advancements, and evolving criminal patterns and other future scenarios that will enhance public order and safety and law enforcement effectiveness. Next paragraph. The director shall be assisted by a multidisciplinary team with expertise in areas such as futures thinking, criminology, technology, foresight methodologies, and strategic planning. We submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I leave it to His Honor if it is his desire that this be headed by a director with the rank of Police Brigadier General. Medyo kayo po ang expert dyan kung anong level of expertise ang kailangan, Mr. President, or anong level of seniority
It should
ang
be
kailangan.
Police Brigadier General,
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. So the amendment was accepted by the sponsor. Please proceed.
On page 31, line 17, the word administration, insert the following, with the rank of Police Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 18, delete the word all and replace it with the word both. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 31, line 26, after the word administration, insert the following, with the rank of Police Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 27, delete the word all and replace it with the word both. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 32, line 3, after the word administration, insert the following, with the rank of Police Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 4, delete the word all and replace it with the word both. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On page 32, line 16, after the word safety, insert the following, provided that the Aviation Security Group shall have concurrent jurisdiction and authority with all airport police or security group over airport premises in the country. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 32, line 17, after the word administration, insert the following, with the rank of Police Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 18, delete the word all and replace it with the word both. So, I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 25, after the word administration, insert the following, with the rank of Police Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Mr. President, the following amendment is from Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. On page 33, delete the entire paragraph found in lines 14 to 17 and replace it with, the director shall be assisted by a deputy director for administration with the rank of Police Brigadier General and a deputy director for operations and chief of staff, both with the rank of police colonel, provided that, notwithstanding any law or rule to the contrary, there shall be a sufficient number of personnel at the Regional Forensic Unit, National Capital Region, adjusted as needed to the duties and responsibilities of the unit and to the demand for forensic services in the region as determined by the Chief of the PNP. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 25, after the word administration, insert the following, with the rank of Police Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 26, delete the word all and replace it with the word both. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Mr. President, the next amendment is an amendment from Senator Riza Hontiveros. On page 35, line 21, insert a new paragraph that reads, the group shall closely coordinate with the PNP Internal Affairs Service to ensure that the proper administrative charges are filed against PNP personnel involved in illicit acts. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
On On page 36, lines 15 to 16, after the word members, delete the following. Assigned in Metropolitan Manila, chartered cities, and first-class municipalities. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Mr. President, the next amendment is a joint amendment by this representation and Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. On page 36, line 27, after the word year, insert the following. Provided further that the uniformed personnel who have less than 1 year in the service upon the effectivity of this act shall have the option to compulsorily retire at the age of 56. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved. Your Honor, just a question. So this we already inserted the increase in age to 57.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, to be at par with the armed
Armed
forces.
Forces of the Philippines.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Pimentel, sir.
Just to be very clear on the last amendment we already approved, we are referring to uniformed personnel who would have less than a year of service left when,
Yes,
when
Mr.
this becomes
President.
effective.
Yeah.
If it's an option, Mr. President, why are we using the word option to compulsorily retire, Mr. President?
Option to compulsorily retire, Mr. President.
If it's an option, it does not belong to the concept of compulsion, Mr. President. So what do we want here to happen? That if the uniformed personnel who will have less than a year left in their less than a year in service before reaching the age of 56, are those the people covered?
Yes, Mr.
Upon
President.
effective, shall have the option to retire.
Yes.
Okay, that's what we want, Mr. President. So anyway, at any rate, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsor, after the period of amendment, we will ask for a clean copy. Okay lang ba yun? So we can revisit if we have captured what we want in that, if it's very clear, this one.
Yes, Mr. President.
Anyway, we have already approved this, Mr. President. Just calling the attention, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, please proceed, Ma'am Risa. Our distinguished colleague.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Clarification to the good chair and sponsor about an anterior amendment. The good sponsor already read this representation's amendment to page 35 after line 20. I'd just like to clarify, Mr. President, with the good sponsor, it had been my understanding that the proposed amendment that would be accepted by the good sponsor, would read, the group shall closely coordinate with the PNP Internal Affairs Service to ensure that the proper administrative and/or criminal charges are filed against PNP personnel involved in illicit acts. What the good sponsor read was to ensure that the proper administrative charges are filed against. So I'd just like to clarify, Mr. President, with the good sponsor, kung ano po yung proposed amendment ng representasyong ito na tinanggap nila.
Well, we can ano niyan? No problem, Mr. President, Your Honor. We can add the criminal
And/or criminal charges.
Yeah, no
good
problem.
sponsor.
I accept.
Dagang salamat. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you. The amendment's accepted for the record. So, was this an amendment or an amendment earlier made? Yes, could you clarify, Minority Floor Leader?
Yes, it appears that it's an amendment to the amendment because hindi lang na nagkukulang yung wordings, Mr. President.
Okay. Subject to style?
Subject to style.
Subject to style. And anyway, we're gonna have a clean copy tonight so that tomorrow we can review again. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. On page 39, line 3, after the acronym PNP, insert the following. Provided that the order of preventive suspension issued by the aforementioned officers may be modified or reversed by their immediate supervisors. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments accepted. Approved.
Mr. President, the next amendment is an amendment from Senator Risa Hontiveros. On page 39, line 7, insert a new section which will contain amendments to Section 39 of Republic Act Number 8551 to wit. Section 15, Section 39 of Republic Act Number 8551 is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 39, Creation, Powers, and Functions. An Internal Affairs Service of the PNP is hereby created under the Office of the Chief of the PNP, which shall, the full text of the amendments is being shown on the screen. it seeks to insert the phrase under the office of the chief of the PNP to indicate where the IAS will be in the PNP organizational structure. It also seeks to amend subparagraph E to mandate IAS to closely coordinate with the Integrity and Monitoring Enforcement Group, file the proper criminal cases against erring PNP members. This amendment also touches on the list of cases where IAS shall conduct automatic investigation, such as, number 1, under subparagraph B, we add the phrase during, in connection with, or as a result of the conduct of a police operation. Number 2, under subparagraph D, we add where the suspect dies or is seriously injured. And number 3, there is a new subparagraph F, incidents where a police personnel is allegedly involved in the crimes including murder, kidnapping, and serious illegal detention, robbery, abuse of, or violence against women or children, trafficking in persons, or any other crime involving moral turpitude, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
After the new Section 15, insert a Section 16 to read as follows. Section 16, Section 40 of Republic Act Number 8551 is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 40, Organization, National, Regional, and Provincial Offices of the Internal Affairs shall be established. Internal Affairs Service shall be headed by an Inspector General who shall be assisted by a Deputy Inspector General with the rank of Police Major General. The Regional Internal Affairs Offices shall be headed by a Regional Director with the rank of Police Brigadier General, while the Provincial Offices shall be headed by a Provincial Director, provided that the head of the Internal Affairs Service shall be a civilian who shall meet the qualification requirements provided herein. The Commission shall establish a rationalized staffing pattern in the reorganization plan as provided for in Section 13 hereof. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to amendments approved.
After the new Section 16, insert a new Section 17 to read as follows. Section 41, Section 17, Section 41 of Republic Act Number 8551 is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 41, Appointments. The Inspector General shall be appointed by the President upon the recommendation of the Chief of the PNP and duly endorsed by the Commission, and shall be coterminous with the appointing authority without reappointment or extension unless earlier removed from office for just cause. Appointments of personnel who shall occupy various positions shall be made by the Inspector General and shall be based on the established career pattern and criteria to be promulgated by the Commission. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments approved.
After the new Section 17, insert a new Section 18 to read as follows. Section 18, Applicability. The provisions of this Act shall have retroactive effect on the rights and benefits granted by virtue of appointment, promotion, or retirement prior to its effectivity. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments approved.
Renumber all sections accordingly, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments approved.
That would be all, Mr. President. Thank you.
All
Mr.
the amendments subject to style so that we can,
okay,
the Secretary can review to make sure that we have no styling problems. And to issue a clean copy by tomorrow so that
Yes,
we
Mr.
can
President.
approve this on second reading.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished minority floor leader is recognized. Senator Coco Pimentel.
With the permission of our sponsor, if I can just ask a question on one of the early amendments, Mr. President, yung sa page 7, line 20, just so that nasa records po, we inserted before the word operational, page 7, line 20, before the word operational, we inserted administrative and. So what would be the big difference, Mr. President?
The big difference, Mr. President, right now, the EPCs are only having operational control over the existing regional mobile force battalions. So hanggang deployment lang sila, limited to deployment of these units. But administratively, wala silang control. They are not the ones appointing for people who will man the regional mobile force battalion. So kulang yung power nila, Mr. President, hanggang operational lang. So sayang yung kanilang rango na 3-star general kung ang kanilang powers and responsibilities are not commensurate to the rank that they are having. So minabuti po natin na including administrative powers, ibigay na rin sa kanila para sila na ang maghanap, mag-determine kung sino mga tao na i-recruit nila to man the Regional Mobile Force Battalion, Mr. President.
So, sino pong natanggalan natin nung administrative power na yon?
The Regional Director, Mr. President.
Regional.
Because right now, the Regional Directors are the one appointing the new members of the Regional Mobile Force Battalion.
Okay, so and that's very clear, Mr. President. Wala namang, hindi tayo magkakaroon ng turf war dito na
There's no top war.
baka may wording tayo na naiwan pa yung administrative power sa regional director.
Yeah, there's no top war here, Mr. President.
It's klaro na naangat na natin dun sa APC.
Yes, Mr. President, because if you do not include the administrative powers, these three-star generals heading the APCs cannot discipline administratively these erring personnel of the Regional Mobile Force Battalion. Hanggang deployment lang sila. Pero pag ito'y nagluloko, ito'y gumawa ng kalukuhan, ang administrative powers belong to the Regional Director. So minabuti natin na elevate to the APC.
Ang hinahanap ko actually, Mr. President, is yung counterpart amendment na klinaro na inalis naman natin sa regional director yung administrative power. Kasi siningit, we just inserted two words, administrative and then sabi natin, lumipat na ngayon yung administrative power from the regional to the APC. But wala ba tayong corresponding amendment to clarify na tinanggal na nga natin yung administrative powers ng regional?
There's none, Mr. President, because there's no need, Mr. President, because it is understood that if we give the power, administrative powers to these APCs, APC commanders, it is already removed from the regional directors.
Okay, so what law gave the power to the regional directors in the first place, Mr. President?
RA 6975. This RA 6975, Mr. President.
Anyway, we just make sure, Mr. President, na walang ambiguity, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anyway, we will ask for a clean copy.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Yes, Senator Tolentinos.
Just one follow-up germane question. May I know from the good sponsor, if there are provisions as being submitted right now for amendments that would include special police districts? Because yes, police districts. Because I recall, Mr. President, that I was the one who sponsored the creation of a Metro Davao Police Force. Is this included in the measure? Is this included in the measure? It's a special law headed by a one-star general, Mr. President. So, for purposes of consistency, Mr. President, I think that should likewise be mentioned as part of this measure.
Mr. President, at the metropolitan level, there shall be a district office headed by a district director. So,
with the rank of?
With the at the provincial headed by district director. And the district director is having the rank of one-star general, brigadier general. So, it follows that the metropolitan Davao
Police District is
Police
covered,
District
is covered by this measure.
this general provision, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Mr. President, to allow our colleagues, Mr. President, to study further, a lot of our colleagues back there are asking for a clean copy. May I just move that we suspend right now the consideration of Senate Bill number 2449. So move,
Yes,
Mr. President.
The elementary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation, recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to continue with this interpellation, our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Wing Gatchalian of the City of Valenzuela, and our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and as stated by our acting, the Assistant Majority Leader, we are continuing with our interpellation. So, I think the last time, Mr. President, November? December? Christmas, ano yata yun?
Christmas party,
Yeah,
Mr.
Christmas
President.
party day.
Before the Christmas party, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. So, before the People's Initiative consciousness, we were not conscious about any People's Initiative that time, Mr. President.
Before the PI brouhaha, Mr. President.
So, I think that since the BLGF personnel were there, I also wanted to ask, are they present now?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes,
they're
I
present.
wanted to ask what would be the budgetary implication of this bill? Kasi as I recall it, if this bill becomes law, we will have to expand the manpower, the complement of BLGF, and they will do a lot of coordinating activities, Mr. President. So,
Yes, Mr.
in
President,
short,
correct.
in short, may we have may we have an idea on the budgetary implication of our bill, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, let me just get my notes, Mr. President. Yeah. Mr. President, we ran some simulation, and the budgetary allocation per year is 66 million, Mr. President, for the additional 66 million for the BLGF, Mr. President. This will cover the expanded role of the BLGF and the supervisory as well as monitoring responsibilities, Mr. President.
Will this bill require the BLGF to be always in constant touch with each LGU, including municipalities? Diba, we have at more than 1,400 municipalities.
Well, Mr. President, in practice, based on my experience, they are in constant touch and they are reachable when LGUs need advice, especially on improving their local tax collections, Mr. President. Based on my experience, the BLGF's direction is to empower our local government units. So the empower in terms of local tax collection so that they will be independent as much as possible from national grants or national allocations, Mr. President.
So, but then we reach this conclusion that we need this bill, Mr. President. So, what has happened? How come parang BLGF has failed in its role to help the local governments increase their local revenues through efficient use of local taxation, Mr. President?
But Mr.
Kasi
President,
umabot pa tayo sa we need this bill to help them, Mr. President.
but Mr. President, I think one of the fundamental problems of real property collection, Mr. President, is the updating of the schedule of market values because it's not being periodically updated, as well as the enactment of the local tax ordinances that is connected to the updating of schedule of market value. So in other words, even though the BLGF provides advice, provides direction, but a lot of because of local autonomy, a lot of the decisions still lie within the mayor as well as the local sanggunian, Mr. President.
Yes, that's why we thought of this bill, Mr. President. Pero as I pointed out the last time, di ba? We want this bill because this will help the local government units improve their revenues through improved RPT collections. But at the same time, we also empower them to avoid so that they can take measures in order to avoid any effect in their RPT collections, Mr. President. So why? Diba the three factors?
Yes, Mr. President.
Sabi natin last time, the LGU can adjust the two of the
Yes,
three.
the assessment level and the tax rates.
Yes, so that the taxpayer, the real property taxpayer, will not feel the
Yes.
effect of the bill. So
The tax due will remain the same, Mr. President.
yes, I'm back to my basic question, Mr. President. Then why are we undergoing this exercise, Mr. President, or experiment, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, under the local government code, the LGUs are mandated to revise to conduct general revision, Mr. President. But the fundamental basis for the general revision is the schedule of market values. And under the local government code, and this is an opinion from the BLGF, that the local government can, the minimum requirement for local governments to update their schedule of market value is not more than once every 3 years. So a lot of our local governments do not update their schedule of market values. So and because of that, the schedule of market values are not realistic anymore compared to the actual market values. And because of that, they don't undertake revision because since they don't update their schedule of market values, there's no point of conducting general revision as well, Mr. President. So a lot of our LGUs got stuck in very ancient market values, Mr. President, and that depresses the local tax collection of the local government units, Mr. President. So in basic terms, Mr. President, the local government units are not updating their schedule of market values. And that's the aim of this bill, Mr. President.
The obligation to undertake a general revision, in what section is that found of the local government code, Mr. President?
219, Mr.
219,
President.
I will read 219. General revision of assessment and property classification. The provincial, city or municipal assessor shall undertake a general revision of real property assessments within 2 years after the effectivity of this code and every 3 years thereafter. So that is the obligation or the duty that we are citing, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, for general revision, Mr. President.
Kaya nga, I want to now understand what is the meaning of general revision of real property assessments. Are we which of the three factors does this section refer to, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the general revision of assessment and property classification, in simple terms, this is the activity wherein the local government issues the actual tax declaration already, one by one, Mr. President. That's why the general revision takes time. But the basis of that general revision, Mr. President, are the schedule of market values, as well as the assessment levels and the tax rates that will be enacted through an ordinance, Mr. President. So, in other words, even though the LGUs want to revise, undertake a general revision, they still have to update their schedule of market values because that's one of the most important value in that formula, Mr. President.
So, from our sponsor, do I understand that Section 219 of the local code, the result of this, if this is observed, is the issuance of new updated tax declarations per real property owner?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
Yes.
What is found in the tax declaration? We find there the assessment level and we find there the tax rate.
We find there the market value, and then the assessment value, and then they will have the assessment. I think we have slide 6. This is actual, no? Yeah, we can flash on the slide, Mr. President, a sample of a tax declaration,
yes,
so that will be guided accordingly. Slide, ano? 16. So we will see here, Mr. President, the most important, of course, aside from the name and the address, will be the classification, whether residential, commercial, industrial, and then you have the area, and then the market value, Mr. President. And then there's also actual use, no? Because sometimes the classification is not in line with the actual use, and the assessors can use the actual use as a basis for their assessment, and then the assessment level, and then you will have now the assessed value. So that is the basis for the tax due, Mr. President.
Yes, so Mr. President, we have been shown images of actual tax declarations of real property, which is the end result of a general revision. Tama, no? Ito po. So, the classification of the real property will be indicated plus the market value and assessment level, and from the assessment level, we can determine the assessed value. But the real property tax due is not found in the tax declaration. Tama? Wala po doon.
No, Mr. President.
Ha? Nandun?
Wait, Mr. President. Hold on, Mr. President.
Kasi iba yun. Ibibigyan kaya
yung tax due, wala. I think it will be. Yeah, Mr. President, no, Mr. President. It's not found in the tax declaration, Mr. President.
Sige po.
It's normally in practice, the taxpayer will go to the treasurer's office to ask for a computation, but there's a term for that. It's they go to the treasurer's office to ask for a computation of their due.
Yes.
In that computation will contain the tax due. If they have past dues, it will also contain the past dues. Of course, computation of penalties and interest if there are, and that will be the basis for the payment of their taxes for real property.
Assessment.
You have a bigger picture of that.
So, Mr. President, the market value as of today, under present law, is determined by the Sangguniang.
Sir,
Naman, with that one, in our sample tax declaration, there is a classification of the land area, and then we have a market value. So, is that market value determined by the sanggunian under present law, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. That is the schedule of market value
Correct.
that is being submitted by the assessor, Mr. President. They have to update that supposedly regularly, Mr. President.
So kasama po yan sa general revision under Section 219
Yes, Mr.
as read
President.
by our
Correct.
So
Because
our-
if in the local government code, if you go to Section 212, the preparation for schedule of preparation of schedule of market values, Mr. President. Before any general revision of property assessment is made pursuant to provisions of this title, there shall be prepared a schedule of fair market value by the province, city, municipal assessors, Mr. President. So in other words, the basis for the general revision is the schedule of market values, Mr. President.
Correct. Sa ngayon, market value is determined by the sanggunian of the LGU. Under our bill, alisin natin yung power na yon sa market value.
Yes, Mr. President.
Po.
Yeah.
At
Only the approval, but the preparation will still be undertaken by the local government unit. So the assessor will still collect data,
yeah, but
will update the schedule of market value based on the Philippine valuation standards. So, and after that, they will submit a annual collection, annual target collection of the local government unit, so that the sanggunians will be guided on how much their target collection for real property for the next year and the years to come, Mr. President.
sino po nag-set ng target?
It's normally a proposal coming from the assessor's office, Mr. President. It's called
Yeah,
tax impact report.
The assessor is the employee of the LGU.
Yes, Mr. President.
Are we retaining that in our bill?
Yes, Mr. President.
And yet, so these are LGU officials, and yet, pag mag-collaborate na si assessor and si sanggunian, yung schedule of market values nila will be subject to approval by the Secretary of the Department of Finance. That's in our bill, naman.
Yes, Mr. President. Insofar as the standards are concerned, Mr. President, so we made it very clear. We made it very clear that the Secretary of Finance will be limited to the compliance to the Philippine valuation standards. Insofar as the value is concerned, we will not have any say on the values, Mr. President.
Let us now imagine a situation where the Secretary of Finance disagrees with the work of the sanggunian. So what would be the sample reasons to be given by the DOF why he or she is disapproving the LGU ordinance on the schedule of market values? What would be some sample grounds, Mr. President?
But Mr. President, in the Philippine valuation standards, there are methodologies in terms of gathering information, gathering data, computation, consultation. There's a list of standards on how these are being practiced. So, for example, if the local government unit will not follow the standard, for example, shortcut lang siya, will get, hindi siya nag-market survey, or the local government units will only rely on one piece of information, then that's a ground or a violation of the standards promulgated by the BLGF. And that can be a ground for the disapproval of the schedule of market value, SMVs.
Ito pong Philippine Valuation Standards, inform ako ng staff ko, is isang libro ang kapal nito. So our present assessors are familiar with this
Yes, Mr.
standards
President.
right
because,
now, right? Right
because,
now.
Mr. President, our assessors are also professionals already. No? They have to get their license under the PRC. In the past, I remember before, they're just mere practitioners, no? And they undergo very basic training. But after the law that governs the profession, they became a professional, Mr. President. The RESA law, Mr. President.
What's the name?
The Real Estate Service Act, 2009, Mr. President.
Real estate, okay.
Yeah, so
kaya-
they're governed. They now have to be licensed in order to be assessors, Mr. President.
So they are familiar with the Philippine Valuation
yes, Mr.
Standards.
President.
Okay. So if the LGU wants to comply with the PVS in good faith, meron kayo siyang extra expenses na ma-incur?
Mr. President, what I can see the most important aspect will be the assurance that their assessors are licensed, Mr. President. And that means they have to undergo professional training, as well as it's now a course in many of our universities, Mr. President. So it's not enough that you are, let's say, an accountant, a CPA. You have to go through a professional course to be licensed assessor, Mr. President.
Yes, and then you are now an assessor, and then your LGU really wants to comply in good faith with the PVS. So, isang libro daw po yun. Baka yung mga survey, market survey,
Correct,
kaya. What would be the additional expenses we can anticipate an LGU to incur, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, I was informed by the BLGF that they have regular trainings for the assessors as well as the entire real property division of the LGUs. So typically in an LGU, like for example in Valenzuela, we have about a head assessor, and then we have about 3 or 4 licensed assessors. The rest are staff and support staff to the assessor. And the BLGF undertakes training of all the real property office personnel, Mr. President. So the cost will be the regular training. If the LGU desires to send their personnel to school to get their license,
Yung mga
that's
steps
additional
po,
school.
yung mga steps, yung mga studies na required, may surveys ba na required? I mean, so yung nasa isang libro po yan, yung Philippine Valuation Standards.
Yeah, it's ang libro siya, Mr. President.
Na dapat mag-comply, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President. So they're trained to it's part of their curriculum.
Yes. My point, Mr. President, is hindi naman, yes, kung may additional expenses sa munisipyo, for example, would it be by the millions ang additional expenses? Do you really want to comply with the Philippine Valuation Standards? Or meron lang incidental expenses na hindi naman siguro by the millions?
Yeah, the training yun. Yung training.
Tanong
So, Mr.
may mga studies.
Yung valuation standard, what can we...
Questionnaire.
Yeah, but that's part of the curriculum. That's part of the curriculum. Yeah. Well, Mr. President, being professionals, they have regular mandatory continuing education, and typically that's the cost of the government, the LGU, Mr. President. And part of the mandatory continuing education is updating of their know-how on the standards, getting familiar with new concepts, and knowing what the international appraisers and valuation is being conducted abroad, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, kung ganyan lang pala kadali yan, it's all about the qualification of the assessor, then how come LGUs are not complying with our Section 219?
Mr. President, the two things that I during the analysis of this bill. Number one, Mr. President, is the LGUs are not updating their schedule of market values. Their assessors know what to do because now it's required that assessors are licensed assessors. No? But knowing what to do and doing it obviously are different. And most LGUs don't update their schedule of market values because there's no requirement in the local government code to update it regularly, Mr. President. That's number one. And then number two, Mr.
Akala
President.
ko sa 219, Mr. President, every 3 years thereafter.
The revision, Mr. President. The general revision is being conducted every 3 years, but the schedule of market value, there's no strict requirement on how often you update your schedule of market
So
value.
even if they do the general revision, they retain the old
the old
schedule.
one, Mr. President.
I
And to be honest, Mr. President, the practice is normally they touch on the schedule of market values, meaning they increase it or sometimes decrease it, but they don't touch the other variables, such as the assessed value and the tax rates. And of course, when you touch the schedule of market values, it becomes political no? Because people see the actual values. But in reality, they can lower down the assessed value and the tax rates so that the tax due will be the same. So most LGUs are hesitant in terms of touching the schedule of market values because that's what people see and understand.
Hindi po ba mas political is the real property tax due? Kasi yun talaga.
Yun talaga,
Yun ang money out eh. Pero actually, akala ko ba one of the reasons is asset ito. binibigyan namin ng tunay na value yung asset mo. Hindi ka ba maging happy no na tumaas yung asset mo? At saka, in our last interpellation, akala ko ba one of the purposes din dito is para kung ma-expropriate yung property mo, at least reflected yung real value ng property mo,
Actually,
Mr. President. So, is it really that politically sensitive yung schedule of market values o yung real property tax due ang mas politically sensitive?
From my experience, Mr. President, ang taxpayer at the local level, and I'm sure Senator JV and Senator Tolentino will know this, dual personality. Magtitipid sila sa pagbabayad ng amilyar, pero paghihiram sila sa bangko, yung malaking valuation ang gagamitin nila so that they can get a bigger loan. It's a typical scenario in the local government unit, Mr. President.
Okay. Takot lang sila sa schedule of market values because sa mind nila yung flow chart, this will now lead to a higher real property tax.
Correct. That's why banks, typically banks, Mr. President, they don't use tax declaration or the schedule of market values because they know it's undervalued.
Yes.
At the local level. Normally, they require professional appraisers to appraise the property, Mr. President.
Yeah, is it one of the objectives of this bill that given a piece of property, when it is appraised by an independent property appraiser, the amount that he or she will come up with should look like the amount in the schedule?
More or less,
Values.
Mr.
That's
President.
the idea.
Because in our hearing, Mr. President, and consultative meeting that we conducted, the appraisers also use the Philippine valuation standards. Because the Philippine valuation standards is based on the international valuation standards that all appraisers follow. So meaning if you engage a local appraiser here and they appraise your property, you can use that appraisal report and borrow from an international bank. And they will recognize that because of the international valuation standard, Mr. President. So it's a global practice, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, itong bill na ito will allow LGUs to implement countermeasures so that the real property tax due will not really increase, and because that is very politically sensitive. But then if the schedule of market values at the local level is also sensitive, and yet that schedule is not used in the determination of the capital gains tax in case of transactions over that piece of land. Ibang value ang ano eh.
Correct.
Ibang
Mr. President.
capital gains tax, ano pa ba?
Correct,
Documentary
Mr. President.
stamp tax siguro, iba pa. Even sa 2% for loan application sa banko, ibang
Yes, Mr.
document and value ang gagamitin. Then why are we doing this, involving forcing local government units to do a politically sensitive act, and yet at the same time empower them to lessen the impact of that politically sensitive act, Mr. President?
That's why, Mr. President, we're changing the paradigm. We are depoliticizing the updating of schedule of market values and instead transferring the political aspect to the assessment levels and the tax rates. And it will yield the same, Mr. President. But we're just changing the paradigm on how local governments compute tax due. At the end of the day, you're absolutely correct. At the end of the day, they should look at the tax due. And there are three levers or three variables that they can use in order to reach the same tax due. And then we're just changing that paradigm, Mr. President. And I demonstrated in the past, we ran simulations, for example, in Valenzuela, that we can achieve the same tax due as long as you lower down the assessment levels and the tax rates.
The sponsors used City of Valenzuela as an example. So in the City of Valenzuela, revised na po yung schedule of market values?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President.
And you've used the Philippine valuation standards?
Yes, Mr. President.
So if we hire an independent third-party property appraiser to appraise a value of land in Valenzuela, yung number na he or she will come up with, ibangga natin sa tax deck? They will
More or
be,
less, Mr.
they will
President.
they will be in the same vicinity?
More or less, Mr. President. Plus or minus
plus
maybe
or
10%,
minus.
Mr. President.
Yes,
But more or less, more or less.
So congratulations to the city of Valenzuela, and then there was no political upheaval in city of
Meron rin, Mr. President. Meron rin, Mr. President. It was a long process. In fact, I remember when I was a mayor, I took out the discounts because in the local government code you can offer discounts, but the discounts what? 20%? Yeah, 20% for prompt payment. I removed that, Mr. President, because I told them it's better to remove that and get 20% rather than increase the schedule of market value. But that took us almost, maybe 1 or 2 years to explain to our constituents. It's really very difficult, and that's why we are changing the paradigm by depoliticizing the schedule of market values. But we'll still remain, we will still empower the local government units the capability to lower down the other variables, Mr. President.
Tama-tama, Mr. President, January pa ngayon. Ngayon, kung magbayad yata ngayon, may discount, di ba?
Oo. Sa Valenzuela, wala po, Mr.
Karamihan ng LGUs, opo, may discount pagka. So, yung mga nakikinig sa atin na nalimutan na
in
may,
most LGUs,
may RPT.
Yeah, in most LGUs, may advance payment discount of 20%. 20%.
And then, ulitin ko po, we have the support of the local government units expressed through their associations.
Yes, Mr. President,
Hindi, opo, nabanggit nyo na po yan, pero di ba parang secretary lang pumunta or representative?
Yeah, but we requested the leadership to issue a letter, Mr. President.
So we have it.
Yeah, we have it already, Mr. President.
All the ano bang tawag mo doon?
The ULAP, Mr.
The
President.
associations. Not only ULAP, Mr. President, kasi ULAP would be
The umbrella
ng
organization.
lahat na yan eh. But you have the League of Governors, League of Cities, League of Municipalities, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Meron po lahat yon.
Not individually, Mr. President. We tapped ULAP being the umbrella organization of all local government units. And their constituents are the local government units, Mr. President. So we tapped ULAP. But we also invited the other components, local government components to attend. And I didn't hear any opposition or objection to the proposed measure, Mr. President. The only recommendation that they made is to make it, the general revision, make it longer, give them enough time, and also support in terms of budget and digitalization, Mr. President, which we incorporated in the bill.
Meron pong part of the records naman of the committee na yung communication ng ULAP.
Yes, Mr. President.
Signed by who, Mr. President?
Mr. President, this one is signed by the Executive Director, Mr. President, dated October 17, 2023.
Sino po yun?
Ms. Eileen Leicano, Mr. President.
But the ED is not a local chief executive, no, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. But I'm sure this has the imprimatur and the permission of their leadership, Mr. President.
Is there a resolution of the board, Mr. President?
Let me get our notes, Mr. President, and to
Sige
reflect it over the in the records, Mr. President.
Sige, while you're looking at the notes, Mr. President, can I ask another question, Mr. President? Kasi wala yan. So, Mr. President, another topic. Is there an international valuation standard, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
So, meron din Philippine valuation standard. So, related ba yung dalawa?
Yes, Mr. President.
So, we derived the PBS from the IBS?
Yes, Mr. President.
And which body issued the IBS?
It's International Valuation Standards Council.
Do we know who are the personalities behind this council? Kasi in effect, yung issuances nila will find their way to our LGUs through this bill. International Valuation Standards, Philippine Valuation Standards, then local ordinance.
Yes, Mr.
Sino
President.
po sila? Sino itong mga to na pinagtitiwalaan po natin? Is this a treaty? Are we a member of this council because of a treaty?
No, it's not a treaty, Mr. President, but we're a member of, let me get the exact information, Mr. President.
Bureau of Local Government Finance and Asian Development
But but give me the, dapat give me yung write-up. Ano kayo ginawa?
Makes sense naman.
I'll get the exact write-up, Mr. President.
Ano sagot yan?
In description ng IPS. Okay, but give me the description. Give me the description. Yan, meron to.
And then after this, take that power na lang ng
Well, Mr. President, the International Valuation Standards Council, the IVSC, facilitates the collaboration and cooperation among its member organizations who are valuation service providers, financial services, businesses, regulators, international bodies, and academic institutions. The IVSC consists of more than 100 member organizations from around the world and is supported by numerous sponsors who are leaders in the valuation field. And the Bureau of Local Government Finance is a member and was accepted in March 2018 as an institutional member of the International Valuation Standards Council.
Okay, that's good, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
it's a bureau of our government, Mr. President, which is a member. And how was this council put up, Mr. President? By treaty, or are we a founding member, or we just joined the council, Mr. President?
We're not, we're an institutional member, Mr. President.
Yes, we are institutional member. So were we already a member at the founding of this group, Mr. President? We joined it, or did we join it when it was already an existing group, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. We joined it when it's already an existing group, Mr.
Do
President.
we have the basic background of the group? Who put up this group, Mr. President?
Here, Mr. President. The international valuation standards, well, let me describe first the international valuation standards. The international valuation standards is the overarching standards adopted, followed by members of the International Valuation Standards Council. The International Valuation Standards Council is an independent global standard setter for the valuation profession. The IVSC has more than 200 member organizations operating in 137 countries worldwide. The objective of the IVS is to increase the confidence and trust of users of valuation services by establishing transparent and consistent valuation practices, Mr. President.
So may we get the, let's say, prominent members or even member states of the IVSC, Mr. President? Mostly Western ba? Western societies, the US and Europe, ganun po ba?
Let me get the exact membership, Mr. President, the most prominent one.
Then my next question would be, who are the prominent non-members, Mr. President? Para makita natin yung point of view. Ano yung point of view?
Just give me the prominent non-members,
Also,
Mr. President.
members and non-members also, Mr. President. Just to find out, Mr. President, if the organization has a certain bias, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President,
or,
we're just getting the exact
way of looking at things, Mr. President.
Here. For example, Mr. President, I'm just going to name a few here. In Singapore, the Intellectual Property Office of Singapore, the Singapore Economic Development Board, the International Finance Corporation or World Bank, International Association of Assessing Officers. These are international members.
Are there Chinese entities members, Russian, Mr. President?
Uzbekistan, Mr. President, Association of Appraisal Organization of Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan,
yes, sir.
So, Mr. President, some more members. I'm just going through the more prominent ones, Mr. President.
So, yes, Mr. President, so hindi pala countries ang members nito? Ano pala?
Organizations.
Organizations pala. Opo,
Well,
opo.
some of them are country government agencies,
Yes, opo,
Mr.
opo.
President. So, most of them, actually. So, I'm just going through the most prominent, Mr. President.
So the international valuation standards, as far as we know, are already being observed in how many state jurisdictions? Siguro countries, pwede naman siguro pag-usapan. Countries po, no? Kung saan sila applicable.
137 countries worldwide, Mr. President.
Observe the international valuation standards. So, lagay na lang natin sa mga close to 55, kasi 193 yata ang United Nations. So, mga 56 ang countries po ang hindi nag-observe po nito.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, I went through it, the list. I don't see China in the list, Mr. President. No?
So, are we counting the Philippines already as one of the countries observing it now, right now? Even without this law? Are we considered as
Yes, Mr. President.
already observing
Yes,
it?
Mr. President.
Sige po, Mr. President, matagal na rin kasi itong pending, so one last.
Yeah, Mr. President, before we continue, let me just put on record the letter of the ULAP signed by their Executive Director, Eileen Laicano, dated October 17, 2023. And let me just put on record their statement of support. The Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, ULAP, as the umbrella organization representing all leagues of local government units and locally elected officials in the country, supports the enactment of a Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform Act to enhance the revenue-generating capabilities of local governments and their ability to mobilize resources in order to meet their diverse fiscal requirements. And then it goes through some of the recommendations to improve the bill, Mr. President. And we will get the corresponding resolution that triggered this letter, Mr. President, and share it to the good minority leader.
Sige po, thank you. Sige, but this one, my next point is important as far as I'm concerned, Mr. President. What powers are we giving the Secretary of Finance, Mr. President, under our bill?
But let me yung exact. I'm just getting the exact section. In Section 15, Mr. President, the Secretary of Finance can approve or disapprove the SMBs on the basis of its compliance to the Philippine valuation standards, Mr. President.
So, this Secretary of Finance expected to review all those LGU ordinances? Mga more or less, how many are we expecting him to review, Mr. President?
But Mr. President, in the bill, he's not expected to review the ordinance, but only the schedule of market values. And there are 200... What's the exact? Ano ba schedule of cover? Ilan nga? Mr. President, there are 228 LGUs. 228 LGUs. That's
200 lang?
81 provinces and 147 cities, because the municipalities is under the provinces, Mr. President. So, in other words, the Secretary will only have to review the schedule of market values of 228 LGUs, Mr. President.
How many provinces, Mr. President?
81 provinces
81 lang pala.
and 147 cities.
So this schedule of market values are found in ordinances. Tama? Ordinances. Assessor updates the schedule of market values, convinces the Sanggunian to pass, it's either the provincial board or the city council to pass this, to recognize it in an ordinance.
Yes, Mr. President.
Ordinance is now submitted to the Secretary of Finance.
No, Mr. President. So what happens is the schedule of market values will be submitted by the assessor to the BLGF to review whether they comply with the standards. And BLGF will submit that to the DOF Secretary to approve or disapprove based on the standards. But when they return it to the local government units, it's up to the local government units to enact an ordinance using that schedule of market values, Mr. President.
Yes, but the local government unit cannot approve a schedule of market values not approved by the Secretary of the DOF. Tama? Di ba? Assessor, BLGF, Secretary of the DOF, approve. Then, saka po ipa-adapt sa LGU. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Ganun po ang mangyayari. Okay, sige po. So they cannot, so the flow chart is changed in the sense that the assessor acts as if it is under now the BLGF, Mr. President. No, but we have established earlier that the assessor is an employee of the LGU. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. President. Only insofar as supervision, Mr. President.
Hindi, pero the BLGF, the assessor is going to be required by this law to submit it to the BLGF. Will there be a sanction kung ma-skip niya ito? Out of habit, dinerecho niya sa council?
Yes, Mr. President. Well, the current practice, Mr. President, they also submit to the BLGF, Mr.
Pero
President.
not awaiting any,
No,
not
Mr. Only
awaiting
for
any
comments.
action.
Typically, it's for comments, Mr. President.
Magbabago ang flowchart, Mr. President, actually. Assessor, you should not give it to the LGU, to the Sanggunian, give it to BLGF. Diba? Await its return after proper approval. So, does our bill provide a sanction for the assessor if out of habit, dinerecho pa po niya sa Sanggunian?
Yes, Mr. President, we provided a sanction and a penalty clause here, Mr. President. But I have a slide on the flowchart, Mr. President, if the good minority leader would want to see it. We'll flash it on slide 49. Huh? Yeah, so Mr. President, so the local assessor will prepare the SMVs, the scheduled market values, and submit it to the regional office, BLGF regional office, and then the regional office will review it and then submits it to the executive director, and the executive director now will will submit it to the Secretary of Finance, and once approved, it will be published in the official gazette, and that will take effect, Mr. President. So that's the flow chart, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, given the flow chart now on the screen, there is no sanggunian action necessary, Mr. President?
For the SMVs, Mr. President.
Yes, wala na.
But in the ordinance, when they enact what they call the local revenue code, they will put the schedule of market values there, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, but basta ang schedule of market values approved by the Secretary of the DOF. Yun yan. That's
Yes,
it.
Mr. President.
Once approved, then it's approved.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
President. Effective.
And then the default rule in our bill is if no action, then after 30 days, deemed approved.
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, sige. So, and why are we putting that as the default result, Mr. President? Kung 228 LGUs lang naman ang
Yeah, that's true.
aaralin ng DOF, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, we want
Kasi,
it...
Mr. President, hiningi ito ng power ng Secretary of DOF and then meron tayong provision na if no action. So, ibig sabihin, may scenario tayo, hindi niya kaya yung trabaho hiningi niya,
But
Mr.
actually,
President.
Mr. President, it's only 228, so it's not...
Mr. President.
and this is done every 3 years, Mr. President. So, but we just put it there, Mr. President, so that the time element will be fulfilled, Mr. President. So there will be no delay, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, but it doesn't look good, no, Mr. President. From the DOF comes a radical new idea, and yet meron tayong default rule doon
Yes,
na
Mr. President.
if we cannot act on it, deemed approved. Hiningi mo pa, ginulo mo pa yung sistema.
Yeah, Mr. President. So we just placed it there, Mr. President, so that it's really an anti-red tape concept, Mr. President, the deem-approved concept.
So yun pala, at least naklaro po natin. And then with the schedule of market values na what is critical is the approval of the Secretary of the DOF. Ito ang gagamitin ngayon ng concerned LGUs for their determination of assessment levels
Yes,
plus
correct.
the tax rates.
Correct.
Ganun po yun.
And the eventual tax due, Mr. President. So that is the process, Mr. President.
But while right now, yung schedule of market values is in an ordinance by the LGU, issued by the LGU. Tama po?
Yeah, the current practice, yes. Yes, Mr. President. For purposes of enacting a revenue code, a local revenue code.
Yeah, but what is the purpose of returning the SMV to the local government units? For the same purpose?
Yes,
yeah?
for the same purpose, correct.
So
You're correct.
tinanggalan talaga natin ng power, Mr. President. Ang concern ko dito yung effects sa local autonomy, Mr. President. So, for as long as walang approve si Secretary of DF na SMV, hindi makakilo si local sanggunian.
Well, Mr. President, that's why we also put that 30-day deem-approved rule.
Hindi, pwede niya pang ibalik, sir, eh. Before 30 days, balik niya, eh. Tapos,
Yes, Mr. President.
then balik ulit sa kanya, let us see, ibalik niya ulit. So, for as long as walang approve ni DOF, hostage po niya yung sistema sa local government.
If we will return it,
Theoretically, yes, sir. We have
Theoretically, yes.
We have
If
to
you-
entertain all possible
yes, Mr.
scenarios,
President.
Mr. President.
You're correct. If he keeps on returning it, meaning keeps on bringing it back to the LGU, theoretically, yes, Mr. President.
Yes, and since the assessor is not there, the DOF's employee, wala siyang he cannot even change the assessor, tama?
No, Mr. President,
Yes,
because
cannot.
that's a local government employee, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President. Meron bang model ito sa ibang bansa, Mr. President? Our flowchart, our system?
I understand, Mr. President, different jurisdictions will have different way of assessing their real property, Mr. President. So I'll get back to you on that one, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, ito na lang isa pang bigay concern yata to ng mga appraisers pa. Basahin ko po just two paragraphs
Mr.
and I'll get the reaction of our sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President.
The drastic adjustment of the SMV may result in a significant increase in the real property tax due. For example, the SMV of a particular LGU was last updated in 2010. Under this bill, the SMV will be adjusted to its current value. 2023 pa po itong ginamit niya na year. Consequently, there would be an exponential increase in the RPT due because of the sudden adjustment of the SMV. Ito po yung insight niya na gusto ko po ng reaction. Homeowners and property developers fear that this will lead to default in home loan payments and forfeiture of properties.
Actually, that was raised by Senator Risa Ontiveros during her interpellation. Well, Mr. President, the local government units should also be alert and proactive to lower down the assessment levels and the tax rates. Definitely, the schedule of market values will increase the property values because it will now be in line with reality. However, the local government units can lower down the assessment level and the tax rate so that it will yield to the same tax due. However, Mr. President, some of our colleagues also voiced out the same concern. So at the proper time, we might introduce some safeguards, Mr. President, to prevent abrupt changes, Mr. President.
Yes, well, Mr. President, siguro I'll just reiterate my concern on the power of the Secretary of the DOF. It might amount to control and no longer just supervision by the. Actually, I think the official was supervision over LGUs would be the President, Mr. President. So alter ego siguro niya mga secretary.
Yes,
he
Mr.
can give
Correct.
some power to them. Pero this may amount already to control, Mr. President, kasi ang definition kasi ng supervision, you make sure that those under you perform in accordance with law or
Yes.
within law. Ang power naman ng control is you can replace your judgment for the judgment of those under you. Ang nangyari ngayon dito, the LGU, the Sanggunian, cannot entertain a general revision, kasi general revision na of the general revision of real property assessments include assessment levels and tax rates. They cannot do that unless there is DOF approved schedule of market value. So sa flowchart or sa steps required, we might even be interfering with the concept of local autonomy, Mr. President, because merong step doon na may iba ang may control si Secretary of Finance. So that is my greatest worry, Mr. President, and this is actually reflected in the number of sections in the local government code which are proposed to be repealed, Mr. President.
But, Mr.
If I'm not mistaken, marami-rami po ito.
Yeah. Mr. President, we admittedly some of the provisions there are not some of the provisions in the repealing section needs to be reviewed, and admittedly that some of the items in the local government code should not be repealed. So we are cleaning that up, Mr. President, making sure that we preserve the powers of the local government units and only confine the powers of the Secretary of Finance limited to the role of approving and disapproving based on the standards that the local governments follow. So we're cleaning up the repealing clauses, Mr. President.
So can this representation just be also informed, Mr. President, on the direction? Not less than 9 sections
Yeah,
yung nabasa
I
ko.
can see that.
Sections pa yun, may mga subsections
Yeah,
pa po.
actually, the good minority leader already forewarned me about the repealing clauses, and then when we reviewed it, we saw that some provisions in the local government code should not be repealed and preserved. No? So admittedly, we have to amend that.
Kasi sa akin parang indication yun, ang laki ng impact niya on local autonomy kung ganun kadami sa po yung na maapektuhan. At kailangan, hindi lang ito i-modify accordingly, but to be repealed. So I hope that we undertake this review. But at any rate, Mr. President, I think it's time for me to terminate my interpellation kasi we started this around mga 2 years ago ba?
Almost. Well, the bill itself is matagal na.
Hindi naman.
This is 13th Congress.
I'm just exaggerating, Mr. President, just to lighten the moment, Mr. President. I don't want to compare this with yung baka matawag dito walang kamatayang RP Bara, no, Mr. President.
But Mr. President, just to close, we will definitely take the recommendation of our good minority leader to look at the role of the Secretary of Finance, and if there will be a violation of the principle of control versus supervision. And we are open to receiving suggestions and amendments from our good minority leader, being one of the experts of the local government code.
Plus protection of local autonomy, Mr.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank our sponsor for his patience and
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
to
you,
our
thank
good
you.
minority leader.
Well, technically, hanggang last year pa to, last year pa.
We are the meticulous house, Mr. President.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And we welcome debate and amendments and improvements of the bill.
Yes, Mr. President, we were called the slower house, but I'm proud of that because we do our job and really scrutinize each measure that passes this plenary.
Absolutely.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2386. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we issue consideration of Senate Bill number 2492 under Committee Report number 172. This is the bill on the Philippine Maritime Zones Act.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to continue this interpellation, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I
Yes,
move that
our
they be
distinguished
recognized.
colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino, Chairman of the Committee on Justice, and the Chairman of the Subcommittee, or rather the Special Committee on Maritime Zones, and also to interpolate a distinguished colleague from Nueva Ecija, Camarines Norte, and adopted son of Mindanao, Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Isang pagbati po ng kapayapaan sa aking ginagalang at aking pong hinahangaang senador, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. President.
Mahal na Pangulo,
Magandang gabi na pala.
ako po ay nasa pulpito ngayon sapagkat ang akin pong paghanga sa pagmamahal ng taong ito at ang kanyang very passionate na pakikipaglaban para sa West Philippine Sea ay nagkaroon po kami ng mahabang talakayan patungkol po sa naging masasabi ko pong patutsadahan ni Senator Tolentino at ni Senator Bato patungkol po sa usapin ng Sabah. Naitanong po sa interpellation ng ating mahal na Senador Senator Bato de la Rosa sa ating pong ginagalang at hinahangaan na Senador Tol Tolentino. Nagbigay po siya ng kasagutan sa katanungan na napakalalim po nito para sa aming mga Muslim. Batid naman po natin na ang ating mahal na Ginoong Pangulo ay tinatawag naming amain na ang Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. Ang ating pong mahal na Pangulo, Senator Mig Zubiri, ay alam ko po ang inyong pagmamahal sa Bangsamoro ay natumbasan sa akin pong pakikipag-usap kay Senator Tolentino. Napakalalim po ng kanyang pakikipaglaban para sa Sabah. Ito pong katanungan ko ngayon sa pulpito ay may kinalaman po ito sa Sabah. Sapagkat dito po sa bill na isinusulong ay nagkakaroon po ng maraming katanungan sapagkat noong pong unang gumawa ng batas patungkol dito, ito po ay panahon pa noong 1968 pa ito. Ito po ay nagkaroon muli, inamendahan noong 2008, July. Ito po yung Republic Act number 9522. Ang katanungan po naming malaki ng kamusliman ay doon po sa unang batas na andoon yung patungkol sa ating claim, sovereignty, claim sa Sabah. Pero dito po sa 9522, naging tahimik po ang batas na ito doon sa claim natin. Ang gusto ko pong unang itanong sa ating hinahangaan at talaga pong ang kanyang pagmamahal sa Bangsamoro nung pinakitaan po ko ng mga ebidensya niya talaga. Buong bag ang ebidensya niya ng kanyang pagmamahal sa ating claim sa Sabah. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po sa ating mahal na Senador Tol Tolentino, Dito po ba sa panibagong batas na ating isasagawa, ang claim po ba natin sa Sabah ay nandyan pa rin? Hindi po ba nawawala? Hindi po ba nababaliwala dito sa bagong batas na ito ang claim natin sa Sabah?
Opo, Mr. President, mahal na Pangulo, sa katanungan po ng ating ginagalang na Senador Padilla, hindi po natin inaalis ang ating pagkilala, ang ating pag-aangkin sa teritoryo ng Sabah, sa North Borneo, kung saan ang Pilipinas, sa ilalim ng batas na nabanggit ng ginoong Senador Padilla, ay nakasaad doon sa Republic Act 5446, Section 2, na aking babasahin sa Ingles, na valid pa hanggang ngayon. Ito po yung binanggit niya kaninang batas na na aprobahan noong September 18, 1968. Section 2 states, and I quote, "The definition of the baselines of the territorial sea of the Philippine archipelago as provided for in this act is without prejudice to the delineation of the baselines of the territorial sea around the territory of Sabah, situated in North Borneo, over which the Republic of the Philippines has acquired dominion and sovereignty." Mahal na Pangulo, ito pong section 2 ito ay hindi na bago nung sinundang batas noong pong March 10, 2009, yung Republic Act 9522, kung saan nakasaad yung baselines ng Pilipinas. Dahil ito po, Mr. President, ay sang-ayon doon sa 1987 Constitution. Nakalagay po dito, babasahin ko yung unang paragraph. "The national territory comprises the Philippine archipelago with all the islands and waters embraced therein and all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction." Maliwanag po, Mr. President, hindi ho natin inaabandon na yan. Dangan nga lamang, Mr. President, itong usapin po sa maritime zone at tungkol po doon sa United Nations Law of the Sea ay patungkol po sa dagat. Patungkol po sa dagat na nagsisimula, at kukunin ko po, Mr. President, ang aking meron po akong taglay na mapa rito, Mr. President. At,
Ano siya? Analog, hindi digital. Analog. Old school.
Kasi po, pinag-usapan 1968. Noong 1968, wala pa ho talaga ang gusto ko po makita ito,
Yan.
Mr. President. At makikita naman ng ginagalang nating Ginoo buhat sa Nueva Ecija. Ito po yung ating baseline sa ngayon. So masasabi natin, Mr. President, na ito po yung ating baseline, at yung pag tinukoy po natin yung Maritime Zone Act, ito po ay palabas doon sa baseline. Sangayon po sa United Nations Law of the Sea Convention. Palabas po ito. Ibig sabihin po, umaatras po siya, umaabante po siya, papunta sa labas. Magsisimula po sa 12 nautical miles, sumunod po yung 12 nautical miles na territorial sea, hanggang palabas na po dun sa 200 nautical miles na exclusive economic zone. So ibig sabihin po, ang usapin po ng Sabah ay hindi kasama sa baselines na ito dahil ito po yung archipelagic baselines. At nakalagay po doon sa, Mr. President, doon sa nabanggit kanina na 1968 na batas, ay without prejudice to the delineation of the baselines of the territorial sea around the territory of Sabah. So yung Sabah po, magkakaroon din ng sariling baselines na hanggang sa ngayon, wala pa po tayo. Yung settlement po ng territory ng Sabah ay patungkol po sa lupa, teritoryo po ng lupa, landmass. Ang usapin po natin dito ay patungkol sa atin pong dagat, karagatan, waters, yung palabas po galing sa ating archipelagic baseline. Subalit, sinisigurado ko po sa ginagalang na kasamahan natin sa Nueva Ecija, dito po sa Section 2 ng ating panukalang batas, na gusto ko rin basahin, kung yung mamarapatin, Section 2, "The maritime zones of the Philippines comprise the internal waters." Ito po yung tinuro ko kanina. Ito yung mga ilog, yung mga bay, archipelagic waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone, ito na yung sinasabi ko, and continental shelf. All territories of the Philippines shall generate their respective maritime zones in accordance with international law. So hindi po ito salungat doon sa ating Sabah claim, dahil po yung Sabah, maliit po itong mapang ito, nandito po sa baba, ay magkakaroon po yan ng sariling niyang baseline, at magkakaroon din po yan ng kanyang sariling territorial sea, contiguous zone, at exclusive economic zone.
Professor Tolentino.
Hindi po ito...
My dear colleague, pwede ba mapalagay din sa screen? Kasi hindi ko na makita dito, medyo malayo. Malit. Okay lang. Kung wala pong picture, okay lang.
Ayan. Pwede naman pong i-adjust pataas. Ayan. Okay, ayan. So, yan. Pwede pala yun eh. So, ito po yung ating archipelagic baseline. Ito nakapaligid na ito. Konti lang po tayo. Halos 22 bansa lang po sa buong mundo ang merong ganitong hugis at merong ganitong claim sa archipelagic baseline. So, lahat po, ito pong nasa baba, sinasabi ko po, yung usapin sa Sabah, sa North Borneo, ay hindi po bahagi ng law of the sea. Iba pong aspeto po yan ng international law. Subalit, itong batas po natin na pinapanukala, bagamat hindi na nabanggit ang Sabah, ito po ay sang-ayon sa ating saligang batas at nakalagay po sa saligang batas all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. So, ibig sabihin po, wala po tayong inaabandona, wala po tayong iniiwan na lugar na pag-aari ng Pilipinas at yun lamang pong usapin yon ay iba pong uri ng international law, ang ibang uri ng rehimeng batas ang tatalakay po doon at hindi po dito sa maritime zone. Dahil ito pong maritime zone po ay patungkol lang po doon sa ating main archipelago, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. So magkakaroon po ng sariling maritime zone in the future, yung North Borneo, yung Sabah, at ito po ay isang separate na batas. Mahal na Pangulo.
Ginoong Pangulo, malinaw po ba na dito sa bill na ito, kailangan maging malinaw po tayo, mahal na Pangulo, sapagkat doon po sa RA 9522, medyo naging tahimik na po kasi ang batas natin patungkol po sa Sabah. Hindi naman po ito ibig sabihin kasi ang isang batas kailangan mo muna talagang i-repeal yan o amendahan. Hindi naman po siya ni-repeal, hindi naman po siya na-amendahan, pero naging tahimik siya. Mahirap naman po siguro, mahal na Pangulo, kung magkakaroon tayo uli ng isa pang batas ngayon na magiging tahimik muli. Siguro kailangan ipaalala na natin uli sa sambayan ng Pilipino na yung ating claim sa Sabah. At ang hinihiling po natin na pagkatapos mong ipaliwanag ng napakaliwanag ng ating ginagalang na senador, ay maisama po sa panukalang batas niya ang aming amendment na sinasabi na ibabalik natin kung ano po yung nandoon sa 1968 na law, na yun po yung patungkol doon sa Sabah dahil napakahirap mong namnamin na makakaroon uli ng batas patungkol dito. Siyempre po, ito ay may sovereignty. Pinag-uusapan natin yung sovereignty dito, maging ito man ay sa tubig o lupa. Nandito mismo sa papel na yan, ang pinag-uusapan, sovereignty. Maging maritime man itong usapin nito o anumang usapin nito, sovereignty pa rin ito. At ang claim po natin sa Sabah ay sovereignty. Kaya hinihiling po natin sa atin pong kanina, pinakitaan ako talaga, mahal na Pangulo, pinakitaan ako ng ibang klase ang research ni Senator Tolentino sa Sabah. At napakaganda po ng kanyang mga mungkahi. At naniniwala po ako na ipaglalaban niya ang Sabah. At naniniwala din po ako na tatanggapin ng ating, sa pagdating po ng tamang pagdinig patungkol sa amendment, ay pakinggan niya po at tatanggapin po niya ang aming amendment.
Mahal na Pangulo, tama po ang binabanggit ng ating mahal na kasama na sa Nueva Ecija na sa Section 2 nga, nabanggit ko kanina, noong Republic Act 5446, mention was made of without prejudice to the delineation of baselines of the territorial sea around the territory of Sabah. Meaning to say, noong 1968, ito po ay, alam niyo po, noong 1968, nagkaroon din po ng debate rito at pinakita ko po kay kagalang-galang na Senador Padilla, si Senator Sumulong at si Senator Jovito Salonga ay nagbigkas patungkol dito. Hawak-hawak ko po yung yung records po nila. So binanggit po rito sa noong 1968 yung Sabah. Subalit dito po sa sinabi ng ating minamahal na kasama na tumahimik doon sa March 2009 na batas, yung Republic Act 9522, tama po siya na hindi nilagay yung pangalan ng Sabah. Subalit doon sa Section 3, nakalagay po doon, this act affirms that the Republic of the Philippines has dominion, sovereignty, and jurisdiction all over portions of the national territory as defined in the Constitution and by provisions of applicable laws. So, ibig sabihin po, dito po sa Section 3, pasok din po yung Sabah. Pasok din po yung Sabah. Dangan nga lang, hindi na isama doon sa baseline kasi yung baseline po ay mangangailangan po ng World Geodetic System citation. The latitude, longitude, as well as the distance to the next base point will have to be cited. So, for instance, ito pong Ditolong Point, 117 degrees 6, 14.79 latitude, longitude of 122 degrees, 31.4, etc., etc. Hindi po sinama dito dahil wala po tayong ganoong sukat na ginawa ang NAMRIA, subalit hindi natin inaabandona yung ating claim sa Sabah dahil nakalagay nga po doon sa Section 3. So all-encompassing po yung Section 3. Sa katunayan po, nung binalangkas po yung batas na yon, ay katulong din yung dating Solicitor General para si dating Solicitor General Estelito Mendoza para siguraduhin na kasama po lahat yan. Dito naman po sa bagong batas na ating pong tinatalakay ngayon, yung definition po ng baselines ay sang-ayon sa ating saligang batas at nabanggit ko kanina yung sa Article 1, National Territory, kasama rin po yung territories natin over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, Mr. President, sa lahat po ng ito, yung pagbabago ng batas, yung 1968 na wala pang UNCLOS, yung 9 Republic Act 9522 na meron ng UNCLOS at meron na tayong ibang saligang batas, lahat pong ito ay hindi nag-aabandona ng ating claim sa Borneo dahil nandun po yung sa ating saligang batas. At sangayon din po ito, Mr. President, sa umiiral na geopolitical diplomatic conditions kung saan ang Pilipinas ay naging bahagi ng ASEAN. Noong una, bahagi po tayo ng Southeast Asian Treaty Organization o SIATO. Ngayon, naging bahagi tayo ng ASEAN. Meron po tayo mga kasunduan at ito pwede ko nang banggitin sangayon sa mga dokumento ng Department of Foreign Affairs sa Malaysia at mga karatig na bansa na yung pagkilala natin sa Sabah ay hindi natin iniiwan yung ating historical and legal right, subalit meron pong mga gawain ngayon ang ating executive branch na kinikilala rin ng legislatura kung saan meron pong mga bagay na patungkol sa bilateral relations natin sa Malaysia na mas malawak ang sinasaklaw at merong mga hawak-hawak ko po rito isang memorandum circular nung panahon po ni Presidente Gloria Macapagal Arroyo na merong guidelines na sinunod ang pamahalaan lalong-lalo na sa pagbabanggit ng Sabah. At ganun din po, yung latest na dokumentong hawak ko, which I showed to the good gentleman, that even the Department of Foreign Affairs, as of December 7, 2023, ilang buwan pa lang, ilang linggo pa lang nakakalipas, ay nagsasabi na dapat daw po yung ating saligang batas ay manaig. Subalit, ayaw nilang gamitin yung diretsuhang lingwahe na hinihiling ng ating kasamang Senador Padilla na sa palagay ko po ay tama. Tama pong banggitin natin, i-claim na to be consistent that Sabah is part of our territory. However, due to our evolving diplomatic and geopolitical ties with our neighboring countries, specifically banggitin ko na rin ng Malaysia, ay meron pong mga lingwahe na ayaw nilang ipalagay ng diretso. And I understand the sentiment of the good gentleman that and that this should be reiterated. But just the same, the Maritime Zones Law is anchored on UNCLOS. And UNCLOS refers to the seas, the utilization of resources, sovereignty, sovereign rights, freedom of navigation. And the starting point would always be the archipelagic baselines. Ito nga pong tinuturo ko kanina. So, hindi po papasok sa archipelagic baseline natin ang Sabah. Dahil ang Sabah po ay nandun sa labas noong Philippine Archipelago na kinikilala natin at ng ibang bansa yung Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Ang sinasabi po sa mga dating sa mga umiiral na batas pa natin, yung nabanggit ko kanina, ang Sabah po ay magkakaroon ng sariling archipelagic baseline at balang araw magkakaroon ng sariling maritime zone law. Magkakaroon ng sariling territorial sea, contiguous zone, at ng exclusive economic zone. Tama po yung kahilingan ni Senator Padilla na magbanggit ng isang linya na hindi natin inaabandona ang ating pagkilala sa Sabah. Tama po yan. At sa period of amendment, kung ano man po ang magiging lingwahe po nito, mainam pong mahimay ng maayos para lumabas na hindi natin inaabandona ang ating claim sa Sabah. Subalit, hindi po siya magiging bahagi nitong Maritime Zone Law dahil ito po ay patungkol sa isang land territory, not the waters adjacent to the Philippine archipelagic baseline. So wala po akong tutol doon kung yun po ay magiging refined, diplomatically sensitive, and if it will promote our national interest.
Apo, napakalinaw po ng paliwanag, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo. At ang gusto ko lamang pong ulit-ulitin ay napakahalaga po kasi itong RA 9522 na atin pong binabanggit dito. Ito po ay binalangkas bilang pagsunod doon sa UNCLOS. Napakalinaw po noon, napaliwanag din po ng ating ginagalang na Senador Tol Tolentino. Ang atin pong tinatayuan lamang muli ay huwag nating iwan. Kasi pag pinag-usapan natin kasi lagi ang UNCLOS, pag pinag-usapan natin yan, laging umiikot yan sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea. Meron tayong malinaw na dispute doon at sinasabi natin na tayo ay nanalo na sa arbitral ruling at yan ang ating pinaglalaban at tayo ay lahat ay very passionate sa usapin na yan. Ang amin lang mungkahi bilang inyong mga kapatid na Muslim at ito naman ay hindi lamang sa kapakinabangan ng Sulu o ng Tawi-Tawi o ng Bangsamoro. Itong usapin ng Sabah na katulad ng pinaglalaban ng ating mahal na Senador Tolentino sa kanyang isang bag na ebidensya ng ating talaga ang Sabah, ay ganun din natin ipaglaban ang ating karapatan sa Sabah. Sapagkat katulad ng sinabi ng ating mahal na kapatid, na hindi ito usapin lamang ng lulubog lilitaw ng mga isla o malaliit na isla, ito ay malaking lupa ito. Ito ay may langis. Ito ay may mga natural, masasabi nating minerals na dapat diyan sa sinasabi nating diplomatic ties natin sa bansang Malaysia. Ay, kaibigan ko po ang ambassador niyan. Wala po itong personalan. Ito po ay patungkol lamang sa mga bansa. No? Talagang dapat ay nakikinabang ang taong bayan, ang Pilipino, diyan sa Sabah. Ngayon pa lang. Kung paano natin ginigiit diyan sa mga isla sa West Philippine Sea, dapat ay igiit din natin ang karapatan natin diyan sa Sabah pero hindi tayo humihingi ng gulo. Dahil katunayan, meron na po dyan naging talumpati ang ating mahal na Senadora Miriam Santiago noong 2013 sa kalagitnaan ng pagkakaroon ng krisis dyan sa North Borneo, sa Sabah. Sabi niya, hindi talaga tayo dapat umabot na. At ito naman ang gusto nating sabihin din sa Malaysia na under international law. Sabi, impartial fact-finding facilitates peaceful settlements of disputes, particularly settlement by negotiation, mediation, good offices, or conciliation. Ang liwanag po ito na sinabi ng ating mahal na Senadora. International law prohibits the use of force, but there is an unwritten exemption which allows states to protect or rescue their nationals by means of armed forces in the territory of another state. However, this exception should not be invoked. Ito po yung nangyari doon kasi nagkaroon ng siege doon. Kung natatandaan nyo, may mga kababayan po tayo magmula sa Sultanate of Sulu na lumusob dyan at kanilang pinaglaban ng kanilang karapatan dyan sa Sabah. Ngunit nagkaroon po ng hindi pagkakaintindihan at dahil po dyan sa sinasabi ng mga batas na ito na sinusunod ng Pilipinas, hindi po natin nasuportahan yung ating mga kababayan na pumunta doon at pinaglaban ng kanilang karapatan. Kaya kailanman po, malinaw naman sa Malaysia na hindi naman natin magiging kailanman na option ang gerahin sila o sirahin ang ating diplomatic rights o ang ating diplomatic relation sa bawat isa. Ang sinasabi lamang po natin, dito sa pakikipaglaban natin sa West Philippine Sea, dapat makinabang din yung Sabah. Huwag natin iwan. Kung yan man po ay sa maritime, kung ano man yan, naiintindihan po natin. Malinaw na malinaw po yan. Pero bakit hindi natin ibalik yung naandun sa 1968? Kailangan ba natin sundin ang sinasabi ng UNCLOS sa ganitong bagay na, o sige, pag-usapan na lang natin yan. Total, sinabi dun sa 1987 Constitution, section ano, okay na yan, pwede na yan. Pero sa amin, sa mga kamusliman, hinihingi namin na makita namin sa batas. Makita namin mismo sa panukalang batas na nandiyan dyan na pinuproteksyonan ng Senado. Una-una na ng Senado ang karapatan ng ating mga kapatid naman ng mga Muslim at ng Pilipinas doon sa claim na sovereignty dyan sa Sabah. Hindi naman po, katulad naman po ng sinabi ng ating mahal na Senador na Tolentino na siya ay nakikisama at siya ay naniniwala na dapat lang isama natin. Ay hinihingi po natin sa buong kapulungan na suportahan po ninyo ito. Sapagkat wala po tayong nilalabag na batas dito, international law, kung ano man law. Malinaw po na meron tayong claim sa Sabah, historical man yan. Ito po ay hindi sana maging mitsa, itong batas na ito pa ang isight sa atin balang araw na hindi natin, alam nyo naman, pagdating sa batas, hanapan ng hanapan yan kung saan makalulusot. Ang gusto lamang po natin, walang makalusot dito at dyan ay mailagay yan bilang amendment na kung ano yung nandun sa 1968, wala namang bago eh. Wala pong bago. Ayaw lang natin maging tahimik. Dahil doon sa 9552, naging tahimik. Naging basihan na lang natin na yung sinasabi ng seksyon na yon. Na okay na yan, understood. Hindi po pwede. Pagdating sa batas, hindi pwedeng puro understood. Dapat kailangan po, precise tayo. Kailangan naniniwala tayo na atin ang Sabah. At naniniwala po ako na yaan ang tindig ng ating mahal na senador na Francis Tolentino.
Tama po.
Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat.
Tama po. Gusto ko lang pong idagdag sa ating kaibigan, Senator Garcia, na hindi lang ito pong maritime zone law na ating binalangkas ay hindi lang po patungkol sa West Philippine Sea. Sinama na rin po natin ang Benham Rice kung saan gusto ko nga pong baguhin ang pangalan bilang talampas ng Pilipinas. So hindi lamang po sa West Philippine Sea, pati ito pong nasa kanang parte papunta po ng Pacific Ocean, kasama na po natin. At ulitin ko po, ang maritime zone bill po ay patungkol sa dagat. Subalit naniniwala po ako na kung ang layunin ng ating butihing senador ay patibayin ang ating claim sa Sabah at gayahin yung 1968 na batas patungkol dito, ako po ay naniniwala na pwede pong banggitin yung gawan sa darating na panahon ng sariling baseline delineation ang naturang teritoryo dahil sumasang-ayon po ako kay Senator Padilla na historically atin po yun. Atin po yun. Hindi lamang pagkatapos ng Treaty of Paris. Mahaba-haba po ito, Mr. President. Pero kasama niya po ako sa pagsusulong ng naturang claim at siguro po sa tamang panahon ng period of amendments kung magkakaroon ng tamang lingwahe na papasok po dito dahil kahit ito po ay patungkol, yung Sabah claim po natin ay patungkol sa lupa. Ang maritime zone ay tungkol po sa dagat. Pero kung makakagawa ng tamang lingwahe ng pag-amyenda, hindi po ako tumututol sa aking pong kamag-anak, si Senator Padilla, patungkol po dito. As long as it will strengthen not just the bill, but our resolve that what is rightfully ours should be ours. But just the same, Mr. President, I thank the good gentleman for reawakening us to be more patriotic when it comes to crafting laws that we have to be consistent. Maraming salamat, Senator Padilla. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Ginoong Pangulo, ako po ang dapat magpasalamat dahil ako po akala ko nung araw ang dami ko nang alam patungkol sa Sulu pero nung pinakitaan niya ako ng ebidensya talaga pong ako po ay nagpapasalamat at ako po ay binigyan ng magandang education din ng aking kapatid at kamag-anak na senador, Senator Tolentino. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Mabuhay po.
Maraming salamat at maraming salamat din kay Senator Tolentino dahil pwede pala natin gamitin itong tarpaulin sa Senate plenary para as a added visuals instead of the screens.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consider Senate Bill number 2492.
Actually, for the record, Your Honors, before we suspend, sa US Congress, ganun. When you watch the proceedings ng US senators and congressmen, meron silang easel, and then they show the graph and itong mga displays. Baka wala silang screen dun. Medyo low-tech yung kanilang mga committee hearing rooms. Pero yes, that's a good visual effect.
Marami pa ako nito, Mr. President.
Ang maganda dyan kasi pwede mong, Mr. Senator, tulad dito, pwede mong ituro yung mga linya, gano'n, na hindi mo naman magagawa kung nasa screen.
Be allowed to make a short manifestation, Mr. President.
Yes, please.
Thank you,
go
Mr.
ahead, Majority Leader.
President. Mr. President, in commemoration of the 125th anniversary of the First Philippine Republic, which is being celebrated today, January 23, nais ko lang ipahayag, Ginoong Pangulo, noong Enero, ika-1 ng Enero, taong 1897, 2 taon bago pasinayaan ang unang republika sa simbahan ng Barasuing Church sa Malolos noong 1899, naganap po ang pinakamadugong digmaan sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, ang labanan sa Kakarong Sili sa Pandi, Bulacan. Mahigit 1,200 na mga katipunerong Bulakenyo ang minasakir ng mga Kastila. Sa dami po ng dugong dumanak sa digmaang iyon sa Kakarong de Sili, bumaha ng dugo at umabot pa daw po ang taas nito hanggang sa bukong-bukong. Bilang isang Bulakenyo, Ginoong Pangulo, naniniwala po ako na ito ang dugong nagpaalab at nagpatindi ng adhikain, hindi lamang ng mga revolusyonaryo kundi ng lahat ng mga Pilipino para isulong ang independensya at itatag ang unang republika, ang unang malayang pamahalaan sa buong Asya. Ang isa po sa halos 6,000 mga revolusyonaryong Bulakenyo na nakipaglaban sa Kakarong de Sili ay ang aming ninuno na si Canuto Villanueva bilang Supremo, katuwang si Maestrong Sebio bilang Kapitan General. Ginoong Pangulo, ngayong araw po na ito ng pagpapasinaya sa unang republika, hinahamon tayong muli na bumangon at magbalik tanaw sa kasaysayan. At lubos ang paghanga ko po sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo, Senate President Zubiri, dahil matapang niyo pong ibinahagi ang ilan sa mga aral na ito ng ating kasaysayan kaninang umaga sa dambana ng Barasuing Church. Kapakanan ng bayan bago ang sarili. Tulad ng inyong sinabi, Senate President Zubiri, hindi inisip ng mga nagsulat ng Malolos Constitution ang pansarili nilang kapakanan. Hindi nila sinamantala ang kanilang posisyon bilang tagapagbalangkas ng ating unang konstitusyon. I couldn't agree with you, Mr. President, when you said if the members of the Malolos Congress had wanted, they could have constitutionalized themselves into limitless power without regard for the voice of the people. As framers of the first constitution, no one could have stopped them. Instead, they chose for the Malolos Republic to be an uncompromising stand for freedom and independence. Malinaw po, Ginoong Pangulo, at alam kong narinig ng lahat ang inyong panawagan kanina. Mr. President, yung binanggit niyo pong anumang pagbabago sa ating saligang batas at dapat dumaan sa malalim na pag-aaral at konsiderasyon at hindi dapat mag-ugat ng mga makasariling mga motibo. Ilang beses na po akong naglabas-masok sa simbahan ng Barasuing, Mr. President, at aaminin ko po sa inyo na walang isang beses na ako'y hindi kinilabutan, lalo na po kapag nababasa ko yung historical marker kung saan nakasulat, dito, pinagtibay ang konstitusyon de Malolos. Mr. President, the Barasuing Church remains not only a piece or a place of worship, but the cradle of freedom and the shrine of democracy. After 125 years, we have not only preserved our republic, but we have also nurtured the flourishing of democracy within our institutions, particularly here at the People's Senate. In April 2018, Republic Act number 11014 was enacted, declaring January 23 of every year a special working holiday in the entire country to commemorate the declaration of the First Philippine Republic. A simple but very meaningful measure co-authored by this representation. Bilang isang Bulakenyo, muli Ginoong Pangulo, at bilang isang Pilipino, bilang empleyado dito sa Senado, hindi po ako magsasawang balik-balikan ang Barasuin. Aalalahanin ang mga ninuno nating nagbuwis ng buhay, ang tagumpay ng Malolos Congress, at ipaglaban ang pamana nito sa lahing Pilipino. Ang unang republika, ang ating demokrasya, at lagit-lagi unahin, higit sa lahat, ang interes ng mamamayang Pilipino. Mabuhay ang unang republika, mga Pilipinas, mabuhay ang Pilipinas. May God bless us all.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speech and recognize the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to deliver his speech.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, chairman of the EDCOM 2.
Thank
Please
you,
recognize.
thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. In December 2019, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development released a report from the 2018 cycle of the Program for International Student Assessment, which the Philippines joined for the first time. Headlines at the time consistently highlighted a distressing reality. The Philippines ranked lowest in reading, math, and science in the 2018 study. This ignited a collective acknowledgement of the issues within our education system. The subsequent response from Congress, culminating in the passage of Republic Act number 11899, marked the beginning of a transformative journey. A year ago today, the Second Congressional Commission on Education convened to address a pressing question. Is there truly an education crisis in our country? Moreover, beyond validation, we aim to unearth the origins and persistence of this crisis. Collaborating with the nation's foremost minds, universities, and education leaders, we sought comprehensive insights to pave the way for effective solutions. Today, I stand before you to share the initial findings of a year spent unraveling the complexities of our educational landscape. These preliminary discoveries, focusing on 12 of our 28 priority areas, result from extensive data analysis and deliberations, 19 hearings, 12 focus group discussions, and 23 site visits across the nation. As we delve deeper, we anticipate a richer understanding of the challenges we face, enabling us to craft enduring solutions. We begin where the education journey starts, in early childhood. Studies show that the Philippines has among the highest prevalence of under 5 stunting in the world. And while our laws and programs adhere to global standards, implementation has been fragmented, coverage remains low, and targeting has been weak. During the critical period of cognitive development, lack of nourishment for both the mother and the child, especially in the first 1,000 days of life, possess irreversible consequences on the child's growth, learning trajectory, and life outcomes. On early childhood education, despite RA 6972 of 1990 requiring each barangay to have at least one daycare center, access remains inequitable. A study by Philippine Institute for Development Studies show that only 36% of barangays have daycares or child development centers. Disparities are also acute. In first-class municipalities, there are up to 6 centers for every 10,000 children aged 3 to 4. In 6th-class municipalities, this number drops to only 1 to 2 centers for every 10,000 children. Another challenge, those who run these centers, the workers and teachers, lack the necessary training in early childhood education. Barely half of them have college degrees. 17% have only a high school diploma, and staggering few have formal training in ECE. Since 2005, higher education institutions nationwide offering ECE teaching program have had only 3,903 graduates, less than 4,000 graduates in almost 20 years, or barely 80 annually, a number that is hardly enough to cover the needs of our population. The vast majority of these workers and teachers also hold non-permanent positions and receive an average monthly wage of only 5,000 pesos. Worse, 19% of them, about 1 in 5, receive an honorarium of only 1,000 pesos per month. The learning crisis is just as evident in basic education. While our basic education system boasts a net enrollment rate close to 90%, the results of various international and national assessments indicate that students are not learning effectively while in school. One of the main cracks in the system is the lack of efficient and high-quality learning resources, especially textbooks. Each year, we allocate over 1 billion pesos for textbook procurement, believing that children learn best when they have access to printed materials for both structured and self-directed learning. However, EDCOM2's review reveals that over the past decade, the government has successfully procured only 27 textbook titles for grades 1 to 10 students, actually utilizing less than 1 billion pesos of the allocated 12.6 billion pesos for textbooks from fiscal year 2018 to 2022. Challenges in procurement have also affected our ability to measure the learning of our students. On paper, despite the many assessments like the National Achievement Test that are supposed to guide us in developing and adjusting interventions for the basic education sector, EDCOM's analysis show that out of the 27 key stage assessments scheduled from 2016 to 2023, 13 were administered late and 11 were not administered at all. This lack of systems-level assessment data has led stakeholders to implement additional tests, creating a system of redundant assessments with varying quality, producing results that are neither comparable nor generalizable at the national level, and ultimately burdening teachers who sacrifice instruction time to administer tests without getting meaningful results. The COVID-19 pandemic led to extended school closures, affected learning and well-being. While many countries closed schools for about 79 days, the Philippines had closures lasting over a year. Despite efforts from teachers, students, and parents to adapt to distance learning, the harm to children's learning and overall well-being has been profound. Schools are now on track to address this learning loss through the National Learning Recovery Program, but as EDCOM2 discovered in consultations, interventions such as learning camps during school year breaks may not be reaching the learners who need the remediation most due to costs associated with extending extra days in school. We must strive to make learning equitable and target support those who need it the most. Higher education paints a picture of increased enrollment but heightened dropout rates. The Commission on Higher Education data shows attrition rates were at an alarming 41% in 2020. Access also remains elusive for the economically disadvantaged. Despite budget allocation, inequities persist, and the intended beneficiaries of subsidy programs deviate from their original purpose. Enrollment among the poorest students has only incrementally increased from 1.7% in 1999 to 6.1% in 2019. To further drive the point regarding inequity in access, most of those who have availed of tertiary education subsidy lie outside those whom we consider the poorest of the poor, clearly deviating from the intent of the Universal Access to Quality Education Law. In 2018, listahan beneficiaries in the subsidy program comprised 74% of enrollees. In 2022, this share dropped to 31%, with the bulk of grantees coming from municipalities without state universities and local universities and colleges. In teacher education, disconcerting passing rates in licensure examinations persist, raising questions about the continued operation of underperforming institutions. Between 2009 to 2023, the average passing rate in the licensure examinations for elementary, which is 33%, and secondary, which is 40%, has been dismal compared to those in other professions. EDCOM also found that between 2012 and 2022, 77 HEIs offering Bachelor of Elementary Education and 105 HEIs offering Bachelor and Secondary Education continued to operate despite having consistently zero passing rates in the LET. Against this backdrop, the strengthened Teacher Education Council remains unrealized 2 years after we passed the law. During our consultations across the country, teachers consistently conveyed a recurring message. They are requesting our help, emphasizing their desire to focus on teaching rather than being assigned additional tasks. But additional tasks such as canteen management, filling up forms for the central office, and serving as 4Ps or disaster reduction, risk reduction, and management coordinators, 50 plus in all based on DepEd's inventory, pull them out of the classrooms and away from their students. While new administrative officers are being hired, 5,000 per year, starting in 2020, this one officer is shared by multiple schools and has limited impact against the long list of ancillary and administrative tasks we have asked our teachers to take on. Some since 1925, as reported in the Monroe Survey. To compound teachers' frustrations, career advancement and professional development opportunities also remain limited. Turning our focus to technical vocational education, we saw increased participation enabled by the rise in TVET institutions and expanded subsidies and scholarship provided by the government. The majority of the enrollees, however, 3.7 million between 2014 and 2022, were in community-based training programs. Unfortunately, such programs are typically outside the purview of training regulations and thus do not lead to assessment and certification for its graduates, which are in essence the very proof of their acquired skills. In fact, TESDA's 2,203 programs, only 315 or less than 15% led to a national certification. This underscores a critical gap in aligning skills acquisition with recognized standards, hindering the advancement of our large but mostly uncertified skilled workforce. We also note the maze of policies governing enterprise-based training, with 6 different government policies and programs that have since contributed confusion on the ground. This is even more concerning considering that the majority of our skilling programs, 64%, are for NC1 and NC2 levels, which yield only incremental improvements in income to our learners after training. Industry participation remains limited and prohibitive, with many stakeholders lamenting the voluminous paperwork, rigid but obsolete requirements, and long processing times of TESDA. The resounding message is crystal clear. We must invest in higher level qualifications and dynamic demands of the labor market. This demands the bureaucratic systems evolve to be more agile to respond to the rapidly changing needs of industry. At the root of this are profound challenges in governance and finance. We found that staffing levels in education agencies have not kept pace with their growing responsibilities. For example, between 2013 to 2023, CHED's budget increased by 633%, but the agency's staffing complement only increased from 543 to 666, making the agency dependent on 752 contract of service and job order personnel. Meanwhile, TESDA's provincial offices have only 7 to 12 personnel providing a range of services, including the supervision of 17 to 88 public and private EVIS. The first EDCOM envisioned the establishment of a National Coordinating Council for Education, a high-level coordinating body to ensure synergy among DepEd, CHED, and TESDA. This vision was not achieved. On the other hand, we have 68 interagency bodies working on a broad range of concerns, such as impracticable situation yields, a misalignment at the system, agency, and individual levels. And while there has been substantial growth in education funding in the past decade, the need to sustain increased investments while ensuring absorptive capacity and the strategic resourcing of what can actually support learning needs to be enhanced. We must also see these issues at school level, where during our consultations, principals have lamented that their meager school maintenance and operating expenses are easily depleted by electricity bills, in some areas consuming up to 70%. This situation is further exacerbated by inequities in the Special Education Fund. The median SEF income of municipalities is at 1.6 million pesos, or a mere 4% of the median SEF income of cities and provinces. Meanwhile, first income class municipalities have 68 times more SEF compared to the sixth income class peers. With a growing list of expenditures, among them nutrition and early childhood education being charged against the SEF, it is critical that we revisit this policy to ensure equitable resourcing so that no child is left behind. Suffice to say that these are headlines, which conclude thus: a system is defined as a regularly interacting or interdependent group of items forming a united whole. By this standard, the education system in the Philippines struggles to meet the criteria of a system. By the standards of the 1987 Constitution as well, it is short of a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education. Instead, agencies, bureaus, and offices have focused, often too faithfully, just on their respective mandates and targets, independent of one another. This is evident in the findings uncovered by the Commission in its first year. Ultimately, this has led to the miseducation or poorly delivered education of Filipino learners, bringing about a profound education crisis, as has been laid bare by both national and international assessments, issues that the Commission seeks to squarely address. The headlines we've shared offer just a glimpse into the comprehensive findings within the 400-plus pages of the EDCOM's inaugural year report. Within these pages is a measured examination of the challenges permeating our schools, from the context and roots to potential pathways forward. While these ways forward seems difficult to sparse from the sheer volume of findings, it is upon us to move from piecemeal reform to a strategic and united approach that aspires to not just find short-term solutions to the challenges we have uncovered, but to ultimately build a long-term and genuine education system. This requires a shift from a mindset that looks narrowly at our own individual targets to one that understands our work is actually interdependent of each other, from plans that are perfect on paper to those that are doable in practice. As we embark on the remaining 2 years of EDCOM, our resolve is even stronger. This year, we will examine the remaining 16 priorities addressing concerns from early childhood to higher education, including issues such as the shortage in classrooms, bullying, and research productivity. That said, we are conscious that our ultimate goal is larger than resolving issues that are symptomatic of its root cause, the need to build a future-proof a system of education that will not only be effective today, but is able to evolve with the needs of the future. After all, as we realize in a review of the first EDCOM report in the 1990s, most of these issues we face today have persisted for decades, often spanning multiple administrations and complicated by overlapping government policies. We carry forward the momentum gained in our first year, a momentum fueled not just by the tireless work of our advisory council and standing committee members and our colleagues in Congress, but the solidarity of all those impassioned about Philippine education. Teachers, parents, our partners in DepEd, CHED, and TESDA, as well as advocates and stakeholders at every level who remain optimistic that we can turn things around. Solidarity in various forms sustains our collective endeavor, whether in terms of openness and honesty, understanding that we seek clarity rather than placing blame, or collaboration as we navigate the intricacies of government issues that require strong political will. The foundational step towards solutions is a microscopic examination of the problem, understanding where obstacles lie in the way of genuine reform, one that we have strived to accomplish in our one-year report. This is the role of EDCOM, translating this clarity into actionable points, so together we can work towards a nation where each learner has access to quality education. And let me personally thank the members of the Senate who are part of the commission. Let me thank our majority floor leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, who has been tirelessly attending our meetings, our FGDs, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Pia Cayetano, and also Senator Chis Escudero. Thank you, and let us work together in the remaining 2 years of our EDCOM for a brighter future for the Philippine education. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Gatchalian. Congratulations to your one-year anniversary. You forget the guy who signs your checks. That's us.
Of course, Mr. President, we are forever grateful
Just kidding.
with
I was
your
just joking.
support to the EDCOM 2. And as part of the EDCOM 2, we'd like to convey our sincerest thanks and gratitude for all your support, Mr. President. May I just be allowed, Mr. President, to just insert into the records my short manifestation together with Senator Sani Angara as one of the commissioners. And if Senator Pia, I think Senator Pia Cayetano, one of the commissioners of EDCOM 2, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized,
Yes,
Mr.
we'd
President.
like to recognize a distinguished, honorable first female chairperson of the Blue Ribbon Committee. History for this 106 years of the Senate. No other than 107 years of the Senate. No other than Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Haba po ng introduction ninyo, but maraming salamat. Pati po dito sa likod ko, may observation pa sila sa kulay daw ng pantalon ko. Anyway, Mr. President, I join our colleague, the chairman of EDCOM, and would like to, like the majority floor leader already did earlier, acknowledge the presence of our advisory council members and standing committee members. Everyone, Mr. President, works so hard. I need to put this on record. We had more meetings than we were capable physically of attending because obviously as senators, we also had other hearings to attend to. But obviously the members also had other commitments to attend to, but I believe almost everybody was present all the time. And we do have a 300 plus page report to present through the hard work led by our executive director, Mark Caroli. Thank you so much, Mark. I was looking for you. Oh, there you are. Okay. So the details of the report of our chairman are here. These are the kind of books I love because honestly, I grew up as a childhood reader. Ito yung book na maraming picture. Okay? So I'm not embarrassed to admit that I love books with pictures, very good graphics. It's just more detailed than the exhibit outside. And the chairman gave us a summary of the one-year findings, but I'd like to just zone in on one thing that he already mentioned. And this is because of my work as the vice chairman of the Committee on Finance in charge of the budget of DepEd. So the chairman earlier had shown slides and it is also available outside. I encourage all of you here, our guests, to take a look at it. It showed there's a whole stand there that says since 2012, only 27 textbooks have been procured for grade 1 to 10. I would like you to all visualize this, no? Many of us are parents. One of the complaints in private school parents is yung bag ng anak nila, hindi na kayang kargahin. Siguro grade 1, 10 libro. So grade 2, 20 na. Grade 3, 30 na yon. So, ibig sabihin, in private schools, yung 30 books na yon, covered yun in 3 years at least. And here we are, looking at the data, that only 27 textbooks have been procured for grade 1 to 10 since 2012. Digest that, Mr. President. The report, furthermore, has a very visual graphic that shows us in red are the grade levels that do not have books in various subjects. Imagine, Mr. President, grade 1, no books. In English, araling panlipunan. Siyempre yung picture ng staff ko malabo, so hindi ko na mabasa yung ibang subject. But suffice it to say, lahat ng subject ng grade 1, red, walang textbook. Grade 2, red din lahat, walang textbook. So magtataka pa ba tayo kung bakit nahihirapan magbasa? Magtataka ba tayo na ang pangarap ng bawat magulang, pag nagkakonting dagdag na pera, ilipat sa private school? And yet, this does not in any way diminish the contributions of our teachers, of our superintendents, of our principals. It is a shortcoming in the system because kami naman po sa Kongreso, well, at least sa Senate, I will now only speak on behalf of the Senate, Mr. President. We have always provided for this budget. In fact, a total, and this is coming out of the report, a total of 12.6 billion has been allocated for textbooks and other instructional materials, but only 4.5 billion or 35% has been obligated. And 952 million, barely a billion, has been disbursed. Bakit? Bakit nakaupo lang yung pera? Bakit hindi na ibibili? Now, there's so many things that we need to tackle, Mr. President. Of course, we have had these detailed discussions in EDCOM, but it is not enough. And so as I stood there in my blue pants, which have been noticed by my colleagues, Senator Angara, the chairman of finance and the chairman of EDCOM, and Majority Floor Leader had just stepped out, so I don't know if you heard this conversation. We were actually, we were talking already and they were saying, oh, baka dapat pang blue ribbon na yan. Kasi, where does the money go? Where are the books? And if it's a failure in the system, well, the money still has to be accounted for. It is a failure of delivering education to our children, Mr. President. And so, without having consulted my team, there you go. Thank you for sharing that. So, I'll just show it again once more for the public. Lahat ng red, ibig sabihin ng red, no textbook. So, if you notice, the blue is underwhelmingly in the visual, no, red talaga yung no textbook. Can you imagine grade 1 to 3 no textbook? I mean, obviously you will find some schools that have, and the reason for that, as we were also discussing, is because yung LGU nagsi-step up at ginagamit yung pondo nila. Anyway, Mr. President, I just wanted to highlight that. I wanted people to know that we have a working Senate that has been diligently looking into these issues. But gusto naman namin na we also find solutions bago naman mag-graduate ang ating chairman of the Committee on Finance, ang ating chairman of Basic Education. We want to be able to find solutions while kaya pa natin gamitin, no, yung input nila and yung passion nila to find to solve these problems. So there's going to be much more said and studied on all this, Mr. President. But for now, I'm proud to be a member of EDCOM. And again, I speak on behalf of the commissioners. We thank all the people here and not here, and even our international partners for helping us improve and really address the problems, the miseducation, the failed system of the Philippine education. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I cannot agree more with the statements made by our new chairperson of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. Mr. President, Senator Sani Angara, who is also one of the commissioners of EDCOM 2. And let me say, Mr. President, yung EDCOM 1, pinangunahan ng kanyang dakilang ama, ang ating idolo, ating mentor, Senator Edgardo Angara, Mr. President. So I move that we recognize Senator Sani Angara, Mr. President.
Yes, a distinguished colleague from the province of Aurora, no other than the chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. I just want to echo the report. I want to support the report made by our very hardworking chairperson of Basic Education and the EDCOM, Senator Sherwin, as well as by our Senior Vice Chair of the Finance Committee and now first woman chair of the Blue Ribbon, Sen Pia, in their remarks earlier. Just support them and as well as their recommendations, and as well as echo their thanks to our very capable and hardworking EDCOM staff led by Carol Markey, and of course his pool of experts who range from former commissioners, former and current presidents of universities, experts in various fields who really have devoted their time for no other reason than just love of country and their wish to see the next generation succeed, Mr. President. And I just want to add that thanks to our 4 commissioners, now 5 with Senator, the Minority Leader, that we have acted already on the recommendations made by EDCOM. Unlike before where we would wait for the full report until we act. But I think that there are a lot, the problems are so numerous that and so urgent. So we've, among the amendments recommended by our chair, Sen Win, who's also a vice chair of the Finance Committee, and Sen Pia, who is the chair of the subcom on DepEd and other very important institutions. So their recommendations have been carried in the 2024 budget, which includes the certification of graduates, because one reason for the non-employment of our vocational strand graduates was the non-certification or not having the accreditation. So hindi po sila hinahire ng mga employers. Yun yung pangako natin sa mga magulang na kailangan makatapos ng additional 2 years para hindi na kailangan magkolehiyo. Walang na-hire dahil wala yung certification. That is finally now in the budget for the first time after over a decade. Mr. President, nagdagdag tayo ng pondo dun sa nutrition because of the finding that of stunting and malnutrition. There's funds for the hiring of assessors, research funds, the development of training manuals for inclusive education, for workshops for our master teachers, for a summit for the development of a concept note for the local school boards, among many others, Mr. President. I just wanted to place that on record that the work of the EDCOM has been so good and outstanding that it has served as a basis and a spring for this chamber to spring into action and fund the initiatives so that this report is not just a report, but it's actually a set of reforms that has already, as we speak, is already being implemented. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, and thank you to our hardworking chair and commissioners.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I just put into the records that this is not actually a privileged speech. As I earlier mentioned, I spoke with our chairperson, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. This is a report pursuant to Section 7, letter L of Republic Act number 11899, or the Second Congressional Commission on Education Act, the EDCOM 2. It states there that EDCOM 2 shall submit periodic reports to Congress. And let me also take this opportunity once again, Mr. President, to thank our Executive Director, Carol Mark, the staff of EDCOM 2, Attorney Joseph Estrada, the EDCOM Advisory Council, and those who are present here today, specifically, Mr. President, Her Excellency HKU, Australian Ambassador to the Philippines, His Excellency Lai Tai Bin, the Vietnamese Ambassador to the Philippines, and Ms. Rebecca Eubanks and Ms. Lucelle Chen of USA. They are our Education Commission partners. And so again, we express our deepest gratitude and thanks to these individuals, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension so to allow our guests and even the EDCOM commissioners, Mr. President, to present to you the EDCOM 2 report, Mr. President. So
Yes, before I suspend session, I'd just like to thank all our partners. You know, we in government, we're expected to do our job, but the partners such as the Vietnamese ambassador together with the Australian ambassador, USAID, and all the NGOs that are here supporting us, we thank you. As you can see, it's a yeoman's job trying to fill the gaps in our different social programs for our people. And any help that we can get is very welcome help indeed, particularly in the education sector. So we thank you all for your support. And of course, to the staff of EDCOM, the Secretariat, job well done on your first.
Majority Leader, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Ginoong Pangulo, simula po noong nakamit natin ang ating kalayaan, 8 bersyon ng konstitusyon ang umiral sa ating bansa. The 1989 Malolos Constitution, the Philippine Organic Act of 1902, the Jones Law of 1916, the 1935 Constitution, the 1943 Constitution, the 1973 Constitution, the 1986 Freedom Constitution, and our present Constitution, the 1987 Constitution. Sa 8 Philippine Constitution na aking nabanggit, tanging sa 1987 Constitution lamang po natin matagpuan ang People's Initiative bilang pamamaraan para amendahan ang konstitusyon. Isa po ang People's Initiative sa mga probisyon na nagbibigay ng kapangyarihan sa mamamayan na magpasimuno ng reforma sa pamahalaan. In the words of Justice Panganiban, in his separate opinion, in the case of Miriam Defensor Santiago versus Comelec. And I quote, "Initiative like referendum and recall is a new and treasured feature of the Filipino constitutional system. All three are institutionalized legacies of the world-admired EDSA people power. Like elections and plebiscites, they are hallowed expressions of popular sovereignty. They are sacred democratic rights of our people to be used as their final weapons against political excesses, opportunism, inaction, oppression, and misgovernance, as well as their preserved instruments to exact transparency, accountability, and faithfulness from their chosen leaders." End of quote. I repeat, Mr. President, it is a sacred democratic right of our people to be used as their final weapons against political excesses, opportunism, inaction, oppression, and misgovernance. Ito po ang isa sa purposes ng People's Initiative as envisioned by the framers of the 1987 Constitution. Pinahahalagahan po ng saligang batas ang gampanin ng mamamayan na siguruhin na patuloy na lalamanin ng mga pahina nito ang kanilang mga interes at kapakanan. After all government authority emanates from the people. However, if the people are being misled, deceived, and coerced to sign a piece of document proposing to amend the Constitution for a certain amount of money, then the initiative is invalidated. Worse, its intentions are tarnished. The sacredness of initiative is stained by selfish motives. Ang pinagtataka po natin ngayon, bakit tila ang umiikot na so-called People's Initiative ay isang politician's initiative? Pareho pa rin silang PI, Mr. President. This is an insult and outright affront to the space duly afforded to us by the Constitution. A space intended to accommodate our people's capacity to introduce reforms. Ginoong Pangulo, mga kababayan, mayroon pong tatlong pamamaraan upang baguhin ang mga titik ng ating konstitusyon. Ang dalawa sa tatlong proseso na ito ay nangangailangan ng direktang partisipasyon ng mga halal na mga mambabatas, mga kongresista at tayong mga senador. Nag-iisa po ang pamamaraan na nakareserba para sa taong bayan para amyendahan ang saligang batas. Ito po ang tinatawag natin na People's Initiative. Bakit po kaya hindi gamitin ng mga politician na nagsusulong ng Politicians Initiative ang dalawang pamamaraan na nasa konstitusyon kung gusto nilang baguhin ang ating saligang batas? Bakit hindi pa sapat sa ilang mga mamabatas na mapagkalooban ng dalawang pagpipilian para baguhin ang konstitusyon? Kailangan ba na pati ang direktang inilaan para sa ating mga mamamayan ay kukunin at gagamitin ng mga gahamang politiko? Tila Ginoong Pangulo, sa pagdaan ng mga araw, mas maraming katanungan pa ang nadadagdag kaysa mga kasagutan sa Politicians Initiative. Pero isa po ang nabigyang linaw. Mayroong mga kumikilos upang manlinlang ng ating mamamayan. Mga individual at mga grupo na tila ang tingin lamang sa pamahalaan ay isang negosyo na pwedeng pagkakitaan. Handa silang mamuhunan sa pagbili ng mga pirma o lagda. Napakadali lamang, lalo na kung hindi naman kinabukasan ng bayan ang kanilang turing dito, kundi isang tseke na maaari nilang ipalit sa salapi pagdating ng panahon. Nakalulungkot na ang pinagsamantalahan ay siyang mga kababayan natin mga walang-wala sa buhay. Sila na ang mga nagdarahop at naghihikahos. Silang mga nagugutom at walang hanap buhay. May mga pagkakataon na ilan sa ating mga kababayan na pumirma sa kadudad-dudang People's Initiative ay wala ng ibang makakapitan kundi patalim. Kapalit ng munting halaga ay pagsangla ng kaluluwa. Nakagagalit na silang mga vulnerable ang palaging target ng panlilinlang ng mga politikong may mga pansariling motibo. Nakakapanlumong isipin kung paano sinamantala ang kahirapan sa buhay ng mga mamamayan para lamang sa sariling kapakanan ng mga nasa kapangyarihan. Minsan naisip ko, Mr. President, kung nangyari ito nung bata pa ako, malamang kasama ang aking mga magulang sa mga hihikayatin nilang pumirma. At dahil mahirap lang kami, Baka nga pumirma sila. Kaya ganun na lamang ang aking galit, Mr. President, sa pananamantalang ito. Pumirma ka na lang, bahala na kung hindi naintindihan. Di bale, may 100 pesos ka o kaya 3,000 pesos, may panghapunan na kayo ng pamilya mo. I feel it is my obligation to stand up for the poor because I know what it is like to believe that you do not have a choice. It is my obligation to tell every single one who is listening to me right now, be it inside these halls or on some video being aired, you always have a choice. And the Senate is ready to support you in making a real, informed, dignified choice. Ginoong Pangulo, nais ko pong susugan ang pananawagan ng ating majority leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. Hinihikayat po natin ang ating mga kababayan na niloko, pinilit maging iyong mga nakatanggap ng panunuhol kapalit ang kanilang pagpirma sa isang dokumento kung saan hindi malinaw sa paglahad kung ano ang reforma na gustong iamyenda sa konstitusyon. Lumantad kayo at huwag matakot. Tulungan niyo po ang inyong senado na pananagutin ang mga nagsamantalang sa mga kahinaan. Laging bukas ang bulwagan ng senado at handang pangalagaan ang sinumang nais magsiwalat ng katotohanan at nagmamahal sa ating bayan. May kasabihan po tayo, walang manluloko kung walang magpapaloko. But you know, Mr. President, I think this saying is a case of victim blaming, lalong-lalo na sa sitwasyong ito. Sa kasalukuyang panahon, tingnan natin ito mula sa ibang perspektiba. Patawan ng parusa ang mga naluloko at huwag ipataw ang sisi sa mga inosenteng naloko. If the ill-intentioned have done their part in attempting to distort and destroy the very spirit of initiative, I implore the Senate, let us not allow such distortion to succeed. Let us take the initiative, so to speak, to protect our people from sinister motives. Protect, most especially, the ones who are unable to do it for themselves. The Senate does not and will never infringe on the right of the people to exercise the right guaranteed by the Constitution. Justice Panganiban declares that, and I quote, the right to propose amendments to the Constitution is really a species of the right of free speech and free assembly. And certainly, it would be tyrannical and despotic to stop anyone from speaking freely and persuading others to conform to her beliefs. As the eminent Voltaire once said, I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. After all, freedom is not really for the truth we agree with, but as Justice Holmes wrote, freedom for the truth that we hate. End of quote. I would like to assure our Filipino people that the Senate, as the last bastion of democracy, does and always will support the people's clamor to institute reforms, whether this would be crafting laws or amending the Constitution itself. The Senate exists because of the people, and we will continue to push for the uplifting of the life of every Filipino. In the event that our people would come to truly believe that it is only through their own efforts that they can rewrite the letters of the Constitution to a form and content that they think embodies their ideals, I am sure that the Senate will be the first to support. However, the Senate will also be the first to condemn if the right to people's initiative is being bastardized by enterprising politicians. The Senate will not allow and will therefore condemn any form of threat, coercion, or bribery that compromises the future of our country and our people. I call on the persons behind this deceptive and fraudulent people's initiative. Make amends, not to our Constitution, but to the people, our people, whom you have maliciously enticed to unknowingly sell their future. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Mabuhay ka. Very passionate speech.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to just make or pose some clarificatory questions, Mr. President? If the gentleman from Davao and Bohol would yield to some clarificatory questions, Mr. President, from this representation.
Yes, if he so wishes.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. At the onset, Mr. President, let me state for the record my sincerest gratitude and sa Tagalog, Mr. President, yung pagsaludo sa isang senador na re-electionist ito, Mr. President. Hindi marunong matakot na gawin ang tama. Hindi marunong matakot na ipaglaban ang karapatan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Let me just put that on record, Mr. President. I salute, whether you agree with him or not, you salute, Mr. President, the character of this gentleman who is here today in this August chamber to deliver such a compelling and passionate privilege speech, Mr. President. Mr. President, ang unang katanungan ko sa ating kasama dito sa bulwagang ito, binanggit niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, yung third mode of changing the Constitution, which is People's Initiative, Mr. President. Pwede ho bang malaman natin, Ginoong Pangulo, na pag People's Initiative, kailangan po ba non-partisan? Kailangan po ba hindi ginagamit ang anumang makinarya ng pamahalaan ng gobyerno? Ginagamit ang programa ng iba't ibang departamento para lamang makakalap ng pirma? Ito po ba ay natural? Sapagkat marami ho sa ating mga kababayan, Ginoong Pangulo, ang nagtatanong, ito ba ay natural na nangyayari? Hindi ho bulag ang mga Pilipino, Ginoong Pangulo. Nakita natin sa telebisyon, narinig natin sa mga radyo, na-monitor natin sa social media. Isang kababayan natin, kaya ho ako'y bilib na bilib sa ating kasamahan dito sapagkat inilagay niya yung kanyang sarili doon sa mga taong binanggit niya na parang nagkakapit patalim na lamang, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat tama po ba natatanggap ka ng ayuda mula sa pamahalaan, programa ng pamahalaan, pero kailangan mong pumirma sa isang dokumentong hindi mo naiintindihan? Ito po ba'y natural? Ito po ba ay People's Initiative, Mr. President, Ginoong Pangulo?
Well, Mr. President, Majority Leader, as I've said, sa nakikita natin na nangyayari ngayon, tila lumalabas na hindi naman talaga ito kagustuhan ng taong bayan. So this is not a People's Initiative. This is politicians' initiative. Kung sino yung mga politiko na nasa likuran na nagpapatakbo nitong People's Initiative kuno. So, very clear, Mr. President. At yung pangalawang sinabi mo, Mr. President, na natural ba na gamitin yung pondo ng bayan, katulad ng AX, pondo ng gobyerno, to entice these people to vote or to sign, to get their signature? Ay, yun po, Mr. President, ay lantarang vote buying kung tutuusin. Vote buying po talaga yan. These people are enticed to give their signature in exchange of the money that is being offered to them through the government programs and services like AX, TUPAD, and what other programs that we have, Mr. President.
Ginoong Pangulo, ako ho ay humahanga sa ating kasama dito sa Senado sapagkat alam ko ho, siya ho ay taga Davao, taga Bohol, ngunit malalalim yung Tagalog na ginamit, Filipino na ginamit ng ating kasama dito sa Senado. Natatandaan ko ho, yung binanggit niyang isang salita, naghihikahos, nagdarahop. Ginoong Pangulo, ako po, habang nakikinig ako sa ating kasamahan dito sa Senado, hindi ko mapigil kung hindi mapukaw yung silakbo ng aking dugo. Sapagkat binabanggit ng ating kasamahan yung pananamantala. Gaano ho ba kabigat yung ginagawang pananamantala na ating nararanasan sa ngayon, Ginoong Pangulo, na isang Pilipino, idadanggel mo yung salapi mula sa DSWD, yung pangako na ikaw ay pipirma kapalit ang ayuda ng pamahalaan, yung pangako na ipirma ka lang, makakasama ka na sa mabibigyan ng biyaya ng mga politiko. Kapalit ang iyong pirma. Ito ba yung insulto, Mr. President? Ito ba yung insulto sa iyo, Mr. President? Ito ba yung insulto sa ating institusyon sapagkat ang bawat isa na nagluklok sa atin bilang senador ng Republika ng Pilipinas, nung tayo po ay binoto, tayo po'y binoto bilang kinatawan nila as national leaders, Mr. President. Not as district representatives, not as party list representatives, but national leaders. Is this an insult, Mr. President? Is this disenfranchisement, Mr. President? Disenfranchisement of the very sacred right of every Filipino, the right to suffrage, Mr. President. May we know the thoughts of the gentleman from Davao, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, sa simula pa lang, talagang nakikita na natin na yung layunin nito ay iba, Mr. President. Because nobody dares to admit that they are the ones behind this so-called People's Initiative. Walang umaangkin. Pero, sa Bisaya pa, Mr. President, ako'y natingala. Ako'y nagtataka. Bakit merong lumabas na timeline na nakaprogram na doon kung anong mga courses of action, anong mangyayari in the next coming days. Pero hanggang ngayon na ayaw nilang aminin na sino talaga ang nasa likuran nito. Very clear po, Mr. President. Ako po ay may nakausap na congressman. Hindi ko lang sabihin. Sinabi niya talagang instruction yan sa aming liderato ng Kongreso. Sa mababang kapulungan. Ang instruction pa nga sa kanila is not only to get 3% of the registered number of registered voters in their respective congressional district, but to get at least 20%. That is according to my friend Congressman, Mr. President. So, kung yan ang ginagamit yung ating pundo ng gobyerno para makakalap ng perma, hindi lang yan insulto, Mr. President, para sa akin. Kung meron pang word na mas mabigat pa sa insulto. Kaya nga, minsan, maiisip ko, Mr. President, tila ba yung sinasabi natin na interparliamentary courtesy ay parang napapalitan na ng interparliamentary treachery, Mr. President, sa ginawa nilang yan sa atin. Kung saan, gusto nilang kapunin, gusto nilang tanggalan ng power ang Senado para magbigay boses sa lahat ng Pilipino. We are not only elected by a single congressional district, we are elected by the whole of the Filipino people. Gusto nilang tanggalan ng boses ang Senado by the mere subject of their People's Initiative, which is voting jointly, Mr. President. Hindi lang ito insulto, Mr. President, kung isang pang-iisa, isang panlalamang, at isang, I don't know kung ano pang Tagalog na pwede kong sabihin dito. Kung Bisaya lang, Mr. President, mas marami pa akong masasabi. Pero wag na lang, hindi maintindihan ng lahat ng Pilipino yung aking sasabihin.
Mr. President, Ginoong Pangulo, as I speak before you today, Mr. President, I am hearing and seeing some news reports from leaders of the other chamber quoting this representation's name, Mr. President, na may ebidensya daw po ba, Mr. President? Ginoong Pangulo, gusto kong banggitin sa bulwagang ito, kahapon nag-launch tayo sa social media lamang, Mr. President, para sa mga lalaki at babaeng nabudol, nasamantala, at na-realize nila na sila ay niloko at ginoyo ng pekeng initiative na ito, PI din, Mr. President. After 24 hours, Mr. President, libo-libong complaints, picture ng text messages, picture ng mga aktibidades, Mr. President, ang ating nakalap. 90%, Ginoong Pangulo, 90% ng mga nagre-reklamo, sinasabi ang pangalan ng kongresista, pangalan ng mga staff ng kongresista, pangalan ng mga chiefs of staff ng kongresista. Mr. President, nagkataon lang ho ba ito? Nagkataon lang ho ba ito, Mr. President? Ang tanong ko. Sa tingin niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, kayo po na nagsabi na meron din po kayong nakausap na ilang kongresista. Meron din po ako. Alam niyo, Ginoong Pangulo, napakasakit po para sa akin magsalita ng ganito dahil galing po tayo sa House of Representatives. Kayo, Ginoong Pangulo, Senator Risa, Senator Sunny, Senator JB, Senator Win, Senator Mark, lahat po tayo galing ng House of Representatives. Ako po, Ginoong Pangulo, wala akong Joel Villanueva kung walang House of Representatives. Lahat po ng natutunan ko, paano ako makakapag-contribute for nation building, natutunan ko sa House of Representatives. Kaya masakit po sa akin, Ginoong Pangulo, ang makita 90% ng reklamo, House of Representatives. Nagtataon ho ba ito, Ginoong Pangulo? Pagsasalita na po ako, yung alam ko ho, personal, hindi lang yung sinumbong sa akin na sinasabi kong 90%. Sa aking lalawigan, ito yung pinakamasakit. Lalawigang tinubuan ko, Mr. President. 20 taon mahigit ang hinintay bago nagkaroon ng representante ang dakilang lalawigan ng Bulacan dito sa bulwagang ito. Tapos may ganito, Mr. President. Nakausap ko yung mga konsihal, nakausap ko yung mga kapitan, nakausap ko pati toda, Mr. President, na ginamit ng mga kongresista doon. Doon nga po sa Hagunoy, pinapirma sila. Sa Hagunoy, Bulacan, hindi alam kung ano yung pinipirmahan. Meron pang iba, sabi, online game lang. Nanalo kang 300 pesos, i-Gcash sa'yo. Bigay mo lang yung telepono mo. Nandito po. At hindi kagaya noong mga nagpalabas ng TV ad at nagpupush ng peking inisyatibo na ito, hindi nila mapinpoint kung sino sila. Handa po ako ibigay ito. Handa akong sabihin kung sino itong mga ito. Ipakita itong mga ebidensya na ito, Mr. President. I'm just wondering, Mr. President, bakit ganito? Nakita ko po si Senator Cynthia Villar, galing din po sa House of Representatives. Bakit ganito, Ginoong Pangulo? Hindi ho ba pagpapalit ng kalye, pangalan ng kalye dito sa Pilipinas, pag pinapalitan po ang kalye, pangalan ng kalye? Ginoong Pangulo, matanong ko po ang ating distinguished colleague, pag pinapalitan po ba ang kalye, pangalan ng kalye dito sa Pilipinas, pagkatapos po bang maipasa sa House of Representatives, batas na po ito, palitan na ang kalye?
Hindi pa, Ginoong Pangulo.
May Senado pa.
Dadaan pa yan sa Senado.
Pagkatapos may bycam. Mr. President, hindi pangalan ng kalye ang pinapalitan. Kaluluwa ng bayan natin ang pinapalitan. Na for almost 40 years, hindi ginagalaw. Na for almost 40 years, hindi basta-basta pinakikialaman. Bakit? Kaluluwa ng bayan to. Now you see, with your own eyes, on television, now you hear the complaints of the people. And I will use and borrow the words of Senator Bato de la Rosa, yung mga nagdarahop, yung mga naghihikahos, mga nangangailangan ng tulong, nangangailangan ng ayuda ng gobyerno, umaasa sa tulong ng gobyerno, pagsasamantalahan natin para lamang ma-extend ang termino natin, para lamang ma-abolish ang Senado. Mr. President, kung gusto ng taong bayang i-abolish ang Senado, I don't mind. If it is the will of the people, I don't mind. Ano mang klaseng gusto ng ating mga kababayan, dalhin man ang ating bayan sa kangkungan, dalhin man ang ating bayan sa impyerno, kung yan ang gusto ng taong bayan, susunod tayo. Re-respetuhin natin. Pero Mr. President, Ginoong Pangulo, kung ayuda ng gobyerno, ipagkakait mo. Kung hindi ka pipirma,
Hindi ka makatanggap.
hindi ka makakatanggap. At ano ito? Katang-isip ni Senator Bato de la Rosa? Katang-isip ni Joel Villanueva? Bakit hindi natin tanungin ang bayan? Bakit hindi natin tanungin si Juan de la Cruz? Ito ba ay People's Initiative? Mr. President, I can go on and on, but I just wanted to also ask our dear colleague, where do we go from here, Mr. President? How do you want this privileged speech, Mr. President? Pagkatapos natin i-refer, and I suppose, if I may, mamaya ay i-refer ito dun sa committee ni Senator Amy Marcos ng Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation. Ano yung pwede nating magawa dito, Mr. President? Ngayon na pagkatapos ng meeting ng ating pinuno ng Senado at ng pinuno ng Kamara de Representantes, na tayo po'y nagsunog ng kilay para ayusin at siguruhin yung mga gusto kuno ng ating mga kausap, na marami din naman sa atin pabor doon sa economic provisions, kaya nga po natin pinasa yung Public Services Act. 5 sektor lang yung hindi natin pinagalaw na magkaroon ng 100% ownership, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, where do we go from here? Kailangan pa ba nating ispilingin yan, Mr. President? Kailangan pa bang i-memorize yan kung seryoso yung ating mga kausap, Mr. President? Sa pagpapasa nitong joint resolution na ito? That's my question, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, if I may add, kanina, nag-start yung aking investigation on the alleged scam, ng ayuda scam na nangyayari sa Davao del Norte. At kami noon, lahat na nandun na senador, ay akala namin, yun ang pinaka-the worst na nangyari. Yung 10,000 na ayuda na binigay, ay binawi yung 9,000 at 1,000 lang ang binigay sa ating mga kababayan na pumirma. So, out of 10,000, 9,000 binulsa ng mga nag-recruit sa kanila at ang 1,000 ay binigay sa kanila. Akala ko, the worst na yun na pangyayari. Pero if I am going to borrow the words of our majority leader, hindi lang 9,000 ang katumbas ng ginagawa ngayon ng People's Initiative, kundi kaluluwa ng ating bayan ang kapalit ng perma ng ating mga kababayan. Dapat ang Senado ay hindi matutulog. I implore all our colleagues, huwag nating hayaan ito. Magtutulungan tayo dito. Hindi natin papayagan na masisira itong ating bansa dahil lang sa kagustuhan ng ilang mga politiko na gustong mag-perpetuate in power, Mr. President.
Thank you. With the permission of the majority floor leader.
Mr. President.
Yung kaninang binanggit mo, Senator Bato, ang 10,000, kinupit ang 9,000, kinuha. O kinupit o ninakaw, binawi yung 9,000 at naiwan yung 1,000.
Yes,
at
Mr.
para yan pumirma sa People's Initiative.
Hindi yun, Mr. President. Iba yun.
Iba yun.
Iba.
Kasi dalawang krimen, kung yan ang nangyari, dalawang krimen ang nangyari doon. So, ang sinasabi mo, ito ay ayuda lamang.
Ayuda lamang. Ang comparison lang na pinapakita ko is that yung katumbas ng perma nila ay 9,000 na napunta sa korupsyon. Pero itong ginagawang People's Initiative, ang katumbas ng kanilang perma ay kinabukasan ng ating bayan. That is immeasurable. Ang value po niyan ay hindi po ma-quantify, Mr. President. So, napakahirap po i-reconcile itong mga latest na pangyayari sa ating bansa, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you.
Mr. President, may I also ask the gentleman from Davao and Bohol, where do we go from here, Mr. President? May mga COMELEC officials na po sa ilang parte ng ating bansa, whether district or regional, na tumatanggap nitong mga peking pirma na pinagsamantalahan, pirma na nagoyo yung pumirma, Mr. President. Where do we go from here, Mr. President? Ano bang accountability, Ginoong Pangulo, ng ating mga opisyales ng COMELEC para tignan ito? Kasi meron po isang nagsasabi sa isang artikulo na ang tanging mandato lamang ng COMELEC ay tumanggap ng pirma. Hindi na po nila iniimbestigahan ito. Meron naman nagsasabing pwedeng mag-imbestiga. Ngunit sa aking pagkakaalam, Mr. President, matagal-tagal na rin po tayo dito sa mundo ng lehislatura, Mr. President. As I mentioned, I was a term member of the House, and this is my second term here in the Senate. Hindi naman po ganun talaga makapag-imbestiga ang COMELEC sa mga ganitong gawain, Mr. President. So, what can we do, Mr. President?
I think, Mr. President, right now, we cannot stop COMELEC from accepting all the signatures being submitted to them because it is their duty to receive all those signatures. But doon na lang natin sila sisingilin, Mr. President, sa kanilang function sa pag-verify. Yung verification nila, dapat ito ay gagawin nila ng totoo at may halong konsensya, Mr. President. Sana may konsensya sila sa kanilang gagawing verification later on, Mr. President.
Perhaps, Mr. President, I would encourage my distinguished colleague, Senator Bato, to look into this specific law, if there is any, Mr. President, to not just ministerially accept all these signatures despite the fact that they are very much aware of what is happening. In fact, Mr. President, just today, I made an announcement that because just like our dear colleague, hindi ko humasikmura ito, Mr. President. Hindi ko humasikmura talaga. Ako'y mag-retire na after my term here in the Senate, Mr. President. And hindi ko lang humasikmura itong ginagawang paglapastangan sa payak na karapatan ng ating mga kababayan. Lalong-lalo na sa pagpapalit ng ating konstitusyon. If there's one word to describe what's happening right now, Mr. President, nakakasalukasok. Nakakasalukasok itong ginagawang ito, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is bigger than us, bigger than you and me, bigger than all of us, bigger than this institution. When you talk about the Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines. Mr. President, perhaps we can do something about it. Kung alam natin na may problema, at gaya ng nabanggit ko, Mr. President, ako mismo ay willing na spearhead yung pong pagbawi ng pirma ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya sa mga nanonood po sa atin, live streaming sa Facebook o kung saan man, inaanyayahan ko po kayo, gaya ng binanggit kanina ni Senator Bato, magsumbong po kayo. Aalalayan po namin kayo. All you need to do is magkaroon ho kayo ng affidavit, gagawa ho namin kayo ng form. Punta lang ho kayo sa inyong lokal na COMELEC office sa inyong lugar at sabihin ang nangyari at binabawi ninyo ang inyong pirma. Kasi ako, sa aking experience, Mr. President, doon ho sa aming lalawigan, lalo na sa aming distrito, nakakalungkot po yung nangyari sa aming distrito. Wala ho akong nakausap ni isa. Ako'y gagalangin ko ho, Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa, gagalangin ko po yung aking kababayan na magsabi sa akin, gusto ko itong pagpapalit ng ating konstitusyon, o gusto kong revisahin, gusto kong tignan. Gusto kong i-review. Gusto kong magkaroon ng unicameral form of government. Gusto kong buwagin ng Senado. Gagalangin ko po eh. Actually, gagalangin ko po. Wala ho akong problema doon. Pero sa aming distrito, wala pa ho akong nakausap ni isa na naiintindihan yung kanyang pinirmahan. Ni isa na nagsabing pinapirma siya at in-explain kung ano nga ba itong People's Initiative na voting jointly ang Kamara at Senado. Na ang Speaker o ang Senate President, hindi and, Mr. President, Speaker or Senate President may call to convene a Constituent Assembly. Wala ho akong narinig na gano'n. Ulitin ko po, Mr. President, gagalangin ko kung yun ay bukal sa loob ng aking kababayan. Sino man po sila, nasaan man po sila. Pero ulitin ko po, sa aming distrito, wala pa ho akong nakausap.
Well, Mr. President, the mere fact na ito'y ginawa nila while we are on break. Nasa Christmas vacation tayo, nagkakaroon sila ng blitzkrieg attack. Mr. President, how do you qualify that kind of situation? Ha? Naka-break tayo, bigla na lang, lumabas ito ngayon, at wala na. We're caught off guard.
Are you saying there's bad faith, Mr. President?
Well, I presume there is bad faith. Then, pwede namang sabihin sa atin, prangkahin tayo, na gusto namin ito. Kung meron silang respeto sa atin, pwede naman lang sabihin na gusto namin ito, introduce namin ito, sa ayaw nyo sa gusto, we will go for it. Pero wag naman yung patalikod, Mr. President, na mabulaga na lang tayo habang tayo nasa vacation. Ganun na lang.
What about the result of our caucus, Mr. President? Tayo ay nag-caucus, if you recall, Mr. President, para pag-usapan itong joint resolution na supposed to be ay ating tatalakayin ngayong mga panahon na ito, ngayong araw na ito, Mr. President. What do you think would happen to this, Mr. President, after knowing na parang may bad faith, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, hanggang ngayon, ako po'y tuliro. Anong gagawin natin? So I leave it up to the leadership of the Senate at pag-usapan po natin yan para magkakaroon tayo ng united stand on this particular issue. I leave it up to I am a good soldier. I will follow our Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Diyan po nagwawakas ang aking maikling interpellation sa ating kasama dito sa Senado. Muli, taus-puso akong nagpapasalamat at sumasaludo sa ating kasama sa Senado, Senator Bato de la Rosa, na hindi natatakot panggitin ang katotohanan sapagkat ngayong araw na ito ginugunita natin ang Malolos Congress. At ang nakakatuwa po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa mga delegado ng Malolos Congress, mayroon po silang isang salita. Matatayuan natin ang paninindigan ng ating mga framers ng Malolos Congress. At gaya ng ating kasamahan dito sa Senado, Senator Bato de la Rosa, nais kong ilagay sa talaan ng bulwagang ito na hindi po tayo papasindak, na hindi po tayo titiklop sa anumang uri ng atake. Hindi lamang sa institusyong ito, hindi lamang sa ating mga sarili, kundi atake sa karapatan ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Maraming salamat, Majority Floor Leader. Hangang-hanga din po ako sa ating mahal na kaibigan, kababayan, taga Mindanao, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Is slowly becoming a statesman of the Senate. And he's no longer looking at local politics or petty issues. He's now taking up the challenges of our institution. And I salute him for that. Maraming salamat, sir.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Ang ating kapatid, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang pong sundan ang napakagandang talumpati ni Senator Bato de la Rosa. Ganun din po ang iminungkahi at ibinato ng ating pinunong mayorya patungkol po sa People's Initiative. Bilang ako po ay chairman ng Committee ng Amendments and Revision, nais ko pong ipaalam sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo, na ako po mismo ay may sarili ding People's Initiative. Iyan po ay aking isinusulong at nais ko pong ipaalam sa lahat na wala pong sa konstitusyon natin, Article 70, napakaliwanag, na meron po talagang tatlong moda. At yan ng Constitutional Assembly, CONCON, at People's Initiative. Ang nais ko lamang pong linawin, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, na wala pong masama sa People's Initiative. Wala. Yan po ay kasama sa konstitusyon at yan po ay pinalalakas. Katulad po ng sinabi ni Senator Bato de la Rosa, ito po ay esensya ng ating demokrasya. Ang nagkakaroon lamang po ng hindi naaayon sa saligang batas na umiiral sa atin ngayon, ng 1987 Constitution, malinaw po doon sa Article 6 din, ang legislative body. Ang paghihiwalay ng Senado at ng House of Representatives. Ang magkahiwalay na kapangyarihan, lalong-lalo na sa tinatawag nating voting powers. Nagkaroon lamang po tayo ng pagkakataon na maging suliranin yung voting sapagkat doon sa Article 17 hindi malinaw na naisulat. Pero doon sa Article 6, Section 21, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, in time of war, malinaw po doon na ang Senado at ang House ay meron silang magkasamang pagpupulong at sila ay boboto separately. Napakalinaw po nun. Hindi lang po natin maintindihan kung bakit nagkaroon ng People's Initiative na ipinipilit ang voting jointly. Ang pag-uusapan natin ay saligang batas. Ito po ay talagang kailangan po natin pag-usapan ng mahaba kasama po ang malaking kapulungan, ang House. Hindi po ito para po sa akin pong ibinigay niyong komite, pinag-aralan ko po ito, ang ating konstitusyon. Ito pong voting jointly ay lumalabag sa artikulo ng legislative body sapagkat meron pong paghihiwalay ng kapangyarihan. At yan pong kapangyarihan, yung voting, kasama po yan. At malinaw sa ating konstitusyon. Kaya mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, hayaan niyo po akong makapagpasalamat sa bumubuo ng ating Senado at inyo pong ipinaglalaban yung ating kapangyarihan na magkaroon ng voting separately. Sapagkat ito po ang sinasabi ng 1987 Constitution. At ang People's Initiative po ay ang pwede lang po natin gawin lamang ay amendment. Hindi po tayo pwedeng mag-revision ng konstitusyon na gagamitin ang People's Initiative. Sapagkat piecemeal lang ang pwede natin gawin. Amendment lang, hindi po revision. Kaya po sana maging malinaw po ito sa ating taong bayan na ang ating pong winawaksi dito ngayon sa ating bulwagan ng Senado ay yung sinasabing pagtatanggal ng kapangyarihan sa Senado. Yun po ay talagang parang isinawalang bahala na natin ang saligang batas. Kailangan po tindigan natin ang saligang batas sapagkat tayo po ay nanumpa sa harap ng saligang batas. At yun lamang po, mahal na Pangulo, maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang Senado.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Ako'y humahanga din po sa inyo. Alam ko, ang inyong advocacy is to amend the charter to improve the constitution ng ating bansa. At pumirma po kayo dito dahil sa puntong iyon na binanggit mo, na dahil ayaw po makapon ng Senado, ayaw nyo pong walang saysay ang Senado dito sa usaping charter change. Kaya mabuhay po kayo, Senator. Marami po sa amin ay naniniwala din po sa inyo na dapat meron tayong mga kailangan baguhin, pero sa tamang paraan. Maraming salamat. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Next to make a manifestation is our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, former Senate President of this August Chamber, this institution that has lasted for 107 years, no other than Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Ano lang po, maikling inputs kasi meron pa tayong gagawing caucus. I think a colleague will also share his thoughts with us. Well, kanina po sa exchanges for dialogue nila Majority Leader at saka ni Senator Bato de la Rosa, nag-raise ng tanong si Majority Leader, ano ang pwedeng gawin? Sa tingin ko marami tayong pwedeng gawin. Siguro panawagan natin sa ating mga kababayan, yung mga hindi pa nakapirma, huwag kayong pumirma rito sa iniikot na People's Initiative kasi tagong-tago po yung agenda, nakatago sa mga mabibigat at magagandang salita na tungkol sa procedure sa pag-amenda ng konstitusyon. Hindi po yan ang unod o hindi yan yung substance ng plano. Parang chess po ito, pero madali lang din basahin. Mga 2 to 3 moves ahead lang po. Kita na po natin ano po ang agenda po nila. Kaya yun ang pakiusap natin. Tapos si Majority Leader ay nag-launch na naman ng kanyang online movement na doon naman sa mga nakapirma, pwede po silang mag-manifest na nung kami napapirma, hindi naman niya napaliwanag sa amin ng totoo, ng mabuti, or kami naabutan ng isang bagay na may halaga, bawal po yun, na pera man or isang bagay na may halaga, or napangakuan na may darating na bagay na may halaga in the future. So, posible pong gawin po nila yon. Tapos, siguro na lang, for the consideration of Senator Bato, ang aking opinion is actually meron na pong justiciable controversy. Hindi na po natin kailangan hintayin na yung formal petition kung lalantad na yung mga tao nasa likod nito. Mag-file kasi yan ng petition sa COMELEC. Sa aking palagay, meron na pong justiciable controversy ngayon at yung mga interesado dito sa issue na to, pwede na tayong mag-meeting as on this legal matter kasi tinatanggap ng COMELEC Tinatanggap ng COMELEC yung binibigay ng mga papel na may pirma. So therefore, COMELEC is following a certain procedure. Ang sabi nila may resolution sila. But COMELEC cannot give power unto itself. Therefore, there must have been a law authorizing the COMELEC to receive these signatures and to follow a certain procedure pursuant to the resolution na pinromulgate po ng COMELEC. Kung parehas ang law na iniisip natin, itong law po na ito, kalimutan ko lang po yung RA number, itong Republic Act number na ito, 6735, ay naging subject matter na ng isang kaso, yung nabanggit na rin po, nabanggit yata ni Senator De La Rosa, the defensor case versus COMELEC. At ang conclusion ng Supreme Court doon, that law is insufficient to support a people's initiative. That is in an extended decision. Alam ko na po yung sagot ng whoever, kung sino man yung nasa likod nito, na hindi pa naman klaro kung sino. Parang chess mo ito, anticipate na natin yung next move nila. Sasabihin nila, meron daw second case na yung sa Lambino case, yung the original pirma case, na meron daw so-called minute resolution ng Supreme Court on the resolution sa MR, kasi natalo naman yung pirma nun Pero nag-motion for reconsideration yung mga natalo. Hindi rin sila nanalo sa motion for reconsideration, pero sa minute resolution, yan yung mga maiikling mga iikling mga order ng korte. Mayroong last paragraph doon na sinabi na 10 members of the court are of the opinion that RA 6735 is sufficient to support a people's initiative. Yun po yung counter nila sa ating action. Pero alam na rin po natin yung counter argument po natin doon na ang minute resolution does not form part of the laws of the land under the Civil Code. Kasi sa Civil Code, decisions of the Supreme Court form part of the laws of the land. Decisions of the Supreme Court. The Miriam Defensor versus COMELEC case is a decision. Okay. Ibabangga ng mga proponents nito is a mere minute resolution. Walang signature ng justices po doon. Clerk of the division. Okay. So, and then, can a decision of a division in a minute resolution overturn a decision of the Supreme Court even if rendered by a division? Hindi. Basic na basic sa Constitution yun. If you reverse something and bank. So, I think we already have a justiciable controversy here and we can act. So we can act, kung makita pa natin, we can act politically by calling on the people to not to sign. And for those who have signed, to withdraw their signature. We can act legally, in the sense of filing cases to already question what the COMELEC is doing. What is your business receiving all these papers with signatures? At sinasabi nila, they have a ministerial role to play as of the moment. Based on what? On a law already characterized by the Supreme Court as insufficient to support a people's initiative. At saka, Mr. President, as well, since itong people's initiative yun is an improvement dun sa pirma case na sinabi ko. Kasi yung sa pirma case before, signatures lang ang sinabit, wala yung, hindi naka-reflect po ano yung amendment. Okay. In this particular case, naka-reflect ng amendment. Okay. Pero dahil sa naka-reflect ng amendment, alam na natin yung subject matter. Although yung pagdating sa number of sections affected, iisa lamang, pwedeng sabihin na amendment ito, pero hindi yan ang definition ng amendment. Kung ang pagbabago ay magsasanga-sanga, apektado ang iba-ibang sections ng Constitution, ang konsepto ng bicameral Congress ay apektado. Therefore, it is not a mere amendment. It is already a revision. Because yung basic structure ng legislative branch ang binabago or kinukontra yung konsepto ng basic structure ng legislative branch. Hence, if it is not an amendment, then it must be a revision. And people's initiative is not available for a revision. So, these are our arguments, Mr. President. So, sa tanong na what can be done, marami ang pwedeng gawin. I'm sure hindi ko na-exhaust yung pwedeng gawin. That's why we're continuing with our caucuses. Baka meron pa tayong ibang mga ideas na lalabas. So without prejudice to further elaboration in some other future speeches, Mr. President, I will end my intervention for today.
Thank you very much to our Minority Floor Leader. Your experience in law and being a bar top-notcher will help us immensely in these cases that we'll be filing. And we'll be filing this together. So maybe stand or adjourn.
We still have one manifestation. Actually, two.
Sir, for the
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Ray Santiveros.
I'm sorry. Our Deputy Minority Floor Leaders recognize. My apologies, ma'am. My apologies.
Walang problema, ug salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Joining in the spirit of the privileged speech of the good gentleman from Davao and Maynista. For the record, Mr. President, a point that I just wish to reiterate sa ating diskusyon ngayong hapon, hindi tsatsa ang lunas sa mga totoong problema ng mga Pilipino ngayon. Klaro ang daing ng taong bayan. Patuloy na pagtaas sa presyo ng bilihin, kakulangan ng trabaho at kita ng manggagawa, sirang sistema ng pampublikong transportasyon at isang pamahalaan na tila walang pananagutan at tugon sa mga totoo nilang pangangailangan. Mandato ng saligang batas na gawing prioridad ng gobyerno ang pagpuksa sa kahirapan, paglaban sa di pagkakapantay-pantay sa lipunan, pagprotekta sa karapatan ng manggagawa at paniniguro na lahat ng Pilipino ay may oportunidad na pagandahin ang ating buhay. Ang solusyon dito, tapat na pamamahala at pagsasabuhay sa mga mandato ng 1987 Constitution. Hindi ang pagwawaksi nito para sa pansariling interes. So, that additional point for the record, Mr. President, og saliwat, salamat kaayo sa good gentleman.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague, Senator Rizal Tiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last to make a manifestation in this matter is this representation. I move that I be recognized, Mr.
Yes,
President.
our distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I share the frustrations of my colleagues in the Senate and the public towards the ongoing People's Initiative. To be clear, I'm not against changing the Constitution per se. I'm open to charter change, especially for the economic provision, for its potential to spur economic development. We are playing catch-up with our ASEAN neighbors. Our priority should be to go full steam ahead on infrastructure development and energy, and in order to make the Philippines competitive and attractive. I believe charter change on economic provisions can help us in this regard. However, we cannot negotiate in bad faith. We cannot play around with the democratic process as important as changing the highest law of the land. And this is how we regard the ongoing petition for People's Initiative. Earlier on, we reached a consensus that we will set aside this type of political circus and instead focus on ensuring that our economic recovery. Nasaan ang palabra de honor? Nasaan ang prioridad natin para sa bayan? Mr. President, the political noise and partisan bickering that will result from this process will only stall our economic recovery. All our efforts in recovering from the pandemic and building a better economy will be for naught if we allow these protracted political squabbles to continue. Charter change will definitely consume much of our time here in the Senate. We will waste our time arguing over voting procedures and other aspects of this political exercise. Marami tayong mga suliranin at hamon na kailangan gawa ng solusyon at bigyan ng pansin. And many of these can be solved without tinkering with the Constitution at this time. Let us do the people's work. Let us work for modernizing our infrastructure and energy, ensuring food security, and revitalizing our economy. All our time, energy, and resources should be focused on these important issues rather than wasting them in a political exercise that will only divide and worse, stall our efforts to ensure a prosperous future for people. Mr. President, nakaka-frustrate
Ang dami nating hinabol ng mga priority bills. Measures that are intended to set as our framework and direction towards recovery and making our country competitive once again. Parang lahat ng ating pinagpaguran, pinagpuyatan, ito man nakaraang buwan ay masasayang. This activity will definitely stall all of these efforts. Nakakapanghinayang. Definitely itong charter change, itong usapin na ito, sabi ko nga po, ito 2 araw na tayo halos. Hindi nakausad. Because of this, talking about this issue, nakakapanghinayang. It's frustrating for me, Mr. President. Personally, I was requested by the economic team to defend the public-private partnership, which was not under my committee. I took the challenge because I wanted to help this administration. Kaya lang parang sayang ang lahat kung ito po ipapasok ngayon. Bakit pa tayo nagpagod? Bakit pa tayo nag-aral? Bakit pa tayo nagpuyat para lamang maipasa ang mga ito? Kung ganito rin lang po ang kahinatnan. I'm just sharing with you my frustration because all of us exerted all our efforts here in the Senate. Dito po talagang tayo nag-aaral para lamang maiayos ang lahat ng mga panukala at maging batas na mag-aayos ng ating pumbayan. There is time for everything, Mr. President. Now is not the time for divisive activity like the People's Initiative. So with that, Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator De La Rosa and all the interpellation and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. And I'd like to share the frustration of the distinguished colleague, Senator JVR Sito. Ang aga-aga pa lang ng administrasyon na to, bakit ang dami-dami ng away? I think we should concentrate on moving forward with the economic agenda for the upliftment of poverty of each and every Filipino that's living in abject poverty, 25%. Minimum wage, tulak natin. May rally kanina. Imbis na charter change, pwede bang taas natin ang sweldo? Pasok natin yan. Pasan natin.
Ay ng presyo ng bilihin.
Correct. So I think, my dear colleagues, today has been a very fruitful day for the institution. I think our standing as one in this chamber, not just for our own self-preservation. It's not about self-preservation. It's about looking at the 107 years of history of this hallowed ground, these hallowed halls of the Senate. Nakita natin yung mga personalities na ipinaglaban. The father of Senator Coco Pimentel who fought against injustice and the martial law days, and many others who were jailed and fought for what they believed in and lost their power, fighting for our country and for our nation and for our democratic processes. Huwag natin sampalin sila, makalimutan natin ang kanilang alaala, kanilang memories. No, we forget their memories because of pure personal ambition. That's why I salute all of you. I salute all of you. It is now a test of character. This, gentlemen, is a test of character. Separates the boys from the men. Those who want the toys and those who want to fight for our country. So kayong lahat, mabuhay po kayo. So yesterday, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask them to please first calm down and take your seats and settle down there in the back. We'll be discussing very important matters. Thank you, my dear colleagues. My dear friends, ating mga kababayan, my dear colleagues, yesterday we had a caucus which lasted 3 hours long to discuss the current events that are happening in Philippine politics, particularly on the issue of this People's Initiative. If I may be allowed to read the statement of the Senate on the People's Initiative. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It is an enduring symbol of our democracy, enshrining the foundation of our nationhood and reflecting the consensus of our citizenry. We respect and recognize the people as our sovereign, with the right to call for constitutional amendments. We must, however, guard against any sinister and underhanded attempt to change the Constitution by exploiting our democratic process under the guise of a People's Initiative. This so-called People's Initiative proposes only one change. In acting as a constituent assembly, the Senate and the House shall vote jointly. While it seems simple, my dear friends, the goal is apparent: to make it easier to revise the Constitution by eliminating the Senate from the equation. It is an obvious prelude to further amendments, revisions, or even an overhaul of our entire Constitution. If this PI prospers, further changes to the Constitution can be done with or without the Senate's approval, or worse, even absent all the senators. Should Congress vote jointly in a constituent assembly, the Senate, with its 24 members, cannot cast any meaningful vote against 316 members of the House of Representatives. This singular and seemingly innocuous change in the Constitution will open the floodgates to a wave of amendments and revisions that will erode the nation as we know it. To allow joint voting will destroy the delicate balance between which our hard-won democracy rests. It will change, or destabilize rather, the principle of bicameralism in our system of checks and balances. With this change, the Senate is left powerless to stop even the most radical of proposals. We cannot protect our lands from foreign ownership. We cannot stop the removal of term limits nor no election scenario in 2025 or worse, in 2028. It is ridiculous that the Senate, as a co-equal chamber of the House, which is needed to pass even local bills, will have a dispensable and diluted role in charter change, the most monumental act of policymaking concerning the highest law of the land. Throughout Philippine history, the Senate has always been one of the first targets by those who seek to undermine our country's democracy. Today, the Senate once again stands as a bastion of democracy, as it rejects this brazen attempt to violate the Constitution, the country, and our people. This Senate of the people will not allow itself to be silenced. Signed, yours truly, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senate President Pro Tem Lauren Legarda, Senate Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, Minority Floor Leader Senator Calino Coco Pimentel, Senators Joseph Victor Ejercito, Mark Villar, Risa Hontiveros, Sani Angara, Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay, Alan Peter Cayetano, Pia Cayetano, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Francis G. Escudero, Jingoy Estrada, Sherwin Gatchalian, Christopher Lawrence Go, Manuel Lito Lapid, Aimee Romualdez Marcos, Grace Poe, Bong Revilla, Francis Tol Tolentino, Rafi Tulfo, Cynthia Villar, and last but not the least, my dear colleague and friend and advocate for charter change, Robin Hood Padilla. And I'd like to add in the signature of Robin Padilla that he is for constitutional change, but like all of us, he refuses to allow voting jointly. It should be voted separately. This is the statement that the Senate has made. We are proud of this statement. We stand by our institution, not for our own personal benefit or gain, as I mentioned earlier during the Malolos Congress's 125th anniversary, but for the systems of checks and balances and democracy as a whole. We must stand fast these attacks on our democratic principles. Sumabuhay ang Senado. May I ask for a minute suspension to ask my colleagues to join me in the podium for this historic photo opportunity.
Po. Ang una po namin katanungan sa atin pong ginagalang talaga. Isa pong karangalan po namin ito na kayo po ay bisita namin. Tatawagin ko na po kayong Tatay Juan Ponce Enrile sapagkat kayo po ay masasabing tatay naming lahat ng mga Pilipino sapagkat sa inyo po, ang sabi nga po nila, ang pinakamagandang aral sa isang tao, kundi ang karanasan. Ang inyo pong karanasan ay ginintuan na po. Ito po ay talagang, yan po ay masasabi natin, walang pinakamaganda na aming nanamnamin sa aming mga henerasyon, kundi yung mga nakita nyo po sa buhay po ninyo. Una po, ito pong araw na ito ay ginagawa na namang issue ng maraming tao. Katunayan, maging pro-government o maging anti-government, ito pong araw na to, laging pinag-uusapan ang martial law. Yan po ang isang bagay na ako din po ay hindi napapagod na magpaliwanag sa mga tao, lalong-lalo na sa kabataan, kung bakit napakahalaga ng usapin ng martial law. At ito po ay nung nakaraan pong hearing namin, naging bisita po namin ang kagalang-galang din po na si Attorney Estelito Mendoza. Opo, at talagang punong-puno din po siya ng paghanga po sa inyo. Katunayan, siya din po ang nagsabi sa amin na kung gusto niyo makakuha ng mga ginintuang aral, ay imbitahin niyo si Senator Juan Ponce Enrile sapagkat
Mr. Chairman, si Titong ay isang haligi ng gobyerno ni Presidente Ferdinand Enrile Marcos. Naging Solicitor General yan at lahat ng kaso na hinawakan niya, pinanaluhan niya at naging Secretary of Justice. Kasama ko yan sa Amerika noong kami pinapunta doon para pag-usapan ang base militar. At kasama ko rin yan sa Libya nung nagpunta kami roon para ayusin yung problema ng Muslim Mindanao. At hinarap namin si Muammar Gaddafi na siya ang pinuno ng Libya noon. Magaling na abogado, matalino, kaya lang kagaya ko, matanda na, mahina na ang tenga, medyo malabo na ang paningin, pero nakikita ko pa rin yung mga gwapo na senador dito at ang mga media. Kaya salamat sa mga binanggit niya tungkol sa akin. Ngayon, tungkol sa saligan batas na pinag-uusapan natin. Ako po ay naranasan ko ang mabuhay sa ilalim ng 1935 Constitution ng Pilipinas. Pangalawa, naranasan ko rin po ang nabuhay sa ilalim ng 1973 Constitution. Bago pa dyan, naranasan ko rin po, will go out every 2 years to be elected by the people so that new, fresh, and modernized mind will enter the system to contribute to the intellectual capability or academic capability of the remaining members. Yan po, in a nutshell, is my position.
Tatay, ano ko lang po, no? Ulitin ko lang po para sa atin pong mga nanonood. Ang gusto nyo po, yung pumapayag po kayo na baguhin ang 1987 Constitution.
Simple yun. Lalo na yung sinabi ninyo na martial law provision. Ginulo nila yung martial law provision. Nung dineklara namin yung martial law, simple lang. The Supreme Court cannot interfere. Nobody can interfere. The power of the President was absolute. That was the doctrine of Barcelona versus Baker. Tingnan ninyo sa report ng mga desisyon ng Korte Suprema, nandyan yung kaso na yan. Nangyari sa Cavite yan. Ineklara nila ang martial law. The Supreme Court of the United States, which was in place in the Philippines, could not do anything. It was a political decision. No one can interfere with the decision of the Governor General or the President in order to save the country from an event.
Opo, ipapaalala ko lang po, tatay, sa ating mga kasama. Ang sinasabi po ng ating tatay, yung patungkol po kasi dito sa 1935 Constitution at sa 1973, malinaw po doon sa provision na yon at sa section na yon, ang pagdedeklara ng martial law ay kung meron pong rebellion, insurrection, o imminent danger. Napakaganda po nun. Ito pong 1987 Constitution, tinanggal po yung imminent danger.
Ibig sabihin ni Cory, kung nandyan na yung gera, binabaril na yung mga sundalo ninyo, natin, at mga pulis, sakalang ako magdeklara ng martial law. Hindi pwede yun eh. Ang sinasabi ng 1935 Constitution
at 1973 Constitution. Pag nakita mo na at natitsak mo sa sarili mong desisyon ng bansa mo ay namimiligro na sasalakayin o wawasakin ng insurekto o ng rebellion, gumalaw ka na. Gamitin mo ang kamay na bakal para sa ganon masugpo yung problema na yan at walang tao na masasantala o mamamatay dahil tamad ka o takot ka na magdesisyon.
Ang napakalinaw po nung sinabi ng ating tatay na mahirap umaksyon kapag huli na.
Ay, wala na. Aanuhin mo pa ang damo kung patay na ang kabayo.
Kasi po, dito po sa 1987 Constitution, pati po yung pagsuspinde ng writ of habeas corpus ay ano na po nagkaroon po siya ng provision na hindi siya pwedeng tumagal.
Yan mga yan, panay instrumento ng gobyerno yan sa kapayapaan, seguridad at katahimikan ng bansa. Hiwalay yan at graduated application yan. Una, bago namin dineklara ang martial law dahil doon sa Plaza Miranda bombing na binomba ni Sison at kasabi kasama daw kakumplot si Ninoy. Binomba nila yung kabaro nila, yung mga liberal. May political color yun. Dahil doon, ako, naging biktima. Akong pinagbintangan na bumomba ng Plaza Miranda. Kaya nung nagkandidato ako na senador noong 1971 for the first time, alam ko na matatalo ako sapagkat lahat ng lugar na pinuntahan ko sa Pilipinas, ang narinig ko yung ungol ng mga tao. Parang umiiyak. Sa Palawan lang nasa entablado ako. May bata, nagdala ng tupa. Malinggit na aso dahil ako daw tuta ni Marcos. Kaya natalo ako. Pero hindi nila alam na noon ay may plano na naideklara ni Presidente Marcos ang martial law. Kaya nung matalo ako, walang kumakausap sa akin, basura ako. Pero nung dineklara ang martial law, lumuhod sa akin yung mga hindi nagkonfirma ng aking appointment sa Secretary of National Defense. Pero wala akong sinanakit, wala akong sinaktan, wala akong binengga doon sa mga gumawa ng hindi maganda sa akin. Okay lang. Trabaho lang yan.
Yung pong pagdeklara ng martial law ni Presidente Ferdinand Marcos Sr., yun po ay ang sabi po ng kasaysayan, yun daw po ay dinala sa sa paglaganap ng komunismo sa buong Asya. Opo, pwede pong pakilahad niyo po sa amin yung tatay kung paano kumalat ang communism sa Asya.
Una, nung nanalo ang Bolshevik Party sa Russia, dalawang pangkat yun eh. Bolshevik and Menshevik. Yung Bolshevik, ang leader noon si Vladimir Ulyanov Lenin. Si Lenin. Kaya kung gusto nyo mag-aral dyan, basahin nyo yung libro ni Edmund Wilson, To the Finland Station, nandun lahat yun. Nung nanalo na si Lenin, ang unang ginawa niya, maliban sa pagbuo ng gobyerno ng Russia, gumawa siya ng isang pangkat na tinatawag Communist International. Yung Communist International, ang short term nun ay Comintern. Bumuo sila ng Communist Party sa bawat bansa sa buong mundo, kasama sa Pilipinas. Ang unang partido ng komunista sa Pilipinas ay yung Partido Komunista ng Pilipinas, PKP. Ang head ng Communist Party na yan ay si Pedro Abad Santos. Ang kapatid niya, kaibigan ni Quezon, naging Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Pinatay yung Pilipino na tanyag na yun, Pilipino, nung panahon ng Hapon. Binaril ng Hapon. Pero yung binuo niya na partido, hawak ni Pedro Abad Santos, yun ang naging hukbong mandirigma ng Pilipinas, hukbulahap, na kung saan ang pangulo ng army nila ay si Luis Tarok. Nadatnan ko pa yun nung dinala ko ni Presidente Marcos sa National Defense bago dumating yung NPA na yun. Kaya lahat yung mga miyembro ng NPA nang galing sa hukbulahap yun. Si Buscaino, alias Dante at iba pa. Kaya pagkatapos noon, matagal yon, panahon ni Quezon, Osmeña, Rojas, Magsaysay, linabanan ni Magsaysay sila under the famous Nenita unit na hawak ni Colonel Valeriano. Yun. At sinumpo niya yun. At least that is the record of Magsaysay. At hanggang humina, noong 1968, December, panahon na ni Presidente Marcos, lumalago na ulit yung Communist Party, pero warat-warat ang
Tatay, i-welcome ko lang po ang ating Senate President, Miguel Zubiri.
Senate President.
Good to see you. Good to see you, sir.
My majority floor.
My boss.
My President.
Senate President. Yes.
Now, it's a good reunion.
It's very good to see you.
Congratulations.
I just go to the CA, sir. We came to say hello.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ngayon, nung lumago ulit yung pangkat ng mga komunista sa Pilipinas, itong si Joe Masison, profesor, estudyante at naging profesor ng UP, bumuo ng isang pangkat ng kabataan sa UP na tinatawag anong pangalan ng kanyang KM
Kataang Makabayan.
Kataang Makabayan.
kasama niya dyan sa UP si Nur Miswari. Ang sa mga record natin, kasama rin si Ninoy. Kaya, noong 1968, binuo ni Ninoy, Joma at Nur Miswari ang dalawang pangkat ng rebelde sa Pilipinas. Isa, yung bagong samahan ng komunista dito di CPP, Communist Party of the Philippines, kasama yung NPA na recruit nila si Dante, Commander Dante. Anong first name mo yun? Dante?
Dante Buscaino po. Dante Buscaino.
Dante Buscaino. At si Nur Miswari naman, na-recruit niya si Hasim Salamat at si Dimas Pundato, tatlo sila. At kasama si Ninoy doon sa pagbuo niyang dalawang pangkat na yan. Ang interest naman ni Ninoy ay guluhin ang gobyerno ni Presidente Marcos dito sa Luzon through the CPP, NPA, later on NDF, United Front. Pinamit nila yung methodology ni Lenin. At doon sa Mindanao, binuo niya yung Moro National Liberation Front. Noon, hindi pa masyadong tanyag yun. Ang mga tanyag na grupo na kontra sa gobyerno ni Presidente Marcos noong mga panahon na yun ay yung Black Shirts ni Udtog Matalam. Yung Black Shirts ni Udtog Matalam ang military arm ng Mindanao Independence Movement. At meron din silang kalaban, yun namang pangkat ni Ali Di Mapuro. Parehong Muslim yan eh. Ang tawag doon sa pangkat ni Ali Di Mapuro ay ay Barracuda. Ang kalaban naman niya, yung mga Kristiyano sa Lanao del Norte, headed by Governor Gibranza, na tatay ni Imelda na asawa ni Abdullah Di Mapuro ngayon. At may istorya yun. At kasama ako doon sa istorya na yun.
Love story po pala.
Ngayon, nangyari yun. Kay Ninoy, ginawa niya yun dahil meron siyang plano na maging kandidato para presidente. Clear yun eh. Yun ang nangyari. At yun lumago yung CPP, NPA dito sa Luzon. Ginaya nila yung sistema ni Mao Zedong sa China. Doon sa Capas Tarlac, around Hacienda Luisita. Ang headquarters nila, by the way, was Hacienda Luisita. Nag-tunnel sila doon. Maraming tunnel doon sa Capas Tarlac. Ginaya nila yung sistema ng mga Vietcong noon, doon sa Tarlac. Pero, nung panahon na yun, ang ginawa ko naman, kasama ko si Eddie Ramos, siya ang head ng Philippine Constabulary. Itinayo namin yung Barrio Self-Defense Unit, BSDU. Naging malaking gulo yun, malaking issue ng mga rebelde yun. Ayaw nila doon sapagkat tinayuan namin ng armado ng mga tao, mga kapgo, sa bawat barangay para mabuwag yung pangkat nila sa Central Luzon. At yun ang nangyari. Buwag yung nabasag yung movement nila sa Central Luzon, lumipat sila sa Isabela. At doon namin linabanan sila sa Isabela. Pagkatapos noon, nung madisperse sila sa Isabela, kumalat sila sa Sierra Madre hanggang sa Bicol, hanggang sa Samar, hanggang napunta sila sa Mindanao. Pinalayo namin sila, linibre namin ang Metro Manila para hindi nila makupkup at ma-blockade. Sapagkat binablokade na nila magmula sa Los Baños hanggang dito sa bukana ng Maynila. Ang traffic noon, kung gumalaw sila, ganun din sa norte. Kaya nung naulinis namin ito, lumipat sila sa malalayo, sa sentro ng population natin, kumalat sila sa Pilipinas. Doon na namin nalaman na hindi nila kaya nabugin ang Pilipinas. Pero nandyan yung real threat sa katahimikan, kalayaan ng mga Pilipino. Kaya si Presidente Marcos, nung matapos ang eleksyon noong 1969, Secretary of Justice ako noon, tinawagan ako isang hapon. Sabi niya sa akin, Secretary of Justice ako, Johnny, pag-aralan mo nga yung aking kapangyarihan bilang Commander-in-Chief ng ating sandatahan lakas. At kung ano ang kaya kong gagawin para masugpo itong problema natin. Pinag-aralan ko po yun. Utos ng presidente sa akin. Ang ginawa ko, nung nakuha ko yung order na yun, verbal yun verbal. Pumili ako ng dalawa na katiwala ako sa Department of Justice para pag-aralan yung utos ng presidente. Si Efren Plana, magna cum laude ng UP, at saka si Minerva Gonzaga Reyes. Dalawang abogado sa Department of Justice yun nung panahon ko. Magna cum laude rin si Minerva. Kaming tatlo ang nag-aral ng martial law. Renivision na namin lahat ng mga desisyon sa Amerika. Ang martial law ay function ng state government yan sa Amerika, hindi federal government. Hindi makakapag-martial law ang federal government ng Amerika. Only the state government can declare martial law. Lahat ng desisyon ng martial law sa Amerika rinibisa namin magmula no panahon ni Lincoln. Gumawa kami ng isang libro, isa lang. Walang nakakaalam. Kahit na sa Department of Justice o ano pang departamento ng gobyerno, walang nakakaalam ng study na yun. Pinisinta namin kay Presidente Marcos. After that, nawala na si Efren Plana at saka si Minerva Gonzaga Reyes. Hindi ko na sila sinama. Ako na mismo ang gumawa ng mga dokumento to implement martial law if the President would declare it. Kaya, kabisado ko yun 7 general orders, 7 letters of instruction, plus the proclamation. Ako lang, ang nag-iisa na ang gumawa ng mga dokumento na yun. Kaya walang pwede makipag-debate sa akin. Yun ang nangyari.
Manong,
By the time
Manong,
ng election of 1971, the President of the Philippines was ready to declare martial law. But he did not. Ayaw ni Presidente Marcos kumbari, ayaw niyang gamitin ang batas militar sa Pilipinas. It took him, I finished drafting all these documents by the middle of 1970 when I was transferred already sa Department of Defense. It took that much time up to September 21, 1992. 1972, 1972, when he finally decided to declare martial law because nakita niya na yung conventional method of dealing peace and order in the country would not work to defeat the communist movement in the Philippines. At that time, nangyari na yung almost all of Indonesia in the hands of the communists under IDIT. Nangyari yun Pinantahan ko yung lugar kung saan pinatay ng mga Indonesian lahat ng mga komunista sa Indonesian Army. Pinatay na lahat nila. Wala, hinarabas. Walang binuhay. Ang sabi sa akin nung aking counterpart nung buhay pa siya, nung binisita ko siya on this bridge, sabi niya, 500,000 people died. Lininya nila, boom, 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 they dropped in the river. Kaya nung 1972, nangyari na yung karagatan, MV Karagatan, nagpapasok sila ng napakaraming armas, mabibigat na armas. Nangyari na yung MV Andrea, lumubog yun sa South China Sea. Kaya alam namin na meron na silang linya, supply line from China. At nangyari na yung commune sa UP. Tayo sila ng commune, kinapture nila ng UP. Nangyari na yung blockade from Los Baños, ang traffic, hindi makapasok ang pagkain, ang mga pasahero sa Maynila, nangyari na yun. At nagkaroon ng sakuna sa Pilipinas. Yung Lingayen Gulf, halos sumama sa Manila Bay, sa baha, dahil nagkaroon ng napakalaking bagyo sa Pilipinas. Noong panahon na yun, that month, July yun eh, ang aking bisita dito ay si General Maraden Panggabean ng Indonesia. Siya ang aking counterpart. He was the Secretary of Defense of President Suharto. Nung kasama ko siya at binisita ko ang Central Luzon, pinuntahan namin yung Mount Pinatubo. Sabi sa akin, Secretary Enrile, you have a real problem in this country. You better do something about it. We will help you if necessary. Eh, ano ba ang armas namin nun? Ang pwersa ng Pilipinas nung panahon na yun. 48,000 ang sundalo natin. Hindi pa integrated yung kapulisan. Ang kina-integrated lang sa armed forces nung panahon na yun ay ang Philippine Constabulary. Hawak ko ang Philippine Constabulary at Armed Forces of the Philippines as Secretary of Defense. Yun ang observation ng Secretary of Defense of Indonesia. At hindi ko sinabi sa kanya na tapos na ang preparation namin. Nasanay na namin ang mga sundalo. 48,000 lang kami. Air Force, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, and Constabulary. Ang baril namin, mga carbine at Garand, World War II vintage. Ang baril ng mga kalaban namin, yung mga MNLF, Belgian FAL, modern guns. Ang baril ng mga komunista dito, Russian guns. Yung ano tawag doon, Kalashnikov. Yung Kalashnikov. Kawawa yung aming mga kasundaluhan. Anong ginawa namin? Gumawa kami yung mga truck para masalba ang buhay ng mga sundalo. Linagyan namin ng planks of steel, of iron, para hindi sila at least masagga yung bala. Ganon ang kasaysayan ng sitwasyon namin. Hindi, akala ng tao, napakadali. Maraming namatay mga sundalo. Sa Mindanao lang, nung sigwada, unang sigwada ng na lumaban ng mga Muslim, sila sa Karbasman at yung mga iba pa kung sino-sino. Tinaplap nila ang mga paa ng mga sundalo, pinalakat sa mainit na kalsada. Kayo na nandito sa Luzon, hindi niyo alam yan, hindi niyo naiintindihan ang nangyari sa bansa ninyo. Marami ang namatay na sundalo, pulis, konstabularyo sa Mindanao. At pinahirapan, linalaplap ang mga paa ng mga sundalo ninyo, mga pulis ninyo. At hinihiwa unti-unti. Ganun ang nangyari. Kaya nung nangyari yun, pinuntahan ko yung karagatan, landing sa Isabela. Nandun din si Ninoy, nauna po sa akin si Ninoy. Nandun, kasama ko si General Ramos. Mabuti na lang na si Arsenio Santos, Lieutenant Arsenio Santos, ng Army, young officer siya, with a platoon of scout of army men. Na-control niya yung sitwasyon doon. Kalaban niya si Victor Corpus, graduate of Philippine Military Academy, na naging renegade, sumama sa New People's Army. Nakuha namin lahat yung baril nila, maliban sa siguro may 100 na baril na naitakas nila. Mga rockets, mga granada, mga bala, napakadami, mga explosives. Ayun, yun ang nangyari. Kaya, dinecide ni Presidente Marcos na i-declare ang martial law. Pero, nung mga araw na yun, may special session ang Kongreso. Dahil ang dinidiscuss namin noon sa Kongreso yung budget. Dahil ang budget time noon ay June, next June of the following year. Hindi kagaya ngayon na January 1st to December 30. Nung idadeklara na ni Presidente Sala yung martial law, Biyernes yun although pinetsahan niya ng 21, araw ng Huwebes yun. Ayaw niyo umaksyon. Ayaw ni Presidente Marcos. Dahil may sesyon yung Kongreso, nag-recess lang sila at babalik pa sila para tapusin yung budget. Noong mga bandang alas 5 ng Biyernes, tumawag sa akin si Presidente. Sabi niya, Johnny, you better abort the operation. Dahil nakakalat na yung sundalo Dahil ang timetable namin nung gabi ng Biyernes na yun ang deklarasyon ng martial law. Ngayon, sabi ko sa kanya, Mr. President, sasabog ito. Ako. Marami na nagtatanong ng mga media dito sa akin kung kung totoo na may martial law. Sabi ko, wala. Pero ayaw niya talagang ideklara martial law. Huminto siya. Tapos sabi niya, magantay ka dyan. Padadala ko sa iyo si Roland Patugalan. Aid niya si Roland Patugalan. Pinadala sa akin ni Presidente yung mga envelope na kung saan nandun yung mga ginawa ko ng mga dokumento to implement martial law. Tinapos ko na yun noong 1970. Nung natalo ako, at yung mga dokumento na yun nasa bahay ko. Hindi sa Malacanang. Nasa isang steel safe. Nakalagay sa steel safe. Yung mga dokumento na yun. Pero nung natalo ako, sa pagkasenador noong 1971, dinala ko yun, mga dokumento na yun, kay Presidente, kasama doon ang appointment ko as Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Dahil nung magdeklara siya ng ng martial, walang vice president. Mawawala yung vice president. So he appointed me as deputy commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Ibinarik ko sa kanya lahat yun. Dokumento na yun nung natalo ako. Nung na-reappoint ako noong 1972, January 1972, Secretary of Defense, hindi na bumalik sa akin yun. Those documents remained with him. And it was that afternoon, Friday, September 22, 1972, that they will return to me minus my appointment as Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Although in the document that were prepared, upon the instruction of the President, I was his duly appointed representative to implement martial law. Ako. Kaya ang instruction sa akin, that Friday night, you will handle the operation the whole night. You supervise it. You make the decisions. And that is what happened. Kaya nung nagkaroon ng request si Ramos na kanyunin yung palasyo ng Iglesia ni Cristo dahil yung mga security na nandun at mga tao ko rin dahil humingi ng security sa akin si KRD ay nakipagbarilan ay isa sa mga tauhan ko namatayan. Member ng aking security sa Department of Defense. Tinawagan ko si KRD para payagan lang na isara namin yung registration ng iglesia na arrest yung gulo doon sa banda ng Iglesia ni Cristo. Yun lang ang parang lamak nung operation ng imposition of martial law na nangyari. Tumama lahat yung ginawa namin na plano. Yun, Mr. Chairman, ang katuwa.
Napakaganda po nung pagkakalahad, tatay. Masasabi po natin na talagang yung pagdeklara nung martial law nun ay nakapagpigil po sa paglaganap ng komunista.
Natasok sila, magmula doon talo. Parang bagyo na lumipas. Parang bagyo na lumipas yung movement ng mga kanya yan. Nahuli na lahat namin sila. Joma, Cesar, mga sa commander nila, pati yung Brad ko, si Paing Bailosis, lahat ng mga naging commander nila, huli lahat, pati si Juliet de Lima, pati yung mga Luna Brothers, pati yung Commander Felman na bodyguard ni Ninoy, lahat makakulong. Kakulong sila. Pinakawalaan lahat ni Korea noong siyang naging presidente.
Bakit po kaya, tatay, sa panahon ngayon, hindi po nakikita yan nung mga, lalo na po, yung mga nasa prestigyosong mga paralan. Hindi po nila makita yung wisdom nung pagkakatatag noong martial law noon na nagsagip sa ating kalayaan ayon po sa inyong paglalahad.
Dahil hindi kami madadaldal. Mr. Senator, quiet lang kami noon. Akala nila mandando na sila na ang hari. Pinabayaan lang namin.
Pero sa inyo,
kaya nung isang gabi, nag-operate kami, hinuli namin lahat sila, sinarhan namin ang buong Pilipinas. Kinontrol ko ang komunikasyon, pati yung cable, ocean cable natin, to reach out to the other world. Lahat ng television station, sinequester ko. Kanya-kanyang trabaho, assignment. Lahat ng PLDT outlet, lahat ng television, lahat ng radio all over the country. ABS-CBN, GMA, yung kay Bob Stewart, yung DCRH, lahat. Wala. Pati mga Radio Veritas, radio ng mga religious groups, lahat yan. We totally immobilized the entire country. Curfew at lahat ng baril na nakalisensyado, pinasurrender namin. Pag may hawak kang baril at walang lisensya, kukunin yung baril mo. Kaya yun ang nangyari.
Kay, kung halimbawa po, hindi po diniliklara yung martial law nun, sa palagay niyo po ba masusukob ang matatalo ang komunista?
Siguro sa ngayon, hindi tayo na ba pwedeng mag-uusap ng ganito, kagaya tayo ng North Korea. Ang ating hari ay Kim Jong-un.
Sasabi po natin sa mga kabataan na utang nila ang kalayaan nila ngayon sa martial law.
Hindi utang, responsibilidad ng Estado na pangalagaan ang kalayaan ng bawat isa't isa sa atin.
Yung pong martial law ang nangalaga ng kanilang kalayaan na tinatamasa po ngayon.
Yun ang paningin ko.
Opo.
Kaya lang, na-revive dahil kay Cory.
Okay, nakikita ko po si Senator Coco Pimentel. Senator, meron po kayong gustong sabihin?
Yes, tanungin ko lang po si former Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile. Nung time po na yon, meron tayong constitutional limit po no sa term ni President Marcos, and kung di ako nagkakamali, by constitutional mandate, tapos na dapat ang kanyang termino as president by 1973. Tama po ba yon, sir?
I will quote to you, Gaddafi, when I met him. Nung kinausap ko siya, na hindi namin mapapairal yung gusto niya na magkaroon ng autonomous region of Muslim Mindanao, covering 13 provinces and all the cities and towns in it. Ang nung sinabi ko, we cannot implement the Tripoli Agreement as negotiated. Wala ako doon sa negotiation dahil hindi nila pinaalam sa akin. Ang sinagot ni Gaddafi sa akin, Mr. Minister, in war, Constitution does not matter. Yung panahon na yun, may gera. Gera ang nangyari dito. Sinong gumera sa Estado ng Pilipinas? The CPP, NPA, NDF, they declared war against the government of the Republic of the Philippines. And in fact, I've been advocating, although my colleagues in the government has not tried it yet, to charge every government official, whether appointive or elective, who gives aid and comfort to those who are fighting the government of the Republic of the Philippines with treason. You read the provision of the Constitution, of the Penal Code about treason. It speaks of war. And you read the meaning of war in the dictionary, the ordinary meaning of war. It does not require a foreign invasion.
Apa. So thank you for that. So it's a matter of perspective, no? Kasi sa akin palagay noon, to save the Republic of the Philippines, there would also be other capable people. If you have followed the election, then the next president who will take the oath to protect and respect the Constitution and serve the Republic of the Philippines will do everything to also save the Republic. Ang nangyari kasi, ang basa ko ron ang feeling ni President Marcos siguro, only he could save the country, and that cannot be true. There would have been others who would have saved the Republic of the Philippines, and then we would have followed the Constitution. We would have also respected the will of the people who is that new leader that they wanted to elect in the scheduled election.
Mr. Senator, with due respect to you, Quezon fought the communists. Osmeña, Laurel, during the Japanese occupation, fought the communists, headed by Taruk and the Lavas. Osmeña fought after the war, fought the communists. Rojas fought the communists. They're brilliant, able, maybe even better than we are, leaders of the country. Quirino fought them. Magsaysay, the man of the masses, fought them. And so did Carlos P. Garcia, Macapagal, then Marcos. Until today, they are fighting you. Tell me what other methods you can find. So many of you were, of the leaders pretending to be leaders of this country during that time were in cahoots, supporters, open supporters of this menace in this country.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President and Senate President. But to the credit of the other presidents mentioned, they observe constitutional limits. They followed it when it was time for them to go. They trusted the system that the leaders who will be elected after them would also do everything necessary to protect the republic. At any rate, nangyari na po yung nangyari. We just have to look at the past, learn some lessons from it, and be guided in our future actions and decisions. Iba po ang perspective ni Senator Enrile, iba rin po ang perspective namin na wala po dun sa gobyerno na yon. And then, I am sure that there were some political talents at that time who were not in cahoots, definitely. Meron pa rin tayong mahahanap po na presidente noon who would take the oath to preserve the Republic of the Philippines.
Generation, that's your generation, went through wars. We fought the Japanese. I myself fought the Japanese. I was imprisoned, tortured, almost killed. My head was almost severed by a samurai sword. How many of you here fought a foreign enemy? They tried to stop the communist movement in the Philippines. In spite of all their war experiences, battle-tested experiences, none of them were able to stop them. None stopped them in Nicaragua, none stopped them in China, none stopped them in Cuba, none stopped them in Vietnam, none stopped, well, so hard to stop them in Indonesia. The Philippines was a brittle country. They could have swallowed it if we did not do something about it. If none of you appreciate it, well and good, but that is my position.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this will be an unending debate because it's a matter of perspective. But siguro last word, way back in 1970 to 1973, I am sure that there were political figures then who also fought the Japanese or who also fought in World War II. Those who were ripe for leadership, no, to lead our country, and these were the people deprived of the opportunity to present themselves to lead the country because of the declaration of martial law, the scrapping of the scheduled constitutional elections, etc. Well, that's my perspective also, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Senator, there were parts of the opposition who fought with us in the war. Manlapos, Adevoso, Banahan, to name a few, and several others. But none of them were able to stop the movement, the Marxist movement. Maybe you can if you become a president.
Maraming salamat po. May karagdagan po kayo, Senator Pimentel?
Well, ano kasi ito what might have been is an abstraction. Those people mentioned were never given the chance to lead the Republic of the Philippines. Kaya hindi natin masasabi. So, yung sa atin naman, Mr. Chairman, that remains to be seen sa future pa po yun.
Maraming salamat po, ating pong minority leader. Sa atin pong tanong kay Tatay mula po sa kanyang paglalahad, ito pong ibabalik ko lang po doon sa iminungkahi ni Attorney Estelito Mendoza. Sa palagay niyo po ba, Tatay, ito pong gusto niya na amendahan ang saligang batas at ibalik muli yung 1935 at 1973 Constitution na sinasabi po ang pagdideklara ng martial law kailangan ay dapat gawin kung meron ng insurrection, invasion, rebellion, imminent danger ay dapat pong ibalik. Kasi inalis po ito nung 1987 Constitution, inalis po yung imminent danger.
Sapagkat ang gera, ang insurrection, ang rebellion, ay plano pa lang yan. Saka mo mararamdaman pag
nabuo na yung plano, political plan, cultural plan, infiltration plan, military plan, all the plans. I hope you read Chalmers Johnson. It's all there. You do not have to make a research. I challenge you to read him. Chalmers Johnson, Revolutionary Change. That's the title of the book. If you are interested to know what you ought to know as leaders,
Maraming salamat po, tatay. Malinaw po.
kailangan ibalik yung tinanggal na provision ng Constitution during the 1935 version.
Yun po, malinaw po. Sumasang-ayon po si Tatay Juan Ponce Enrile sa sinabi po ng ating bisita na si Attorney Estelito Mendoza na ibalik po natin yan at ilagay po natin yung imminent danger na inalis po ng 1987 Constitution upang magkaroon po uli ng ngipin.
Yan na tinanggal yun. Intentional yan. Talagang sinadya yan para humina ang kapangyarihan ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Whether Marcos or not, or it was there or not. Basta na hawakan nila yung saligang batas na yan, gusto nila pahinain. Sapagkat ang kanilang goal is to take over the power of the Republic. Nothing more, nothing less.
Maraming salamat po, Tay. Meron lang po akong tanong na itinanong ko din po kay Attorney Estelito Mendoza. Sapagkat sa Constitution po ng 1987, meron pong mga modality kung paano po natin na-amendahan o re-revisahin ang Constitution. Ang nakalagay po doon, ito po ba ay Constitutional Assembly o CONCON? At kung yun naman po ang gagawin, yung po ba dapat ay jointly voted o separately?
Dapat sundin natin yung sistema natin under the 1935 Constitution. Yan ang isa sa mga cancer na ilinagay sa 1987 Constitution. Hindi mo malaman kung sinasabi jointly voting. Dalawang kamera yan dalawang journal, dalawang head, speaker, president, dalawang session, camera. Hindi maliwanag kung voting separately. Kung minsan, ditong issue na ito, voting separately. Dito, Congress will vote by majority. Kalukuhan yun sa chapsuy ang ginawa nila ng Constitution. Ibalik natin yung joy. We must respect the dichotomy of Congress, two houses, two groups, two political power. They must decide separately on any national issue of great import. It cannot be joint session pero joint voting, maging minority yung Senado. That is a part of the checks and balance written in the Constitution. If you do not know it, check.
Parang sinasabi niyo po, tatay, na separately muna. Para lang po umusad. Opo.
Everything must be separate.
Opo.
Separate decision of the Supreme Court, separate decision of the executive, separate decision of Congress, but coordinated. They must be separate, independent, but coordinate bodies. In the case of the House and the Senate, they must always be separate. Separate voting, separate journal, separate record, separate leadership.
Kanina po, tay, sinabi niyo po na nag-uusap po tayo. Sabi niyo, ang gusto niyo, mas mainam kung papalitan ang buong konstitusyon o babalik tayo sa 1935 o 73.
My personal view, take it out. Take the 1987 Constitution out.
Buong konstitusyon po.
Oh, yeah, the whole Constitution. Maraming inconsistencies yan.
Opo, ano po ang sa palagay niyo po mas maganda? Constitutional Assembly po o CONCON? Gumawa po tayo ng...
Pareho yun, kailangan.
Parehas, opo.
Hindi, kung hindi masyadong baselan yung babaguhin, you're talking of ways of amending.
Opo.
You must elect
delegates to revise the Constitution, that is Constituent Assembly. Kung Kongreso ang gagawa, dalawang kamara ang bubuo ng magre-revisa ng Constitution, they must join together in a session, but they must maintain their separateness and vote separately and record their votes separately in their journals.
Maraming salamat po tayo. Nakikita ko po uli ang ating minority leader, Senator Coco.
Mr. Chairman, by this time, di ba, sa mga hearings natin, na-point out na rin yung mga so-called nakaligtaan, hindi ba? Siguro may record na tayo ron, yung mga mali sa 1987 Constitution na inamin ng one of the framers na nalimutan balikan o nakaligtaan. So, marami talagang mga mistakes dyan. But according to Senate President Enrile, he wants the scrapping of the entire 1987. So, hagip na dun yung mga nakaligtaan. But he has given us his interpretation kasi isa yata sa nakaligtaan yung hindi klaro yung the voting eh. So the interpretation now of our resource person is voting separately ang House at saka ang Congress. And I agree. I agree with this interpretation, Mr. Chairman.
Alam mo, mawalang galang, Mr. Chairman. Yung panukalang saligang batas na ginawa nung council ba yun? Ni Digong, ni President Duterte.
Concom din po. Gumawa po sila ng Concom, opo.
Pinag-aralan ko yun. Yung ginawa ni Renato Pulo. I challenge any one of them to study yung revise ko, yung pinag-aralan ko. Kung masagot nila yung mga sinabi ko ron. Imagine increasing the number of justices of the Supreme Court from 15 to 45 and creating 4, not 1, 4 Supreme Court for the country. Yun lang. My God. Ang economic burden on the people was too much. Hindi kaya ng ekonomiya.
Tatay, yung tanong ko lang po, patungkol po dun sa isang sinabi ni Attorney Estelito Mendoza, na ito po ay naging kontrobersyal. Dahil napakadami pong tumatawag sa amin. Ito po yung patungkol sa pag-appoint ng mga justices and judges na ang gusto po niya ay mabalik sa 1935 Constitution na dumadaan po sa Commission on Appointments. Kasi ngayon po ay ina-appoint lang ng presidente tapos JBC, ganun na po, appointed na. Ang gusto po niya, ayaw niya nun. Ang gusto niya, hindi. Mas maganda yung 1935. Dumadaan sa Commission on Appointments. Ano po ang opinion po niyo rito po?
Alam mo, Mr. Chairman, nung ginawa yung 1935 Constitution, ang struktura nun, the three departments of the government, executive, legislative, and judicial, must be of equal level. None is autonomous from the other. As ang mantra namin nung nag-aaral kami ng abogasiya, the members of the executive, of the legislative, and of the judiciary are separate and independent from one another but coordinate. Ngayon, there is an unexpressed doctrine that the three branches of government must be separated. One cannot interfere with the other, with the prerogatives of the other. But there must be a system of equilibrium among them. They balance each other. None is stronger than the other. The Supreme Court interprets the law. The legislature makes the law. The president executes the law. Well, except when there are divergences and the Constitution is clear, they must coordinate all the time. At that time, in the beginning, all appointive positions in the government by the president must be subject to the confirmation of the Commission on Appointments. Kaya ako nung I was appointed for the first time as a member of the cabinet of the executive, I was confirmed as Undersecretary of Finance. Then, because the President wanted me to handle so many things, I was made concurrent of Insurance Commission, walang confirmation. Concurrent Commissioner of Customs, walang confirmation. Dahil concurrent lang hindi permanent. I was appointed chairman of the Philippine National Bank dahil maraming problema yung National Bank noon. Concurrent. Maraming concurrent position na hinawakan ko. Ngayon, nung ilinagay na nila ni Presidente Marcos ako sa full cabinet position as Secretary of Justice, I was never confirmed. Dahil maraming galit sa akin sa Senado. Pero ang ginawa ni Presidente Marcos, he appointed me ad interim. Ad interim, pag recess ng Congress, you are reappointed by the appointing power. Wala silang magagawa. Ganon din nung naging Secretary of Defense ako. Dahil ginagalang ko yung mga elected people, pero kung sobra naman ang ginagawa nila, hindi ko sinusunod yung gusto nila. Kaya marami akong nakagalit. That system, hindi ko sinasabi na walang corruption noon. Meron din mga corruption doon. Pero hindi kagaya ngayon. I'm sorry to say, sa mga yung panahon natin, laganap ang corruption. Lahat ng lump sum money na ibinabudget ng Kongreso is subject to corruption. Ngayon lang yung, yung tupad na hawak ng Department of Labor. Tingnan ninyo kung anong epekto nun sa rural areas. Kung makikita ninyo na may progreso. Sapagkat cash yun na binibigay para matulungan yung nasa liblib. Nagtatanim ng kawayan, nagtatanim ng kahoy, nagtatanim ng ano-ano. Pag tinanong mo, nasaan ang tinanim mo, nasaan ang kawayan na tinanim mo, wala. Ibinubulsa ng karamihan. Hindi naman lahat. Pero karamihan, ibinubulsa yung cash. At ginagamit yun sa eleksyon para bilhin ang boto ng taong bayan na pulubi. Yan. Ngayon, kung ibabalik natin yung sistema na lahat ng presidential appointees ay subject to confirmation, the Congress can now exercise its power to exact accountability for the monies that they appropriate for every department, agency, or office in the entire national government. Ganyan po. Pati mga prosecutors noon, matitino, bihira yung nanghihingi at nangungutong. Ngayon, hindi naman lahat, pero matagal bago aksyonan yung mga krimen na dapat kaagad-agad isalang sa husgado. Kaya marami dyan nakabinbin, natatagalan na nakakulong, pero walang trial. Sapagkat halos wala ng kontrol ang gobyerno eh. Ang Kongreso, magbabudget na lang, pinababayaan na, hindi na pinakikialaman kung ano ang resulta ng binudget nila. Dapat ibalik yung, pag na-promote ka from a bureau chief to become undersecretary, confirm ka na naman, susuriin ngayon yung record mo. Ganyan po. Ngayon, nung panahon ko, ang husgado, ang court system, below the Supreme Court was under the Department of Justice. At lahat noon, including the justices of the Supreme Court, are subject to confirmation by the Commission on Appointment. Palagay ko, having been an official, a participant of the government under the 1935, 73, and 80, and all the Constitution of the Philippines, from Quezon to now, I'd rather that we go back to the system under the 1935 Constitution.
Maraming salamat po tayo. Napakaliwanag po ng inyong pagpapaliwanag. Nakikita ko po uli ang ating minority leader, Senator Coco. Pimentel.
Mr. Chairman, magpapasalamat lang ako sa ating resource person, former Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile, sa lahat po ng ibinahagi niya sa ating ngayong umaga hanggang magtatanghali na yata. So salamat po sa oras po ninyo and sa insights na based on experience po. So salamat po. Salamat.
Thank you, Coco.
Opo, totoo lang po tayo. Ito po ang the best 2 hours ng aking pagiging chairman po dito sa committee na to. The best 2 hours po ito sapagkat yung inyo pong sinasabi, kapag sinasabi niyo pong in the beginning, kinikilabutan po ako eh. Talagang ramdam na ramdam ko, totoo in the beginning. Talagang na-experience niyo po, naranasan niyo po, pati po yung sinabi niyo kanina na sino ba ang magsasabi na nakaranas ng nakipaglaban sa dayuhan. Nako, may sasabihin po.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, yung 1935 Constitution, sinong gumawa nun? Ang presidente ng konbensyon na gumawa niyan ay si Claro M. Recto. At kung titingnan ninyo yung mga delegado na gumawa noong 1935 Constitution, piling-pili sa lipunan ng Pilipinas. Hindi ko naman minamaliit ang mga politiko natin ngayon. Magagaling, maraming magagaling. Yung taong bayan ang nag-aproba niyan, 1935 Constitution, at inaprubahan din ng gobyerno ng Amerika. Yung 1973 Constitution, sinong gumawa niyan? Ang chairman ng konbensyon na gumawa niyan ay Diosdado Macapagal. Naging presidente ng Pilipinas, bar-top notcher at matalino na presidente. Yung gumawa yung March 26, 1986, Revolutionary Constitution, sinong gumawa nun?
Yung Freedom Constitution po, kung tawagin nila.
Constitution. Isang tao lamang, si Neftali Gonzales. Neftali Gonzales, magaling din na politiko yun at abogado, kaibigan ko. Sila lang dalawa ni Cory at saka yung mga advisor ni Neftali, ni kami. Hindi kami kinonsultahan para maibigay namin ang aming posisyon. Wala, sila lang. Yung 1987 Constitution, sinong gumawa niyan? Magagaling, may mga magagaling din, may bulok din. May ideolohiya din. Maraming ideologues. Maraming magagaling doon. Pero pinili yung mga gumawa noon. Hindi dumating, hindi halal ng taong bayan. Pinisinta sa bayan, yun, in a plebiscite. Pero alam mo naman, kung bagong presidente, tanyag yun, parang Diyos yun, parang santa yun. Kung ano lang sabihin niya, amen ang taong bayan. Yun ang nangyari. Pero nasaksakan ng mga ideologues na sumama dun sa 60 men, council yata yun, na ginawa at matatalino yung linagay doon ni Cory ng kung ano-anong provision to weaken the government of the Republic of the Philippines that should protect the people and enhance and advance the goal of the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army, and the NDF. Yun lang po.
Maraming salamat po. Tay, yun na lang po. Doon na po ang aming Tapos po ang aming mga katanungan sa inyo bilang baka meron pong panghuli pang salita ang atin pong bisita.
Sana po, kung kailangan po ninyo ang tulong ko para sa bayan, para por la patria, nandyan po si Enrile. Alipin ng bayan.
Maraming salamat po, Tay. Siya pong malaking karangalan po sa amin ito at nakapagbigay po kayo ng paliwanag at pati po kami ngayon ay sumasang-ayon po sa inyo, pati Attorney Demosthenes B. Donato, President po and General Counsel ng Tanggulang Demokrasya Incorporated po ba yan? Mabuhay po, Attorney.
Ay, sorry. Magandang umaga po sa lahat.
Sa akin pong kaliwa, ito naman po ang matagal ko na pong kilala at isa po ito sa talagang tumutulong sa inang bayang Pilipinas. Professor Maria Lourdes Malu Enriquia, founder and CEO of Publicus Asia Incorporated.
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chairman.
Opo. Karangalan ang maging bisita ko po kayong lahat. At ngayon po kasing araw na ito ay kontrobersyal. Oo, ito pong araw na ito ay meron pong nagse-celebrate, merong ibang klase rin ng celebration. Opo, at hihingin po natin ang mga opinion po ninyo, katulad po ng opinion po na at paglalahad na ibinigay sa ating kanina ng atin pong alamat at talaga pong ginagalang po at sinusundan din po natin na ang dati pong Secretary of National Defense at naging senador po at ngayon po ay legal advisor ng ating Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Bisita po natin kanina si Juan Ponce Enrile at nagbigay din po siya, si Tatay, nagbigay po siya ng kanyang paglalahad patungkol po sa araw na ito. At ngayon naman po ay gusto naman po natin na pakinggan din po ang paglalahad po ng tatlong bisita po natin patungkol po dito. Binibigyan po tayo ng komite ng 5 minuto po.
About the Chacha or about
the martial law po.
martial law? Yes, actually, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. No? Mamaya na ako mag-opening remarks for the Chacha. Sa pag-imbita sa akin, hindi ko fully narinig ang sinabi ni Senator Enrile, but I had the opportunity before. Invited ako ng Senado. In the bill, authors po kami ng bill ng 10 bilyong pisong ipamigay para doon sa mga biktima nung panahon ng martial law. At doon sa hearing na yun, dito sa Senado, naalala ko pa, ang sabi niya, pumipirma kami kasi ang contest noon, executive na si President Marcos, so presidente siya. Gumagawa siya ng batas. So parang kongreso na rin siya. Di ba? Kongreso lang dapat ang magpasa ng batas. Presidential decrees. Nag-i-issue siya ng warrants of arrest. He called it ASO, Arrest, Search, and Seizure Order. Later on, it became PCO, Presidential Commitment Order. Later on, it became PDA, Presidential Detention Action. But kahit ano pang pangalan doon is a warrant of arrest. 18 at sabi ni Senator Enrile noon, ako, when I signed all this, binivet namin yan, inaaral ko yan at alam ko lahat ng na-issuean ko ng warrants of arrest were all parang guilty. So ako naman, courteous naman siyempre. But the senator in charge then, the chairman then was Chis, I think. Sabi niya, niya ako to speak. Sabi ko, Mr. Chair, I was the chairman of the Student Catholic Action at that time. Ang demand lang namin, ibalik ang student council sa school papers kasi banned nung panahon ng martial law. Yun lang. At sabi ko, 18 anyos po ako. Nag-aaral ako sa University of Negros Occidental, Recoletos, mga pare. Wala akong baril, wala akong pinatay. Ang pumirma po ng aso ko, of course, Senator Enrile, tapos President Marcos sa baba. I doubt very much kung kilala niya ako at na-vet niya ako. In fact, 1 year of imprisonment later, Mr. Chair, na-release ako, na-acquit kami ng court. Kasi sabi namin, mga baril kami. Every hearing, 5, 6 na hearing, sabi ng court, so saan ang baril? Wala. Pero ang court was very lenient pa nga. Until in the end, sabi ng lawyer ko, teka muna, Your Honor, nakakulong kliyente ko, 6 na postponement na to. Pag walang baril, walang baril. So, kaya kami na-acquit. So, yun lang, nung panahon ng martial law, if I may be allowed to speak a little longer, bata ako, I was grade 6. Ang una kong impression, Negros po ako. Ang unang pangako ni President Marcos, land reform. So, para sa aking probinsya, okay yon, land reform. Kaya lang na-notice ko in the end, military ang nagko-control ng everything. Hindi, may mayor, may governor, pero you go to the military. In the end, nakita ko, grabe ang kahirapan. At that time, ang maalala kong statistics is this: more than 51% of the Filipino people were below poverty line. Kalahati ng populasyon. Kaya parang hirap naman na golden era yon. Pangalawa, ang unemployment rate, sabi ng statistics ng gobyerno noon, 12% unemployment rate. 12% is high. Pero duda pa nga kami kung 12% lang. It's more than that. Millions of Filipinos were unemployed. Bawal ang union, bawal ang strike. So ang sweldo ng manggagawa, mababa talaga. Ay, wala kang union eh. Kung gusto mo magreklamo, mag-isa ka. So, in fact, there was a time, 47% ang inflation rate. I mean, can you imagine a 47% inflation rate, Your Honor, please? Ngayon, 6% ang inflation rate natin. Hirap na nga tayo bumili ng pagkain. Hirap na nga tayo. Tapos, 47%. Nalala ko, there was no rice noon. May kupon na binibigay ang nanay ko. Pipila ako para makabili ng bigas. Pipila ka, hindi hinihingi binibili mo isang ganta bawat pamilya for one day. Later on, naubos na yung bigas. After about 3 weeks, mais na yung binibenta. So, sabi ko, paano naging golden era? I'm not even talking of the human rights violations. My torture, personally torture. I'm not even talking of that. I'm just talking of the general state of economy ng panahong yon. So, paano siya naging golden era? Sabi ng lolo ko, number 2 tayo sa Japan noong 1950s and 60s. Martial law came, pagkatapos ng martial law, nabaon tayo sa utang. Hindi na tayo makaangat-angat sa one of the few countries sa baba ng Asia. South Korea, Thailand. Grabe ang coup sa Thailand. Coup here, coup there, coup. South Korea, maraming coup d'etats. Pero sila umunlad. Tayo, nabaon. So para sa akin, I disagree, of course, with the Honorable Senator. That's his personal experience. But the millions of people who went to EDSA could not have been away ng dalawang pamilya. Nung nakulong po ako, hindi ko yung kilala si Senator Aquino. I don't care about the Marcos politika yan eh. 18 anyos ako, malay ko. It was between a dictator and the Filipino people. Bakit ko tinawag na dictator? Was the legal basis? He exercises the powers of the 3 branches of government. Executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. What do you call that? Dictator, di ba? Isang tao lang. So, para sa akin, ang reason na nag-declare ng martial law was that, in PA, CPP, dumami ang CPP and PA during martial law. Marami ang NPA nung panahon ni Cory, ni Ramos, ni Estrada, they didn't declare martial law. At the time ng martial law, kailan ba napundar yung CPP-NPA? 69 siguro or 70? Maliit pa nga lang yun eh. So, it wasn't the real reason. Para sa akin, opinion ko po. The real reason was the Constitution prohibited him from running for more than 2 terms. And that is why he has to declare it. And the 1970 Constitution was promulgated, which granted him martial law powers, of course. But the lessons of martial law is this, kaya kami patuloy na lumalaban dyan, kasi yung naranasan namin, nahirap ng taong bayan, yung nabaon tayo sa utang for a long time, hindi na tayo nakaangat doon. And then, last point, walang ill-gotten wealth. The Supreme Court said, in Republic versus Sandigan Bayan, tinotal ng Korte Suprema ang lahat ng income ng Marcoses in 65 to 1986 when they were ousted. Kasi pag presidente ka, you cannot practice your profession eh. Ang total na income nila was $304,000. May sinoli ang Swiss bank, just one bunch of accounts lang palang yan, $650 million. Ang sabi ng Korte Suprema sa Republic versus Sandigan Bayan, hindi nga umabot ang income nyo ng $1 million. Paano nagkaroon ng 650? Kaya finorfeit yun ng court in favor of, well, dalawa, land reform and of course, compensation sa victims. Yung 10 billion pesos na yon, hindi nanggaling yun sa budget, hindi nanggaling sa taxpayers' money, nanggaling yun sa Swiss banks. Kaya para sa akin, in a short span, itong maiksi lang na sabi ko, I beg to disagree at ang tingin ko, hindi dapat maulit yon. Kasi once the military rules, ang civilian authorities ay supplanted, ay problema tayong malaki. And ang opinion ko ulit, hindi naman famous ang military for being clean. They're not famous na hindi sila corrupt. They're not even famous na hindi sila, na efficient sila. Kanila kasi order, sundin mo. Hindi ganun ang civilian government. So basically, I disagree with that and I still continue to maintain that martial law hindi na dapat maulit. Salamat po.
Salamat po, Attorney Nery Colmenares. Sa inyo rin pong sariling experience yan. Ngayon naman po, tanungin naman po natin si Attorney Donato patungkol po dyan sa araw ngayon ng martial law.
Okay po. Yung martial law po, 1973, 10 years old lang po ako noon. So, wala pa akong malay doon. Ang maalala ko lang noon, natutuwa yung magulang ko dahil may curfew. Hindi makalabas yung kuya ko. Sa bahay lang sila. But fast forward, nung estudyante na po ako, I guess, ito yung dulo na ng martial law. 80s, mga 80s na. Aktivista po ako noon, SOCDEM, hindi not them. Sa law school, Sandata ng Bayan Laban sa Kahirapan, kasama ko yun sa SOCDEM Bandila group. At that time, anti-Marcos, aktivista, rally-rally, nag-rally kami sa US Embassy. Minsang nag-rally kami doon, gabing-gabi na, merong isang Amerikano na lasing, drive na yung pick-up, dumiretso doon sa picket line, buti na lang walang saktan. Anyway, noon po yun. Ngayon, decades later, I will look back at those times. Ito po ay honest opinion ko lang. Sa tingin ko, tama lang yung ginawa nila kung sila ay nag-declare ng martial law. Even though nasa kabila akong panig nung panahon na yun. Meron ko kasing Plaza Miranda bombing. Merong karagatan supply ng arms sa China. Yung mga eskwelahan, nandun na sila. And if you look at Southeast Asia, during that time, halos lahat po ng bansa, martial law. Ganun po yun. In fact, 3 bansa ang bumagsak doon. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos. Yun po ang sitwasyon nun. So para sa akin, tama lang na parang survival po yun. Na sa tingin ko lang, survival ng gobyerno. Ngayon, yung sinasabing human rights, mukhang totoo rin. So para sa akin, kung human rights, dapat panagutin yung tao. Hindi yung wag nang mag-martial law. Kasi ang problema kasi nakikita ko sa human rights, basta nandun lahat kay Marcos. Bakit si Marcos kagad? Di ba yung palagi nilang ini-impute doon is PC? O di dapat, yun muna. Tapos kay General Ramos, kay Minister Enrile, bago kay Marcos. Lahat ng human rights violations, Marcos kagad. So kung seryoso, kailangan ng justice, specific case, human rights violation, dapat inakusahan mo na yung sundalo. Kung hindi kilala, yung commander doon sa area na yon, doon mag-uumpisa. And then after that, kung merong mga testigo, saka umakyat. Ayun lang po yung sa akin. So, yun po, in sum, palagay ko, even though nasa kabila akong panig nun, palagay ko may basihan. Yun nga lang, wag dating doon sa human rights violations, kailangan specific yun, yung prosecution. Hindi yung lahat na lang nila kasalanan. Hindi po ganun. Yun lang po yung sa akin. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Donato. Yung atin naman pong political scientist. Ma'am Professor Maria Tiquia. Ma'am Malu, ano po ang palagay niyo?
Mr. Chairman, ayaw ko sana magsalita tungkol sa martial law, pero itong araw na ito ay napakahalaga dahil ito nga yung 50th. No? Unang-una, ang gusto kong sabihin, produkto tayo ng kasaysayan. Hindi natin maikukubli, hindi natin masasabing binabago natin, pero ang kasaysayan gumugulong. So, para ka maipit dun sa nangyari nung nakaraan at hindi mo makita yung ilaw sa tunnel, mahirap para sa isang bayan yon. Mahalaga ho ang solusyon ng problema. Yung problema noon, problema pa rin ngayon. Yung inequity na andyan po. Ako po ay bata, grade 4, nung na-declare ang martial law. Sa murang isip, mahalaga sa akin ang Voltes 5. Nawala ang Voltes 5. So yun ang sa isip ko ay may nagbabago. May disiplina sa aralan. Ako'y nasa private na eskwelahan, all girls. Tinuruan kaming mag-garden na hindi naman dati ganon. In-expose kami sa ICAP, yung pupunta ka sa mahihirap at titingnan mo kung ano ang kanilang nangyayari sa kanilang buhay. So, ang akin ho, hindi ho natin maikukubli yung martial law dahil nangyari yon. Katulad rin na hindi natin maikukubli na yung napag-alaman natin, mention nga ni Attorney Dindo, yung Plaza Miranda, yung Jabida, nalalaman natin na parang hindi naman pala ganon sa pagkakaalam natin noon. So nakikita natin yung kahalagahan ng kasaysayan. Umiikot, With hindsight, nag-iiba ang ating pananaw. Ang akin lang po ang EDSA, hindi yun sum total ng buong Pilipino dahil nangyari yon sa Luzon. At yan po ay storya na nag-iimbulog sa ating structural system na gusto natin baguhin. Hindi ho lahat ng dapat mangyari sa bansa natin ay dahil sa Luzon o dahil sa Metro Manila. Dahil ang utang ng bayan, ang mga Muslim nagbabayad. Ang utang ng bayan, ang mga Bisaya nagbabayad. So, hindi ho yan dahil lahat ng pondo nasa Luzon o lahat ng development nasa Luzon ay equity na ang ating, equal na ang ating bansa. Mahirap po yun, no? Kaya kami nandito dahil gusto naming ipagpatuloy ano ba yung solusyon sa ating problema. At yung solusyon na yun, systemic. Hindi tayo pwedeng piecemeal. Hindi rin ho pwedeng yung mga taga-Luzon lang ang magsusolba ng problema. Ang aking pong pamilya, katulad ng sinabi ni Kong Colmenares, no? Ang aking pong tiyo ay founder ng Kabataang Makabayan. Mabigat po sa pamilya namin noon na pumasok at magsabing ang apelyido mo ay at tikiya. Kasi immediately, nakakuang ka, na-flag ka. Katulad rin ng kwento ni Attorney Dindo, sumama rin po ako sa mga rally, nag-DG rin ako, pero namulat ako sa sitwasyon na sinabi ng aking nanay na 4 na taong ka lang mag-aaral ng kolehiyo. So hindi ka pwedeng pumunta kung saan-saan. Na-witness namin yon yung mga nangyari nung panahon na may illegal detention. Hindi ho natin makukubli yun eh. Pero we should bounce back. And we should give that as our guideline going into the future. We cannot forget martial law, but certainly we can learn from it and we can be a stronger nation because of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Malu. Kaya ako po na itanong ito sapagkat nagkaroon po kasi ng mungkahi si Attorney Estelito Mendoza ng amendment sa konstitusyon. Sabi niya, tinanong ko po siya kung meron po ba kayong gustong i-amend sa konstitusyon. Isa po yan sa nilabas niya. Sabi niya, sa 1987 Constitution kasi, tinanggal yung imminent threat. Ang ni-retain lang doon, sinabi dito sa 1987, rebellion and invasion only. Ayun, sabi niya, hindi dapat ganun. Kailangan ibalik yung imminent threat, imminent danger. Kaya ako po naitanong sa inyo, ngayon, pwede na po tayong magpunta sa inyong mga presentasyon at hindi po ito debate ha. Oo, gusto ko pong linawin na hindi po tayo nagdidebate kasi hindi naman karamihan naman po sa debate alang natututunan yung ating mga kababayan. Mas maganda yung mungkahi ng bawat isa. Kailangan natin ma-respeto ang mungkahi ng bawat isa sapagkat yun ang kailangan natin. Ang bawat sinasabi ng isa ay kaalaman. Kaalaman na dapat ay alam ng ating kababayan. Kaya nga po pinipilit natin na magtagalog po tayo sapagkat sa panahon po natin ngayon, nabanggit na rin po ng bawat isa no, na napakahalaga ng impormasyon na naiintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. At dito po, hinihingi ko po ang pagdinig ng lahat. Pakinggan po muna po natin si Attorney Nery Colmenares sa kanya pong 45 minutes na presentasyon.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Kasama na po ang question and answer po namin, ha?
Kasama pa. Nabanggit nga sa akin na 45 minutes to 1 hour kasi bihira daw yung oppose eh. So sabi ko, maybe I will not be able to reach 45, hopefully, pero syempre depende sa tanong, no? Una, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, for inviting me at Senator Win and the other members of the Senate Committee, no? Wala. Pero I've always been invited by the Senate and I'm glad na very open talaga ang Senate. Panahon pa ni President Arroyo, then, you know, the next chachas. The last ko na punta dito on chacha was Senator Kiko Pangilinan, was the chair. And invited niya rin ako. And in fact, nag-conduct siya ng hearings sa provinces for consultation. I remember I was invited Iloilo, Cebu, and I think Mindanao, Cagayan de Oro, and Cotabato ata. And of course, some parts of Luzon. Ang kasama ko nun palagi si Gary Olivar. Gary Olivar was pro-chacha. So sa marami namin pagkikita, sa maraming hearings ni Senator Pangilinan noon, kaibigan na rin kami. It's unfortunate that his deceased, he passed, no? But yeah, I do remember, I still have copies of his PowerPoint presentations. But anyway, I'll go straight to my, can you please show the slide na, pwede mabuo? Para sabay, makita naman. Anyway, ang outline ko po, it came from the statements nyo ni Senator Win. The first statement ni Senator Win was, I'm just opening this for discussion kasi yung proposal niya, economics eh. And ang sayo naman po, ang sabi mo, other than opening this para magkaalaman tayo, ang sabi mo, bakit siya hindi pumapasa for a long period of time. So doon ko finocus yung aking muna, who knows, baka may mapulot kayo ng mga leksyon, bakit hindi siya pumapasa. So please, pag slide, please continue sa buo para maano ko na lang. Ang dalawa lang ang punto ko. Una, yung problems of previous Chacha proposals. Pero I'm speaking about my experience sa House of Representatives. Kasi hindi ako privy, hindi ko alam ng nangyayari sa Senado. May dynamics dito sa Senado na kakaiba. So mas House ang akin. Based doon sa interpellation, sa mumunting research ko, at sa opinion ng mga resource persons at ng publiko ng panahong yon. I do not pretend to be a Chacha expert. So kung may mali ako sa aking data, I'm very happy to be corrected. So dalawa ang component ng first part. Una, the three main problems encountered why Chacha failed to pass. At pangalawa, ba't ko sinabi yon? Anong proof ko? Ang mga provision that show these problems. Yung second part lang naman ng aking discussion is yung comments ko dito sa Senate resolution. So, very ganda lang, dalawang outline lang. So, next slide please. Una muna, marami na tayong konstitusyon. Spanish, 1812 Cadiz, 1899, may Malolos Constitution. And by the way, Mr. Chair, ang Malolos Constitution, very, I was surprised. Maganda. Ang daming rights. Ang daming Bill of Rights. Siguro dahil sa karanasan nila nung panahon ng Espanyol. And then the US colonial period, dinidiktahan tayo ng Amerikano, Jones Law ang ating constitution, batas lang nila yon. Hindi nang galing sa atin, hindi natin inaprubahan. Then the 1935 Constitution, and then the Japanese Occupation Constitution, and then the 1973 Constitution, tapos nag-Freedom Constitution, and nag-87 Constitution. Isa tayo sa mga bansa na pinakamaraming constitution ever. Kaya that's the first. Because for lack of time, I'll just skim. Kung may tanong po kayo later on, Next slide, please. Ngayon, ang daming Chacha attempts sa buong after Cory Aquino. Kung tingnan mo, si Ramos, President Ramos had pirma. Ang kanyang laman is no to protectionist, shift the parliamentary system. Okay. And of course, the term extension. The second is President Estrada, may concord siya, no to protectionist economic provisions. Si President Arroyo had 4 attempts. Nagbuo siya ng Abueva Commission, parliamentary ang proposal noon. Pero if I remember right, ang proposal ni President Abueva. Si Speaker De Venecia, nag-propose din, parliamentary din. And they were all saying na, pag nag-parliamentary tayo, this will solve our problem, talagang unlad tayo, angat sa kahirapan, etc. Basta parliamentary tayo, etc. Then came Speaker Nograles, federalism. Kaya nga biro ko sa mga kasama ko sa Kongreso, akala ko solution parliamentary. Sabi niya dati, parliamentary, unlad tayo, ngayon federal na. Hindi, kasi federalism is better. Ganon. Anyway, sabi nila pwede naman i-mix eh. Sige, sabi ko. Then, of course, Sigaw ng Bayan, which is the People's Initiative. Parliamentary, from presidential to unicameral, tatanggalin yung Senado, and so on. Okay. Pagdating kay President Aquino, well, actually, President Aquino didn't propose a Chacha. It was Speaker Belmonte who proposed a Chacha sa House, and then no to protectionist provisions na lang ang laman niya. Kay President Duterte, 7. 7 ang alam ko, baka may sobra pa. 7. It contains mga different versions of Chacha from federalism, meron din parliamentary, no to protectionist economics, meron ding Chacha proposal na more presidential powers, amend the Bill of Rights, may Noel pa, may term extension pa. Kaya medyo, that's probably one reason why Chacha didn't pass. But I'll discuss that in the next slide. Next slide, please. 7 yung nakalagay sa House. At that time, yung current. May RBH 8. Ang resolution about Houses number 8. Presidential ang system, federal. Lahat yan nag-claim ng federal. Presidential ang system, 18 ang states. Okay, so inati-hati. May draft, sabi ni Senator Coco Pimentel, and I usap kami kanina, draft pala yan, hindi pala yan. So, parliamentary siya, 12 states. Okay. May CR9, Constitutional Amendments Committee, kaya committee report. Parliamentary system, 5 states. Simple lang talaga ang CR9. Luzon, the Federal State of Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, tapos NCR at BARM, at Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. Kaya nga minsan, pag nagle-lecture ako sa MCLE, sa lawyers, nagbibiro ako na, sa Visayas, the Federal State of Visayas, saan ang kapital? Siyempre, sabihin ng taga Iloilo, sa amin. Sabihin ng taga Cebu, hindi, amin dapat yung kapital. Sabihin ng taga Negros, dapat sa Bacolod. Sabi ko, hindi, mali kayo lahat. Ang capital ng Federal State of Visayas is in Aninii, Antique. It's a small town in Antique. Kaya nagugulo, bakit doon? Sabi ko, biro lang yon. Hindi ba nga tayo nag-federal, nag-away-away na tayo kung saan ang capital? May problema tayong malaki, di ba? Kasi pagdidebatihan yan, Mr. Chair, yung capital ng federal state. Ngayon, CONCOM proposal kila Chief Justice Puno, a very respected Chief Justice, and I argued before the Supreme Court several times under Justice Puno, is a very, very erudite, sa Tagalog tayo, magaling na justice siya. 16 states siya plus 2 autonomous regions. RBH 15, ito, kay Speaker Gloria Arroyo. Medyo strange ang kay, forgive me for saying, but medyo wily yung kanya. It's a federal republic, pero wala siyang states. Ang sabi niya, mag-a-apply ang gusto ng state, by law, ang Kongreso ang mag-a-approve ng state. So mag-a-apply ka. Kaya ang question ko nga doon, ang gulo niyan. Pag yung Iloilo, federal state of Iloilo, federal siya, yung Aklan, ayaw sa dalawang system. Si Capiz naman, ayaw mag-federal. Ang tabi niya, Antique, federal. Ang hirap noon. Pero yun, that's the proposal of RBH 15. RBH 1, Rufus Rodriguez, 9 states. RBH 2, walang states, federal, but econ provision ang finokus. So doon na lang ako mag-focus, kasi wag na muna yung ibang presidente kasi matagal na yun eh. Ito yung live sa Kongreso, and this is, gusto kong i-cite, bakit natalo lahat yan despite the support of the President of the Republic. Okay. Next slide, please. Ang 3 main problems, Mr. Chair, na tinukoy ko dito ay una, nexus. Doon sa House, ang mga proponents, in my opinion, of course, they can disagree with me, they failed to clearly and concretely show to the people the benefit from the proposed reforms. Pag tinatanong mo na sila, paano ang reform na yan? How can it be achieved? Generalities. Alam mo, pag nag-distribute na ng mga sa states, di siyempre lokal na yan, mas madaling mga serbisyo. Sabi namin, may barangay. Hindi nga ang barangay captain makabigay ng serbisyo, barangay na lang yan. Si mayor nandyan, hirap na siya magbigay ng serbisyo sa mga constituent niya. Liit lang naman ang city niya. So, hindi ibig sabihin na may gobyerno dyan, ayos na yung, diretso na yung serbisyo at unlad yung tao. So, what gives? Bakit ganon? Hindi nila ma-explain, but I'll do that later on. Pangalawang problema nila, riders and log rolling. Ibig sabihin, naglalagay sila ng mga provision sa proposal nila na walang kinalaman at all sa federal system or sa parliamentary system. And to think, ang main argument nila for the benefit of the Filipino people, alam ko ang lamig dito kaya CR ako ng CR. Dati na yung problem ko dito sa Senate. Naglalagay sila ng mga proposals na hindi talaga related sa federalism o sa parliamentary. Later on, nag-cause siya ng ng antagonism and opposition from the people. I will discuss sa next slide. Ang pangatlong problema, ang proposal nila, giit ng CONAS. May problema din na malaki ang metoda. In fact, even pro-Chacha proponents went against them kasi ang gusto ng pro-Chacha proponents, constitutional convention. I remember, we had an oral argument before the Supreme Court on the Chacha panahon ni Gloria Arroyo. May tumawag sa akin, Attorney Colmenares, this is Governor Pablo Garcia. I want to join the oral argument. Sabi ko, Gob, anti-Chacha kami. Pro-Chacha ka, Gloria Arroyo eh. No. I'm against this Chacha People's Initiative. Bakit? Kon-kon ako eh. So, he argued with us during the argument kasi ayaw niya talaga ng mga People's Initiative, mga CONAS. Diba? So, yung tatlong yun ang tinukoy ko na pitfalls na kayo na proponents, siguro aralin nyo to avoid it kung gusto nyong ma-discuss ang merits ng inyong proposal. Next slide. So bakit ko sinabing hindi konkreto? Example, FDIs daw have increased, FDIs daw ay papasok ditong investment, uunlad tayo, pero may data rin na sinushow ng experts during the debates, lumaki ang FDIs, foreign investment, hindi naman umangat ang buhay ng manggagawa, hindi naman tumaas ang sahod, hindi naman dumaming employment. May studies nga na sinite, I think it was Chairman Monsod or Salita Monsod, who said that walang correlation. Hindi automatic. Kasi maliit lang naman ang ini-employ. So, what gives? Pag may FDI ka, unlad ka, di ba? Hindi. Look at Cambodia. Cambodia is very open. Cambodia can own land in Cambodia. All investors welcome in Cambodia. Ang GDP ng Cambodia, 26 billion pesos, dollars. 26 billion dollars. Well, that was in 2019. 103 ang rank nila sa buong mundo, 103. Ang Pilipinas, ang ating GDP, at least the last time I saw, $394 billion. Eh, ang layo sa 26 billion. Tapos, number 37 tayo sa mundo, at least 37. So, bukas na si Cambodia. Pwedeng mag-own ng foreigners ng lupa doon. Lahat. Pero ang hirap-hirap niya. FDIs do not automatically translate sa kayamaha. Di ba? Katagahan ng buhay. Pangalawa, kami nakausap po ang American Chamber of Commerce dito. Sabi niya, alam niyo, hindi ko problema yung lupa niyo. Mga lupa. 50 years ang lease namin sa konstitusyon niyo. Parang kami na may-ari noon pag nilis namin ng 50 years. Ang problema namin sa inyo, korupsyon. Nagbigay na kami sa airport, mamaya, magbibigay na naman kami sa airport na gagawin namin. Sabi niya, infrastructure nyo kulang. Ang traffic nyo ang lala. Ang rules nyo pabago-bago, nalilito kami. Sabi mo lang, cha-cha-cha, sabi niya, sa akin, ayusin nyo lang yon. Pwede kami mag-invest dito. Yes. So, yun ang sinabi niya. So, ngayon, sabi nila, ito sa pangatlo, parliamentary at federal. Argue ng federal system o parliamentary system. Ang tanong sa kanila, pag federal ka ba, unlad ka na? Kasi that's the way they packaged it eh. That's the way they package it. Pag federal, kung form of government lang pala, Your Honor, ang solusyon sa lahat ng problema natin, o di, balitan lang natin ang form. But look at Somalia. Somalia is federal. Ano ang GDP ng Somalia? Last ko nakita, $7.2 billion. Pilipinas, $394 billion. Diba? Ang Myanmar is parliamentary. Ano ang GDP ng Myanmar? $65 billion. Pilipinas, 394. Ethiopia. Sabi ng iba, hindi, mawawala ang political dynasty pag federal na kasi ganito. Somalia, tingnan mo, federal din yan. Ang daming warlords dyan. Hindi nagko-connect agad, kaya hirap silang i-explain. Sabi namin, concrete data, bigyan mo nga kami ng data na malinaw. Hindi yung anecdotal na pag pumasok na dito, therefore, yan na nila pangako ng WTO eh, di ba? So, yun yung mga problema nila at the time. Hindi nila concretely ma-explain sa publiko. Next slide, please. In the end, ang sabi nila, ang problema talaga, bakit federal? Centralization of funds sa Imperial Manila. Okay. Ako, Mr. Chair, probinsyano gyud ko ba kay Bisaya gyud ko. Muna nga very attractive sa ako, kanang promise nga the funds will be given to the provinces. Of course, di ba? Pero does the fusion of public funds require a shift to federalism? Hindi po ba ang budget kontrolado ng presidente ng House at ng Senate? Can these people not say, NCR, 10% ka lang ng budget, ang 90% iikot namin sa buong bansa. Can it be done without shifting to federalism? Yes, of course. Yun ang theory ko. Yun ang tingin ko. So sabi ko, mahirap naman na i-argue nyo na para lang ma-diffuse ang funds. Magpe-federal tayo, di ba? Pangalawa, is Malacanang really serious about diminishing the powers of the president? Pamimigay niya sa mga regions and transfer it to the regions as well as i-diffuse niya ang funds from Imperial Manila? Notice, I think pumasa ang RBH2 sa House. Tinrans RBH2 or RBH15. Pinasa na sa Senado. Mag-uusap na ang Senado on that. Then, the President appoints CONCOM. Nagulat lahat doon. Ba't ka nag-appoint ng CONCOM? Magdedebate na sa Senate eh. Akala ko gusto mong madaliin. CONCOM has to finish his job in 6 months. Tenga lahat ng debate. So, nag-mix signal sa mga Kong, baka ayaw ni Presidente ng Federal. Kasi hindi na matuloy-tuloy yung mga bills ngayon, mga committee hearings. Kasi may CONCOM, diintayin mo muna, di ba? Weird. Tapos nang may CONCOM results na, sabi ko nga kay Chief Justice Bono, so ano na nangyari? Chief Justice, ewan ko nga ba? I mean, So, may ganong mixed signals dyan. Diffusion lang ba talaga ng funds? Let's look at the next slide. Sabi ko sa mga kasamahan ko. Look at the budget sa regional allocation sa budget. Based ito sa BSF of 2019, GAA of 2016, GAA of 2019, BSF, Section B6, Section B7, etc. From 2016, ang budget...
Attorney, sorry po, maputol ko lang po kayo. Paki-ano niyo po sa taong bayan na nakikinig ko, ano po yung GAA?
Sige, sorry, pasensya na po. Ang GAA po, yun po ang General Appropriations Act. Yun po ang budget ng Pilipinas. Ang BASF is yun yung budgetary expenditures and sources of funds. Isang libro po yan para malaman ng mga senador at mga kongresista na ito ang budget, dito ang sources of funds. Ito ang gastos. So BASF,
Sino po nang gagaling yung budget?
Malacanang. Kaya nga sabi ko, pag sinabi ng Malacanang, 90% sa probinsya ha. Usually, kaming mga 90% daw eh. Sa probinsya, 10% lang. What can you do, di ba? 2016, ang budget ng NCR was 445 billion pesos. It's 15% of the budget. That's the Aquino budget kasi 2016 siya pag gumawa niyan eh. By the way, opposition kami sa kay President Aquino. Hindi kami majority. Anyway, 15%, sabi namin, ang laki-laki na noon. 15% sa isang region lang. But look at the Visayas budget in 2016. 298 billion pesos. That's 9.9% of the entire budget. Dang liit. Mindanao, look at Mindanao. 396 billion pesos. That's only 13% of the entire budget. While NCR gets 20 or 15%. Ngayon, sabi ko sa mga kong, let's put your money where your mouth is. Pa-budget tayo. Ano ang budget po ng 2019? 2019 budget, ang NCR from 445 billion naging 763 billion pesos or 20% of the entire budget. Lumaki pa. Look at Visayas. Kami, nga mga Bisaya, 356 billion which is 9.7% ng entire budget. Bumaba pa kami. From 9.9, bumaba pa sa 9.7%. Tapos noong 2020, umakit kaming konti, 10%. Pero ang NCR, 20.22% tumaas. So sabi ko, akala ko gusto nyo i-diffuse ang funds sa mga probinsya. Bakit ito ang budget na pinasa nyo? Look at Mindanao. Noong 2019, 459 billion ang total budget ng buong Mindanao, 12%. From 13% noong 2016, bumaba sa 12% noong 2019. What gives? Are you really serious in your federal proposals? Bakit hindi nyo ipakita sa budget? Nung 2020 at least tumaas ang Mindanao to 15.8% pero di hamak na malayo pa rin ang NCR. And I'm not even talking of the national agencies. Ang national agencies, grabe rin yung centralized funds sa mga national agencies, the DA, DPWA, lahat yun. So, questionable tuloy ngayon yung issue na kailangan ng federalism kasi para may pera ang probinsya. Kasi the budget, para sa akin, shows it. Next slide, please. Ang pangalawang problema na binanggit ko kanina, marami silang riders na walang kinalaman sa parliamentary o sa federal. Next slide na lang para mabilis.
Attorney, pagka sinabi pong rider, pakiano po yung parang singit.
Sorry, singit. Ang term na rider or log rolling, parang may batas ka. Halimbawa, ang maalala ko na may rider sa tingin ko, Fair Election Act. Meron siya na provision para i-regulate yung propaganda during election. Fair Election Act. Dapat ganito ang size ng poster, dapat yung ads mo ganito lang, ganito. Tapos sa isang section dun, nagsabi na, pag tumakbo ka sa ibang posisyon, di ka na deemed resigned. Yung original kasi na batas dati. Pag tumakbo ka sa ibang posisyon, resign. Pag tumakbo ka sa mayor, tumakbo kang mayor, hindi ka deemed resigned. Pag tumakbo kang senador o presidente, deemed resign ka as mayor, papalitan ka ng vice. Nilagay sa batas. Kaya complain ko dati sa COMELEC at sa Korte Supreme, rider yon. Anong kinalaman nun sa pag-regulate ng advertising mo sa eleksyon? Siningit lang yon, innocuous provision, di ba? So, naglalagay sila ng riders. Ano ang rider? Dinilit nila, RBH 15 dinilit nila ang political dynasty sa Constitution. So sabi ko, anong kinalaman nun sa federalismo? Anong kinalaman yun sa parliamentary system? Wala, dinilit lang. Okay. Section 15. Until the Federal Congress provides otherwise, the President, Vice President, Speaker, Senate President, Speaker of the House, the Senators, and members of the House of Representatives, etc., shall continue to receive their annual salaries that they are presently receiving at the time of the ratification of the new Constitution without any income tax deduction. It caused a lot of confusion and antagonism sa tao. Lumaki lalo yung umayaw sa tsa-tsa. Kami ordinaryong teacher, magbabayad kami income tax. Kayo na ang yayaman nyo. Wala kayong income tax deduction. It took them a long time to explain that during the debates. Bakit ilagay? Ano bang kinalaman yan sa federalismo? Bakit nyo lagyan? Lalo kayong nagagather ng oposisyon kaysa sa nakakakumbinsi kayo. Lalo umaayaw yung taong bayan kasi unfair. Self-serving. Para sa inyo. Sa sarili nyo. Di ba? Next slide, please. Ito pa. naglagay ng pork barrel sa committee review sa CR9. Naglagay ng pork barrel sa konstitusyon. Kasi natalo sila when we filed the petition before the Supreme Court noon po against DAP and PDAF ni President Aquino. Ay nanalo kami. Tinanggal ang PDAF. Tinanggal ang DAP. Declared unconstitutional in a way. So ang ginawa, nilagay sa konstitusyon. Para the next time we go to the Supreme Court, sabihin ng Supreme Court, wala, sa konstitusyon sundin natin. Bakit ko tinawag na pork barrel yan? Basahin natin, Your Honor, ang proposal ng CR9. Each district shall be entitled to an annual share in the state and federal budgets for its infrastructure as well as for the medical, educational, and social services of its inhabitants. Sabi ko, hindi ba pork barrel yan? Kanino pupunta yung pondo? Pag pondo sa syudad, pupunta kay mayor. Pag pondo sa probinsya, pupunta kay governor. Pag pondo sa district, sinong district official? Isa lang. Si Kong lang yun Di ba? Ano naman pakialam ni Kong na mamigay ng educational, etc. Trabaho yan ng DOH, medical. Di bigay ang pondo sa DOH, bakit padadaan ng Kong? Ba? Tapos, huwag kayong mag-alala, sabi sa mga senador, each member of the Senate and the party list shall likewise be entitled to an amount not less than the allocation for the district. So papantay na kayo sa Kong. Sa pork barrel, sabi dito. Sabi ko, ba't yung instrument sa Constitution? Anong kinalaman yun sa parliamentarism or wala? Di lalong nagalit palalo ang tao, natalo kayo sa PDAF. Therefore, ilagay niyo sa Constitution, magkukonas pa kayo. Kayo ang magkukontrol ng konas. Diba? So that's the other problem. Next slide, please. Meron pang term extension. Tingnan mo yung Article 15, RBH 15, Section 4. The term of members of the House, 4 years. So, dinagdagan ng isa. Pero dinilit nila ang term limits. So, wala ng 3 term. So, sabi namin, kung 4 years na kada kong ito So, pwede siya tumakbo 10 beses. Sabi kung kaya niya, mananalo siya. Anong koneksyon na naman ulit? Di ba? Lalo tuloy nagkaroon ng oposisyon. Diba? Kasi, self-serving itong chat-chat nyo, para lang to sa term extension, dagdagan kayo na, kasi gumagastos kayo bawat eleksyon, so, next slide please. May dugtong pa sila, mga powers na hindi namin nakita at all sa any constitution. Look at the power under RBH 15. The powers of the president shall include oversight power over all branches of government. Legislative, executive, judiciary, constitutional bodies, independent bodies, department agencies, lahat. Sabi ko, ngayon lang ako nakakita ng presidente na i-oversight niya ang buong gobyerno. Kapatawag ng presidente sa Malacanang ang Senate President, yung Speaker of the House, yung Chief Justice, yung COMELEC Chairman, ay oversight kita, imbestigahan kita, halika nga dito. At least sa Senate investigation, oversight function. There are 2 functions of the Senate in investigation, which I always clarify to my colleagues in the House. One is investigation in aid of legislation. May batas ka na gusto mong ipasa, di ba? But the other is investigation as part of oversight function. Palagi silang in aid of legislation. Minsan wala naman kayong batas Oversight function. Ano ang oversight function ng Kongreso? May pinasa kaming batas, executive, ipakita mo i-oversight namin yan, paano nyo pinatupad yan. That's the oversight function. Pero collegial kayo. 24 kayo kasi senador, 300 plus kami na congressman. Ito isang tao. Ang COA, ang COMELEC, ang civil service, lahat sila ipapatawag mo, hindi, pati si HR. Anong klaseng power ng presidente? Plus nagdagdag pa sila, ang members daw ng interim parliament is the incumbent members of the Senate and the House of Representatives. So everybody happy. Kahit mapasa ang Constitution, member pa rin kami ng House. Nagdugtong pa, by appointment of the President, members of the Cabinet with portfolio. So maging miyembro ng Kongreso ang mga members ng Cabinet appointed by the President. By super majority yon. Di ba? I mean, really mind-boggling sa tao na intindihin kung bakit may ganon ka na poder ang presidente. Next slide, please. Incumbent members of the Civil Service Commission, the Commission on Election, COA, etc., shall continue in office for 1 year after the ratification of this Constitution. So 1 year na lang termino nila, kahit 7 years sila, 1 year. So ano mangyayari? I-appoint na ngayon ng presidente, incumbent, I'm not talking President Duterte, it could be any president. I-appoint niya na ngayon ang COA, COMELEC. This is the rare moment in history na ang buong independent bodies, isang tao mag-a-appoint na lang. Yung ikaw ang mag-appoint ng komisyon na nag-handle ng eleksyon, ikaw ang mag-appoint ng komisyon na nag-audit ng buong gobyerno, ikaw ang mag-appoint ng komisyon na nagdidesisyon kung sinong tanggalin at sinong hindi tanggalin sa gobyerno, civil service. So nagkaroon ng question. Minsan, ang COA, Comelec at medyo umangal na rin. Eh, syempre, may mga terms sila, tatanggalan sila, di ba? Nakakagather sila ng enemies, hindi sila nakakagather ng friends. Di ba? That's the point. Next slide, please. Malapit na lang po ito. Ito pa, kaya hindi siya nakagather ng support sa government employees. Look at Article 12, Section 8 of RBH 15. CONCOM ito, CONCOM. All officials of the government shall continue to hold their office under such terms and conditions as may be provided in the transition plan. Nawindang ang buong government employees. Sinong gagawa ng transition plan? Paano kung mawala ang ahensya ko, yung opisina ko doon sa transition plan, wala akong trabaho? Di, medyo na antagonize na ngayon yung government employees na sana doon yung support ng pro-chacha, di ba? Don't worry, sabi ng ilang kasamahan ko, tingnan nyo ang Section 9. Permanent employees of the government, even career officers, SESO, I presume SESO yan, separated from service as a result of the reorganization of government, shall be entitled to separation pay. Marami akong kinausap na government employees, kung matanggal kami sa serbisyo, 35 years old, 40 years old, wala na po kaming mahanapan na trabaho niyan. So ang late po ng mga separation pay. Masadit naman yung retirement benefits na, hindi kaya yan until 65 kami. So medyo may umangal na doon, di ba? Next slide, please. Pero, sa Senado at sa House, medyo okay-okay ng konti. I don't know if the House and the Senate will appreciate it, pero sa Section 6, affected personnel of the Senate and the House of Representatives shall be entitled to a separation pay in the amount of 2.5 months for every year of government service. So, mas mataas sila kumpara sa ordinary government employees and SESO. Although may tinanong ako sa House ng mga staff kung 2.5 months for every year of service. Kung 8 taon pa lang ako dito, maliit yun, kahit 2.5. Nag-create ngayon ng dissension. Bakit pag empleyado nyo, mataas ang retirement benefit? Pag ordinaryo, ano lang. Tapos pati mismo ang mga empleyado sa house, maangal din. Ayoko pag, mahaba, 20 years pa ako dito eh. Diba? And the last point ko sa CONCOM is this. This is an immutable constitution. I purposely said that when I was invited by the CONCOM. And I'd like to thank naman Justice Puno na inimbita ako sa CONCOM to also give my side. Sabi ko, ano yung Article 21 Section 4 nyo? The Republican character of the government, its federal structure shall not be subject to amendments or revisions. Ibig sabihin, immutable constitution ito na pag nag-federal na tayo, pag sinubo na natin, mainit pala, gusto nating iluwa, bawal na. What if somebody comes up, hindi, mag-presidential muna tayo, o wag na tayo mag-unitary, okay na ako na ganito tayo, mag-Senate House, kasi unitary yung proposal. Hindi ka na pwede kasi i-challenge ka na sa Korte Suprema, sabihin, oh, you're trying to amend the Constitution and revise it. There is no immutable Constitution. Immutable, ibig sabihin, hindi mo pwedeng palitan, di ba? Forever na yon. At ang main argument ng mga proponents noon, ang Constitution, dapat napapalitan yan. Tapos maglagay ka ng ganon, na hindi mo pwedeng palitan, mayroong mga federal states na lumilipat sa parliamentary, siguro may presidential din, lumilipat sa, I don't know. It can happen. Constitution yan, it's a living document nga sabi nila. So you put that there. Next slide, please. So, yun ang mga tanong. Ngayon, ito ang second problem. Wala na itong connection sa federal parliamentary, i-amend ang protectionist provisions ng Constitution. Iyan na naman ang nakalagay. The exploration, development, utilization of natural resources, hindi ko na ulitin. It has been discussed several times. Dahil ang lakas ng oposisyon ng tao sa opening up, protectionist ang Constitution natin. Ang protectionist, pinaproteksyonan ng Pilipino para hindi kasi level ang playing field sa mga malalaking kumpanya ng foreign, proteksyonan mo siya. So tatanggalin yun, ibuksan mo ang bansa sa mga dayuhang transnational corporation. Ang dami na naming away sa mga foreign mining firms. Sabi ko, pag na-exploit na yung natural resources natin, utilization hindi lang explore i-utilize. Sabi na, pag nakalbo na yung mga bundok natin at nalaging na, pag naubos na yung mga mineral natin dahil namina na lahat, ang ilog sira na, ang bundok ay kalbo na, Sinong titira doon? Ang mga foreigners na uwi lang naman yan sa kanila. Anak ba nila ang mag-suffer doon na hindi na makaligo sa ilog? Sabi nga ng asin. Oh, hindi naman na. Anak natin yun, apo natin yun. Wala mas napakailam dyan. Di ba? So, bakit mo buksan yung natural resources natin? So, grabe ang oposisyon. Now, what they did was to provide an innocuous provision. Innocuous meaning hindi ganong halata. Kunyari, hindi mo pinapalitan unless otherwise provided by law. So, kami na nag-oppose, bakit nyo ibigay sa foreigner ang mga natural resources? Hindi naman namin pinalitan eh. Naglagay lang naman kami ng unless otherwise provided by law. Pero sa deliberation, klaro, na ang posisyon ng mga kasamahan ko, papalitan yan. Pag na-approve ang Constitution, baka wala pang isang buwan, may bill na dyan na i-otherwise na. That's the problem there po sa ganong provision. West Philippine Sea, is it included? Is it included in natural resources? Of course, yes. Ang malampaya, natural gas, lahat yan. Oh, what if nakuha ng China? There are many things na komplikasyon na dito ngayon. The moment you open it. Di i-regulate natin, huwag China, huwag Russia. But, pwede namang hindi Russia, pwede China, pero transnational corporation. My first privilege speech, Your Honor, in Congress, unang salta pa lang ako sa Kongreso, was precisely about the Malampaya agreement. Sinong kausap noon? Shell at Chevron. Can you imagine the agreement? The agreement says, pag magbakasyon ng opisyal ng mga Shell at Chevron, ang babayad tayo. Halimbawa, nag-breach of contract sila, kakasuhan natin sila, mag-hire sila ng abogado mula sa Europe, mamahaling mga law firm sa US, ang magbabayad ng abogado tayo. Sabi ko, ano ba? Anong klaseng agreement to? Tayo ang kakaso sa kanila, tayo babayad sa abogado nila. Lahat kinaltasan. Grabing yan. But nobody even noticed it from our end in Congress. That was an uneven agreement with a transnational corporation in the Malampaya Consortium. So, sabi ko, it doesn't have to be Russia, it doesn't have to be China, it could be Shell, it could be Chevron, it could be anybody. Pero ang interest syempre ng foreigners, stockholders nila, hindi Filipino people. That's my argument there. Next slide, please. Ito pa, sabi ko nga dyan, why fix it if it ain't broke? Tingnan nyo, Article 12, Section 11 ng ating konstitusyon ngayon sabi, the state shall encourage equity participation in public utilities by the general public. Ibig po sabihin yan, ang gobyerno, i-encourage mo, hikayatin mo ang publiko na bumili ng shares of stocks o equity sa mga public utilities. Para pag malaki ang shares of stock mo sa Meralco, hindi mabibira mo si Meralco pag medyo dinadaya ka, di ba? Shareholder ka eh. Actually, kontra siya ngayon sa next paragraph. Kasi ang sabi dito sa original constitution, the participation of foreign investors in the governing body of any public utility enterprise shall be limited to their proportionate share in the capital. And all the executive, etc. shall be Filipinos. Public utility, away ang public utility, kuryente mo yan, tubig mo yan, transportasyon mo yan, komunikasyon mo yan. Dapat Pinoy. Ngayon, ang tanong ko doon sa interpellation ko, and it was really never answered during the deliberation. Sabi ko, hindi ba tama lang na ang share mo sa governing body, depende kung anong share mo sa kapital. Proportionate to your share of capital. If you have 30% of the shares, you have 30% of the board, the governing board. Tama lang yun, di ba? Oo. Kung 20 lang, o di 20 rin na ma-appoint mo na board. Bakit mo, unless otherwise provided by law, ibig sabihin, papayagan ng Kongreso ang isang foreign company, 10% lang ng share, ang share niya sa kumpanya, 60% ng board, siya ang mag-appoint? Anong logic nun? That provision in the Constitution is fair para sa akin. Siyempre, kung anong kapital mo, ay di yun lang share mo sa board. Kung 51% ka, edi may control ka sa board. Ito, unless otherwise provided by law. Sabi ko, baka hindi nyo inaral. Yan pa minsan ang problema doon. Kasi kung hindi nila masagot, ang duda ng publiko, hindi naaral to. Hindi masagot eh. Kasi, di ba? So, yun yung ano dyan. Tapos, public utility. Ngayon, Meralco? Kung mabili ng China ang Meralco, at may problema tayo sa West Philippines sa China, brown out nila ang buong Luzon. Titiklop na tayo sa kanya. Pag mabili ng China o Russia ang Maynilad at meron tayong the agreement and ayaw natin sa Ukraine invasion na limbawa, hindi tayo maligo ng isang buwan kasi pipigil niya ang tubig ng Maynilad. I mean, sabi ng mga kong, nire-regulate natin yan. But I've seen so many public utilities, franchise discussions, investigations of public utilities na walang nangyari. Klarong-klaro. So sabi ko, pangako nyo regulate, pero in the last so many years, hindi naman nare-regulate. Di ba? So malampaya shutdown, 2013 ko pa pinal sa Korte Suprema yan, di ba? So sabi ko, bakit nyo gawin ito? Hindi ma-explain. So next slide please. Ngayon, ito na yung slide dyan. So, allow foreigners to own land unless otherwise provided by law. Ang problem dyan, sabi ko, ang lupa, sabi nga ng Amerikano kung kausap, I don't care about your land. 50 years lease kami dyan. Problema namin, korupsyon nyo, yung traffic, infrastructure, etc. etc. Oh, so, sabi ko, what gives? Bakit nyo ibibenta sa foreigners yan? Sa China ba, pwede kang mag-own ng lupa? Sabi ng iba, hindi. Oh, ba't ang daming foreign investors doon? Sa Vietnam ba, pwede ka mag-own ng lupa? Ba't ang daming foreign investors doon? Tingnan mo, is lupa really the reason? Sabi ng isa, pilosopo na lang yun, hindi naman nila madala ang lupa sa bansa nila. Hayaan mo na sila. Sabi ko, hindi nila madala sa bansa ang lupa nila, pero sila magmamayari. Ousted tayo dyan. Kasi kung yun ang argumento nyo po, sabi ko, hindi mo naman madala sa langit kayamanan mo, so ipamigay mo na rin. Hindi pwede, Otsi. Ganun lang naman ang argumento dun eh. Diba? Yung allows, utilize natural resource na discuss ko na. Control and operate public utilities na discuss ko na rin. Bago lang. To own and acquire educational institutions. Ang edukasyon, yun ang pundasyon ng ating susunod na henerasyon. Dito sila dapat matuto ng patriotismo, nationalism, service to the Filipino people. Tapos dayuhan nagmamamayari. Paano? Ayaw ko yung apo ko, darating po sa akin balang araw at sabihin, tatay, sabi ni Professor Tsinghua sa University of China, Philippines, hindi naman daw talaga atin yung West Philippine Sea. China daw talaga yun. I mean, di ba? Oh, mass media. Alam mo nere, may internet na, may nakapasok na si CNN niya. I know that. Pero iba talaga pag silang magmamayari ng Inquirer. Iba talaga pag silang magmamayari ng Philippine Star o Bulletin o GMA7 o ABS. These media outfits have a large say in the discourse, in the national discourse, lalo na pag-eleksyon. Pag may pinaboran si China, pag may pinaboran si Russia na kandidato, tapos ka na. Sila may-ari. Iba ang may-ari at iba yung sa internet na pumapasok. So, why change this? So, yun po yung mga arguments ko dyan. Next slide, please. I think nasa last na ako. Kung mamarapatin lang, basahin ko lang kayo, short lang to. With our natural resources, sabi ni Father Joaquin Bernas, with our natural resources, our sources of power and energy, our public lands, our public utilities, the material basis of the nation's existence in the hands of aliens over whom the government has no control, the Filipinos may soon find themselves deprived of their patrimony and living, as it were, in a house that is no longer theirs. Para nakatira ka na sa bahay na hindi na pala ikaw ang nagmamayari. So last part po ng aking presentation, next slide please, dito tayo sa CONAS. I think this is one reason bakit hirap pumasa ang Chacha. Ano ang nakalagay sa Constitution? Any amendment or revision to the Constitution may be proposed by Congress upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Yun lang. Very vague, very general. Yung pangalawa, Constitutional Convention. Ayan. Klaro yun. Pangatlo, amendments to this Constitution may be proposed by People's Initiative. Pansinin mo, Mr. Chair, na banggit ata yan last time. Amendment or revision, pwede ko na. Amendment or revision, pwede Constitutional Convention. Pero pag People's Initiative, amendment lang. Isang provision o probably dalawa. Kasi ang sabi ng Korte Suprema, doon sa kasong sinampari namin ulit against Chacha, Lambino versus Comelec, nag-shift kayo from presidential to parliamentary, tatanggalin nyo ang Senado, maging unicameral na, tapos may federal ano pa kayo, kapal nun. Maintindihan ba yun ng People's Initiative? Pipirma ba ang tao doon na naintindihan niya yon? O buti sana kung isa lang, term limits are eliminated. At least alam ng tao na ayaw ko niyan. No. Gusto ko yan. Tanggalin ang term limit. Yes, simple. Pag People's Initiative, amendment lang. So but that's the provision. Next slide, please. Ang nakalagay po sa 1935 Constitution, kasi bicameral noon, may Senado, may House. Joint Congress in joint session assembled by a vote of 3/4 of all the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives voting separately may propose amendments to the Constitution. Yan klaro. First element, joint session ang both houses. Second element, 3/4 dapat ang boto. Pangatlong element, voting separately. That was 1935. Noong 1973 Constitution, nag-unicameral tayo. Wala nang Senado. Batasang pambansa, National Assembly. Anong nakalagay sa Constitution? Any amendment to or revision of this Constitution may be proposed by the National Assembly upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Siyempre, hindi mo na kailangan yung joint voting kasi isang house lang eh. Yun. Noong 87, next slide please. Hindi maintindihan ngayon yung provision. Basahin ulit natin. Any amendment or revision to the Constitution may be proposed by Congress upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Klaro o hindi klaro? Hindi, di ba? Hindi. Ang sabi ng mga oppositors, some are senators, pero may mga marami din sa amin. Ang tingnan natin dyan, ang spirit and intent. Ano ba ang spirit and intent ng provision na yan? Bicameral ang nature. Therefore, voting separately. Let's look at the intent and the spirit of the Constitution. Oh, ang sagot naman ng pro, I'll give the two sides. Sabi naman ng pro Chacha, why are we going to interpret when the provision is very clear? I remember, sabi pa isa, we are not poets. We're not supposed to interpret. Di naman tayo mga makata na-interpretan natin. Klarong-klaro Susundin na natin yan, voting jointly. Doon isang rason yan bakit ang Chacha ay pumasa. Kasi sa interpretasyon. Ngayon ang tanong ko, Congress upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members may propose amendments. Klaro ba yan na voting separately? Hindi. Hindi nakalagay. Next question. Pero klaro rin ba dyan na voting jointly? Hindi rin. So talagang pupunta ka sa intent and spirit ng konstitusyon. Bicameral 24 senador at 300 plus na, hindi ko na alam kung ilan ang kongresista ngayon. 314. Hindi, dapat separately, lalo na, di ba? So, doon nag-end. Hindi na ma-resolve hanggat hindi pumunta sa Korte Suprema. Next slide, please. Sorry. Balik pala sa first slide. Balik pa ulit isa, last. Ngayon, nagkaroon ng congressional hearing sa House. Ando doon yung CONCO members, Justice Puno, Justice Ascuna, etc. Justice Ascuna, I remember. Sabi niya, ang pinagdidebatehan daw ng CONCOM, sa simula't simula ng CONCOM, yung gumawa ng 87 Constitution, unicameral ba tayo o bicameral? Grabe daw ang debate. May iba nagsasabing, tanggalin na yung Senado kasi deadlock. Dapat walang Senado, unicameral. May mga nagsasabing, hindi, dapat may checks and balance tayo. Ang mga kongresista, parokyal yan So, alam lang nila, distrito nila, ang senador will give the national view. The debate, it's up to people to decide which is which. But ang punto, matinding debate. So, ang ginawa ng CONCOM daw, in-avoid muna ang botohan. Let's go muna to the other provision. So, inuna nila. On the last few days, siguro 2 days before they end, doon sila bumoto kung unicameral o bicameral. Natalo daw si unicameral by a few votes. Parang 2 votes? Parang 1. So,
Parliament or...
Hindi, yung unicameral din at bicameral, no? Ngayon, nung nanalo na si bicameral, sabi ko, tanong ko kay Justice Ascuna, if there is any question you should have answered and resolved right from the start, ito. Kasi apektado na lahat. Ang ginawa daw nila, binago na nila lahat. Kailang daw, hindi na daw nila napansin. Actually, may 2 provision na hindi nila napansin. Yung unang provision na hindi nila na-correct was the JBC, the Judicial Bar Council. Ang nakalagay kasi doon, a member of Congress can sit in the JBC. Kung unicameral, okay lang yun. Bicameral. Sino sa member ng Congress? Si Senador o si Kong? Hindi na-resolve. Kaya ngayon nagkakagulo. Later on, ang resolution na lang dyan. Ng panahon ko, ewan ko lang ngayon, 1.5 years si Sen, 1.5 years si Kong. Dapat, kung bicameral, may isang senador, may isang Kong. Nakaligtaan daw nila ngayon, pagdating sa amendment, ba't yung nilagay yun? Kasi daw, ang nilagay nila originally yung 73. yung any amendment to or revision of the Constitution may be proposed with the National Assembly upon a vote of 3/4. Kasi akala nila mananalo sa unicameral. Eh, nung natalo sa unicameral, hindi nila nabago yun. Pero sabi ko, Justice, what was your intention? Anong ilalagay nyo sana? Siyempre, sabi niya, 35. Kasi ang 35 bicameral eh. So that was the intent. Hindi lang nila na ilagay. Alam nga namang ilagay namin, sabi niya, yung 73, unicameral yun eh. Eh, bicameral tayo eh. May Senado, may House. Talagang 35. Babalik kami sa 35. Nakaligtaan. Anyway, yun ang isang problem. Ngayon, bakit pa kailangan kasi mag-con-as? Yun ang tanong. Next slide, please. Eh, dito nagkakaano. Sorry, doon na sa con-as. Neri, don't worry, pag mag-con-as kami, may congressional resolution na nagsasabi, hindi pag-uusapan ng term limits. Ito lang pag-usapan natin, econ provision lang. Oh, yeah, ano. Kaya lang, sabi ko, there is a Supreme Court decision. In the case of Gonzales versus Comelec, na sinabi ng Korte Suprema, the powers of the Constituent Assembly is not the power of the Legislative Assembly. Magkaiba yon. Sabi ng Korte Suprema, ihiwalay mo ang poder ng Kongreso, tagapasa ng batas, taga-amend ng batas, at Constituent Assembly, taga-propose ng amendment sa Constitution. Magkaiba yon. And you cannot hold the con-as by a congressional resolution. So sabi ko, kahit may 100 pa tayong resolution na hindi natin itatakel ang term extension, the moment na bumukas na si con-as, anything under the sun can be discussed. Eh, hindi namin gawin yan. What if somebody stands up during con-as, sabihin niya, I move na tanggalin natin ang term limits. Oh, siyempre, alam nga namang hindi mo pansinin, there's a pending motion. Boto. Pag boto, inanalo. Aakit ako sa Korte Suprema, sabihin ko, eh, nangako sila na hindi na, hindi. Gonzales versus Comelec, iba. Ngayon, there is also a decision din sa Tolentino versus Comelec. Sabi niya, either Congress sitting as a Constituent Assembly or a Constitutional Convention may propose amendments to this Constitution, thus placing no limit as to the number of amendments that Congress or the Convention may propose. Sabi ng Korte Suprema, walang limit yun. Poder nila yun eh. Sovereign power nila under the Constitution eh. Hindi yan pwedeng hindi pwedeng ganito. Unconstitutional. Baguhin nga ang Constitution eh. So, hindi talaga pwedeng mga pangako nyo na hindi namin nilagay ang pork barrel sa Constitution. Despite their assurances, of course. Last few slides, sorry. So, bakit nga ba con-as ang pinipilit? Kasi daw magastos. Ang problema, 8 or 11 billion ang dagdag na gastos. Actually, there's no clear accounting kung ilan talaga. Nag-mention ng iba 8, iba 11. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Hindi yan nakakakumbinsi sa publiko. Sabi ko, titipid kayo ng 8 to 11 billion. Ang mga extravagant projects na ina-approve natin sa budget, okay lang sa inyo. Yung mga malampaya fund scam, yung mga fertilizer scam na in the hundreds of billions. Intelligence funds, civilian agency, ina-approve nyo. National Library, may Intel Fund. Commission on Filipino Women, Intel Fund. National Archives, Intel Fund. I-enumerate mo yan. Civilian agencies, ako, I have to be honest, pati Presidente at Vice Presidente, bakit may Intel Fund civilian eh? Ba't may paba-imbestiga si Presidente? Hindi, utusan mo sa AFP, utusan mo si NBI, utusan mo si Police. Under sa'yo yan eh. Malay mo. Do you know Intel work? Vice Presidente. Pasensya na, but I have to insert this. Courtesy. You were elected by the Filipino people to be the checks and balance of the executive. You were not elected para maging courteous. Kung pera nyo yan, hahayaan nyo ba? Bigay ka ng billion dyan, billion. Tapos, millions ng pera mo kung hindi ka ganun ka-bilyonaryo. Tapos sabihin sa'yo ng binigyan mo, hindi ko na i-account to basta ako na bahala. Hindi. Siyempre sabihin mo, pera ko yan eh. Sabihin mo, saan mo gagastusin yan? Walang ganon. Pera ng taong bayan to eh. So sabi ko, it doesn't fly. May 42 billion ka sa Farmally, may pork barrel, lahat na lang. It doesn't fly. Tapos titipid ka ng 8 billion. Konstitusyon ng desisyonan. Bigla kayong naging kuripot. Pero sa maraming bagay-bagay, very open kayong gumastos. So hindi talaga yan ng tao. Kasi may intention kayo, whether it's right or wrong. Ang sinasabi ko lang, Sen, Your Honor, ang sinasabi ko lang, pumasok talaga sa isip ng self-serving. Second reason is, bibigyan ng Kongreso ng poder ang Kongreso. Bakit? Unless otherwise provided by law. Pag nilagay po yan sa Konstitusyon, ang Kongreso ang may poder sa buong Pilipinas. Because the moment that is placed there, ang Kongreso pwede niyang amyendahan ng Constitution anytime by law. Wala ng referendum, wala na mga plebiscite, wala na yan. By law. So, kung yun ang problema doon. You arrogating power into yourself. Ang term ko nga dito, this proposed constitution grants Congress the power to otherwise the Constitution. I-otherwise niya. Itong sabi ng Constitution, otherwise kami. The third problem is, maging lobby center ang Kongreso. Siyempre, big tycoon, big companies, pare, gawin mo namang 70-30. Next year, lalapit na. Hindi, gawin mo 90-10. 1 year later, 100% foreign owned. Sige na. Kaya nyo gusto, ang tingin ng tao, rightly or wrongly ulit, kaya nyo gustong mag-con-ask kasi poder nyo, ang bibigyan nyo ang sarili nyo ng poder. Ayaw nyo ng con-con, hindi mo makontrol yan, malay mo, di ba? Ito, kami. You will be the center of lobbying. So, sabi ko nga, in joking manner, mahirap kumuha ng bar nito, malay ng bar student. Ano na bang konstitusyon natin ngayon? Kasi nagpapalit-palit every year. And what about government policy, continuity, and so on? So, sabi nila, innocuous, hindi daw, maliit lang, unless otherwise lang naman yan. But that's a very powerful phrase. Sabi ko, last point, kaya pa ba natin yan, mag-on-us? O kaya natin, let's just wear another hat. Pag Monday to Wednesday, committee hearings tayo. Pag hapon, plenary. Minsan umaabot ng gabi. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, babalik tayo sa distrito natin, constituents. Buti kung taga Luzon ka, kung taga Mindanao ka, fa-fly ka pa. Kaya pa ba yan? Kaya yan. Kaya yan. Bakit kasi ipilit? Kaya yan, kaya yan. But look at RBH1. Ewan ko lang kung mabasa nyo. Basahin ko na lang. Anong sabi ng RBH1? Live ito na proposal sa House ngayon. Whereas, the 3-year term limit of members of the House is very short. On the first 6 months of their term, the members would organize the House, electing officials, committee chairman, members, and the CA and the HRET. And then they will start to focus on the budget sa second half. Kasi 6 months ang budget. On the third year na nila, half of their term would be devoted for their re-election. So sabi niya, ang dami naming trabaho. Inamin niya. The House function is not limited to legislation and investigations only. It includes yung constitutional powers, impeachment, declaration of war, martial law, etc. I call that in my lectures sa lawyers, the constitutional powers of Congress. But may emergency responses pa to extraordinary calamities, bagyo or like COVID, which created havoc on the health and economy. 12 trillion peso debt. Hanapan natin ng paraan para mabayaran yan. Plus the effect of the Ukraine war causing skyrocketing prices of oil. Ang ibig sabihin dito, napakadami naming trabaho. Kaya ang ending niya, look at the ending. Next slide please. Di ko siguro nalagay. Ang ending niya ay, next slide. Dahil marami kaming trabaho. Hindi, nandun lang sa baba pala, hindi nyo lang natuloy. Yan. With the gigantium tasks given to the House, a need arises to increase their term from 3 years to 5 years. So ang sabi niya sa House, dami-dami na namin trabaho, gawin nyo kayang 5 years. Tapos sabihin nyo, magkukon-as tayo? Bakit hindi na lang? So, yan pong isang rason kung bakit hindi rin naka-hurdle. Kung isum up ko lang, ang una, hindi well explained. Sa Senate siguro dahil ano yung mga ano nyo dito, baka naman yung mga data, statistics. Pero doon sa amin, hindi ganun ka-explained eh. Kaya ang tao hindi na gets. Ano, pag nag-federal ba, unlad, bakit ang Somalia? Mga ganung tanong. The second is rider, daming kinarga na mga self-serving. At yung pangatlo, yung mode, con-as. Very, I hate to admit it, very suspicious ang tao. Parang self-serving ba? Ikaw pa sarili mo, just because you want to 8 billion peso, 11 billion pesos savings, di ba? Yun. So anyway, yung last slide na lang please. Last slide is lessons from the past. Ano lang, ang lessons from the past lang, kino-quote ko dito yung next, balik please. Balik lang dun sa, balik pa. Kino-quote ko lang ang Malolos Constitution. Alam mo ba, Your Honor please, Article 19 ng Malolos Constitution, the legislature is dissolved once it convenes a constituent assembly. Siguro, ang ibig sabihin nila, Ginaldo noon, pag gumawa na kayo ng constitution, hindi na kayo pwede kongresista. Di ba? Hindi kayo pwede, dissolve na kayo. Gawin nyo na yung trabaho nyo as constituent assembly, huwag na kayong, di ba? And then I will also cite Proclamation 9 ni Cory Aquino creating the Constitutional Commission in 1986 para sa 87 Constitution. Sabi diyan, any person appointed and qualified as member of the commission shall not be eligible to run for any office in the first local and first national elections to be held after the ratification of the new constitution or appointed to any government position. Siguro kung ilagay natin yan sa bills, baka hindi na mag-iit na mag-con-as. Kasi pag nag-con-as ka na, hindi na pwedeng tumakbo eh. So, you have to choose. Gusto mo bang amenda ng konstitusyon o gusto mo maging kong? So, yun. Sorry, may isang slide pa pala. So, in the end, ako po, I'm very sorry, hindi ko na, if you are going to invite me next, doon sa resolutions nyo, hindi ko po na-touch. Sa House lang ako nag-focus. Ang form of government, para po sa akin hindi siya decisive sa development ng bansa. May federal state na mayaman, Germany. May federal state na mahirap pa sa duga, Somalia. May parliamentary state na mayaman, England, UK. May parliamentary state na mahirap, Nepal. May presidential...
Congressman Colmenares on 2 points, actually 3 points. One is, sinabi niya, ang dami niyang litanya ng problema. Sa tingin ko yun ang rason kung bakit kailangan natin baguhin ang ating sistema. Nakinig ako ng taimtim sa kanyang sinasabi, pero structural lahat yung sinasabi niya. So, ang sense ko, hindi natin makukure yung lahat ng sinabi niya kung tayo ay under sa 87 Constitution. So, yung inyong dalawa ang bills yung pinag-uusapan, revision or amendment, yung people's draft para sa revision. Yung economic provisions, mula dito sa Senado, napasa yung amendment of the Retail Trade or RA 11505, Public Services Act, 85-year-old na public utility, napasa 11659, at ang revised Foreign Investment Act 11647. Hindi natin masasabing hindi yun ang tamang solusyon kasi i-implement pa lang yun sa administrasyong ito dahil napasa lamang siya naging batas noong previous na towards the end of the term. Pangatlong bagay, bago ako dumiretso dun sa aking sasabihin, yung sinabi na mahirap ang trabaho ng Kongreso, ako po'y humihingi ng paumanhin sa inyo. Ako'y nanggaling sa Senado. Nung nagbukas ang Senado, 8th Congress, nandito po ako. Hindi dito, doon pa sa luma, na ngayon museo na. Ang session po noon ay 5 araw. Lunes hanggang Biyernes. Ang Biyernes, local bills. Ngayon po ang session, Monday to Wednesday. Yung sinasabing walang panahon, masyadong mabigat ang trabaho. Nagkaroon po tayo ng panahon na continuing session days. 100 continuing session days bago mag-recess. Ito po, bilangin niyo po ang inyong calendar. Sa tingin ko, itong first regular session before the recess next week, the working session is, I think, around 28 days. So sa akin, hindi ho rason ng nahalal ang sabihin na ay kulang sa panahon o mabigat ang trabaho namin, kailangan namin ng... Hindi ho, kasi lahat po tayo nagsasakripisyo dahil dito sa sistemang ito. So pupunta po ako, Mr. Chairman, sa aking panimulang salita, tapos ipapasa ko sa aking colleague, si Attorney Dindo. So ulit, maraming salamat, Chairman Robin Hood Padilla, at sa mga miyembro ng Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Code sa inyong paanyaya. Ako po si Malutikia, advocate ng Parliamentary, Federal, simula pa ng 1990 bilang graduate student kung saan ang Cordillera Autonomous Region at ang Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao ang pinag-aralan bilang unang hakbang patungo federal. Ngayon po meron tayong Bangsamoro. Ang pagbabago sa Bangsamoro ay yung Black Grant. Yun ang pinaka-decisive na pagbabago. Ang BARM po ngayon ay nakikita not only sa Asian or ASEAN as proof of concept on how to settle peacefully some issues that a country has in terms of its rebellion. Yeah. Noong 2017, ang aking pong kumpanya, Publicus Asia Inc., ay naglunsad ng pahayag survey at ang federalismo ay aming pinag-aralan. Noong 2018, ako po ay naging lead convener ng People's Draft or Pantaong Saligang Batas, kasama ng tandem na pinangungunahan dito ni Attorney Dindo Donato. Ang People's Draft ay CSR or Corporate Social Responsibility ng Publicus sa paniniwalang panahon na para baguhin ang ating saligang batas. Si Attorney Donato po ang magpapaliwanag ng 10-page. 10-page lang po na People's Draft. No? Ako po ay magbibigay ng konteksto at perspektiba sa aming panukala. Nabuo ho ang People's Draft noong 2018 kung saan napagkasunduan naming bumalangkas ng pantaong saligang batas galing sa punto lebista ng taong bayan. 10 pahina dahil mas nais naming basahin ng tao. Crowdsource dahil kailangan mas maraming kasama sa usaping ito. So, inclusive na dapat. Walang politiko na kasama para tuwirang pabor sa interes ng taong bayan. Sa pantaong saligang batas, itinahi sa bawat sipi nito ang 5 na saligang batas natin sa ating kasaysayan. 1899, 1935, 1943, 1973 at 1987. Kung kaya po, best practices ang aming sinunod at hindi tinalikuran ang nakaraan. Ulitin ko po, ang aming pong pantaong saligang batas ay revision ang minumungkahi, hindi po amendment. Hindi po mahirap ang bansang Pilipinas. Hindi po mahirap ang ating mga lalawigan. Kung tayo ay mag-asset mapping at ipapaalam sa mga nasasakupan, may likas yaman ang bawat 82, dalawa na ngayon, na lalawigan. Hindi po ito bago. Noong ginawa ang rehiyon, noong 1972, 11 regions under Presidential Decree No. 1, na ilista ng dating Pangulo ang kilometro ng daan, ang ilan ang merong elektrisidad, ano ang mga mineral resources na to, ano ang mga natural resources nito, ang population density. Yan po ay volumes na pagsasaliksik at pag-aaral na ginawa ng Development Academy of the Philippines noong panahon na yon at kailangan lamang pong i-update ukol sa usaping federal. Ang dati pong Pangulong Duterte ay pinagtibay ang Executive Order No. 138 or full devolution of certain functions of the executive branch to local governments, creation of a committee on devolution and for other purposes. Ito po marahil ang ambag niya sa usaping naudlot sa federal. Ginoong Chairman, 35 taon na ang ating saligang batas na bumabalot sa 7 Pangulo. Nagkaroon na rin tayo ng parliament dati. Ang federal ay wala pa. Pero mayroon na po tayong decentralization at autonomy noong 1992. Imagine nyo po hindi maamendahan ang local government code dahil sa nung buhay pa po si Tatay Nene, ang parating niyang sinasabi, pag binuksan natin yan, baka magkaroon ng recentralization. So hindi talaga ho yung sentro ang magbibigay talaga ng kapangyarihan para sa nasa baba. Kailangan manggaling sa baba. Hindi po bago ang ilang sangkap ng usaping ito tungkol sa federal. Yung pong debate sa parliament, natalo lang po ang parliament presidential by 1 vote during the Constitutional Commission days. So hindi po mahirap i-explain sa Pilipino ang parliament. Ang mahirap po siguro ang federal. Nakita po natin noong pandemya ang collaboration ng executive and legislative branches sa bayanihan to heal as one. Katulad po nung tinanong nyo, yung isisingit ba natin yung phrase na eminent danger, okay? Yung po ay kailangan dahil kung titingnan nyo ngayon ang mundo, may tinatawag pong buka. Yung buka is yung uncertainty ng mga nangyayari sa mundo, which means ang risk napakataas. So ang imminent danger is a sword that the state can use to prevent certainties in our national life. So nakita natin yung collaboration ng eksekutibo at lehislatura sa bayanihan to heal as one. Mabilis po ang aksyon dahil may pandemya. Kung wala akong pandemya, katulad ng budget ngayon, may pupunta sa House, may pupunta sa Senado, hindi kayo papansinin sa Senado, hindi papansinin sa House, pero kung Parliament, iisa lang ho ang direksyon na tinitingnan. Magkasama kayo doon nagsusulba ng problema. Pareho ang pagtingin nyo sa problema. So, napakahalaga po na magkasanib ito. Malaking bagay na magkasanib ang puwersa ng dalawang branches ng ekutibo at lehislatura. Nag-uusap, walang delay, may pinagsamahang panununtunan, di magastos na politika dahil hindi po personalidad. Political party po pag parliament. Walang paralysis, walang gridlock, at walang extrajudicial or extra-constitutional removal from office. Hindi po kakayanin ng bansa natin na sa kagustuhan natin baguhin, yung may problema, aalsin natin ang liderato. Nakita po natin sa kasaysayan, nagkakaroon ng impact na ang political sa economic. Sa pantaong saligang batas, may 4 na mahahalagang prinsipyo ang aming sinundan. Number 1, daluyang reformang pampolitika or political reform. Ang political reform po sa ating bansa, 12 taon na walang political reform sa ating bansa. Ang tanging political reform ay BARM. Number 2, transition sa federal sa sumusunod sa prinsipyo ng subsidiarity. Ang desisyon ay nangangagaling sa ibaba, pataas, di mula sa taas at depende kung ano ang ibibigay na kapangyarihan. Kung kaya't ang mabubuong estado o probinsya o rehiyon na federal ay manggagaling sa baba at magpe-petition sa parliament para maging federal. Hindi ho ba yun demokrasya? Number 3, kapangyarihang koledyal. Again, ang lessons ng pandemya, nakita natin hindi handa ang mga barangay. Ang frontline, ang naging frontline ay ang mga medical. Samantalang dapat ang frontline ang barangay. Kung kaya't sa amin pong panukala, amin pong minumungkahi na ang barangay ay appointed. Susunod sa mayor. Pag may problema, mahirap ang mayor lumangoy sa problema kung ang iyong galamay hindi susunod sa iyo. B, ang kandidato ay hinahalal sa konseho at sila ay namimili ng vice mayor, mayor, at vice governor at governor. Ano pong mangyayari niyan? Lahat pong tumatakbo para sa konseho. And among themselves, pipili sila sino ang vice mayor, sino ang mayor. Hindi ho ba mas mura ang ganung reforma? Letter C, ang syudad at ang munisipyo ang basic LGU at ang mga mayor ay ex-official members sa provincial board. Saan po tayo nakakita ng bansa na ang ilang munisipyo, ang isang mayor, 3 terms. First year ng first term mo, 6-class municipality yung munisipyo mo. Nagtapos ka, 6-class pa rin. Yung po ba ang dapat nating measurement ng kagalingan ng liderato? Hindi ho ba dapat na iaangat ang buhay ng kanyang kinasasakupan? Letter D, mas mura ang gastos dahil ang miyembro ng parliament ay tatakbo sa distrito. Walang election at large. Hindi kayo gagastos ng 500 million as senator, pero may chance sa ka maging Prime Minister sa Parliament, pero galing ka lamang sa isang distrito. Number 4, immediate accountability. Meron pong tinatawag sa Parliament na vote of no confidence at midterm accountability. Number 5, kami po ay para sa walang term limits. Kasi naniniwala kami kung ayaw ka ng tao, ang tao mismo magsasabi sa iyo, ayaw na namin sa iyo. Marami pong nangyari yan sa dinastiya. Walang reorganization rin po sa Korte Suprema, katulad ng sinabi ni Senator Enrile, hindi ho sanay ang tao na ang Korte Suprema mo ay pagkadami, ang sanay sila, municipal, Court of Appeals, Supreme Court. So, para mo malesen yung problema ng tao sa pag-iintindi, ibigay mo yung alam nila. Okay? I will skip the survey results, pero nandyan sa inyo, iniwan ko po sa committee ninyo yung survey results. Trinak po namin ang usaping parliament from 2017 to 2020. Ano po ang resulta? Ginoong Chairman, klarado po na paglayo mo sa Luzon, siyang pagtaas ng suporta sa issue ng federal. Ang Pilipinas ay di batay lamang sa Imperial Manila. Yung 2017 po naming survey, lumalabas po, handa ang Mindanao, nagugulat kami. Handa ang Visayas, pero si Luzon ayaw. Okay? Sa unang bahagi ng termino, napakahalaga ang structural reform. Nais ng mga Pilipino ang structural reform. Pero kapag palapit na ang pagtatapos ng isang administrasyon, bumababa ang interes. 2 beses na po yan nangyari. Nangyari nung panahon ni Presidente Ramos, Presidente Arroyo, na pag malapit sa pagtatapos ng termino, parati ang magiging issue sa isip ng tao ay extension of terms. Kung kaya't napakahalaga po itong timing na inyong ginagawa. Pag beyond 2025, hindi po ang tao gusto ng isang very unstable system. Kaya yung political capital ng mga nahalal, napakahalaga na magamit itong unang 3 taon. Makikita nyo sa survey ng 2019, yung survey na yun ay Visayas, Mindanao. Number 1, TV ang mahalaga kung gusto nyo makommunicate sa taong bayan kung ano ang federalism. Lalong-lalo na paglabas mo ng Luzon. Number 2, may mga rehiyon sa Vismin na di naiintindihan ang federal. Specifically is Region 8. Transitioning patungo sa federal ay importante. Si Mindanao, gusto nila immediately federal. Pero yung kabuuan ng Pilipinas, ang gusto mo transition. Doon sa aware sa federal, ay naniniwala na ang paghahati ng pondo ang dahilan ng kahirapan ng Vismin. Ito po'y kailangan natin sagutin. Hindi ho dapat ang pondo ng bayan ay nasa Luzon lamang. Bakit ho? Kung tayo ho'y may utang, yung sovereign guarantee, pati ho, tawi-tawi nagbabayad dyan. May contribution sila. Pero nakikita niyo yung inequity ng ating governance model. Kasi sentro na sentro sa Luzon. Sentro na sentro sa Metro Manila. At magmula ng 2020, 2021, quarters 2 and quarter 4, ay pababa na ang interes dahil na rin sa pandemic at malapit na pagtatapos ng termino ni PRRD. Alam po ninyo mga lehislatura na tayo nag-shift to cash budgeting. Pero imagine niyo cash budgeting na tayo, may delay pa. Bakit? Di ba ang cash, dapat nandiyan na yung cash. Pwede mo nang gamitin, pero may delay pa rin po. Siguro ang nire-request ko yung huling siguro yan na lang yung tatandaan nyo sa usaping federal. Kung bakit ito napapanahon, kung bakit hindi ang solusyon ay presidential. Sige pa, yung pinaka-last, before the thank you. Yan po. Makikita po natin dyan, ang NCR accounts for 37% of the GDP of the country. 37. Central Luzon and Calabarzon account for 61%. That's Luzon. So 61 plus 37 is almost 90. 98? 3 regions alone account for 98 of the total Philippines. Tingnan niyo po sa larawan. This is a map of the country that was taken from above satellite. Yung pong una, makikita niyo dong yung may ilaw pero lahat madilim. Yan ang mapa ng Pilipinas. Yan ang development model natin. Kung saan may ilaw, ibig sabihin, doon nakakonsentrate ang development. Yung pangalawa po, makikita ninyo, sinum sa Luzon. Makikita nyo ang Manila, ang Dagupan, so may mga specs na makikita ka. Pero, pag tiningnan mo sa buong Pilipinas, yung pababa, yung po yung mga kapital ng ating mga probinsya, iilan lamang ang matitindi ang sinag. Pero tingnan nyo ang Japan, ang Taiwan, at ang Pilipinas, ang Australia, nakita nyo maliliwanag kasi binaba ang development sa taong bayan. So sa amin po sa People's Draft, ang aming hiling, ito po ay galing sa taong bayan, sinulat namin 10 pahina para basahin, at ito po ay galing sa lahat ng konstitusyon. Kaya nga parating sinasabi ng aking colleague dito, it's really integrating the best practices of our constitution. So maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. I am passing the presentation to Attorney Dunang.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Malu Tikia. Ang atin naman pong susunod na magbibigay ng pahayag ay si Demos Tenes B. Donato, attorney. Siya po ay galing sa Fordham University School of Law sa New York, New York. At siya po ang kanyang major ay Banking, Corporate, and Finance Law. Isang magandang hapon po sa inyo, attorney.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon. Kung sa totoo lang po, first time namin na mag-present ng People's Draft sa isang official government proceeding. Ang dati lang po is webinar, informal meetings, iba-ibang grupo. First time po ito. Yeah. So katulad doon ang sabi ni Malu, kami po yung nag-initiate niyan, 2018. Dalawang grupo lang ho kami noon, pero ngayon mayroon na kami na dagdag na 5 pa. Yung pro-life ni Rep. Villarama, yung Kapatiran Party, yung Correct Movement, Lumad Mindanao People's Federation, and Sulu Center for Historical Rights. So basically yun na po yung mga grupo na nag-support sa People's Draft. Nag-file ho kami ng version niyan last year bago nag-election. Bago ko po puntahan yung anong laman ng People's Draft, magbibigay lang po ako ng background. Yes, State of the Nation. Yan po yung, ito po, ang nakikita kasi namin, kulang yung culture change. Kailangan din ng system change. Bakit? Kasi ang problema hindi lang naman sa implementation, pati yung framing ng batas may problema din. So, kaya sa amin, hindi ko sinasabing system change lang, ang sinasabi namin, sabay. Kung titingnan po niyo yung economy, 100 million na ho tayo ngayon, may lahat ho yung data na yan, naka-USB po yan, may mga sources po yan. Yun nga lang, that's probably before the pandemic. So 100 million ho tayo, ngayon 110 na, titingnan niyo po yung poverty. 20 to 25% ng buong Pilipinas. It's 20 to 25 million po yan. So yung labor force, almost 50 million before the pandemic, that was like 10% jobless. Yan o, 5 million jobless. Kinumpute ko namin yan. Using the minimum wage ng Ilocos. Bakit? Yun po ang pinakamababa na minimum wage sa buong Pilipinas, hindi po sa BARM, sa Ilocos. i-attribute natin yung proportionate cost ng office space, electricity, etc., ang cost ho niyan is 100,000 per person per year at minimum wage. I-multiply ho natin yan sa walang trabaho, 1/2 trillion po yan. So saan tayo kukuha niyan? Para lang mabigyan ng trabaho yung walang trabaho. Anyway, so ganun po ang kalagayan natin. Makikita natin, 10% ng population nasa ibang bansa na. Yung iba ayaw nang bumalik. Yung iba, temporary workers lang. Bakit? Ang tawag ho ng kasamahan namin dyan, si Orion Perez, Correct Movement, ang tawag niya dyan, economic refugees. Wala kasing trabaho dito. Kaya kailangan magtrabaho sa ibang bansa para masuportahan ng pamilya. Yun po yung sinasabi ni Malu, 60%. Galing po yan sa statement ni Secretary Dominguez during the pandemic. 60% Metro Manila, Calabarzon. Ngayon, pag dinagdag mo yung Central Luzon, yung sabi ni Malu, di umabot ng 90. So, yan po yung development natin. Next slide, please. Yun hong FDI restrictions, foreign investment restrictions, 85 years na po yan. Kung bibilangin natin yan mula noong 1935. Dumaan na ho tayo sa World War II. Dumaan na ho tayo sa martial law. Dumaan na ho tayo ng people's power. After 85, 87 years, yan pa rin tayo. Mabagal na internet, mahal na kuryente, walang tubig, yung walang mahal na shipping. Next slide, please. Economic po yan. Ito naman yung political. Ano ba yung sistema natin? Meron isang tao, kontrolado lahat ng executive branch. Kung iisipin niyo po, yung tao na yon, siya mag-appoint ng fiscal, kakasuhan tayo sasampahan tayo ng kaso, siya na rin yung mag-appoint ng judge kung na maghusga sa atin. Kanya rin yung military, police, lahat na. Kanya yung budget. Ngayon, sinasabi nila the Congress holds the purse. Tama yun, no? Yung batas. Pero pagkatapos ng batas, babalik ka sa executive. Sila mismo yung magdi-disperse ng actual na pera. So, anong tawag ko ba yan? Ang tawag ko ba dyan ay dictatorship? Ang karaniwang tawag ko dyan ay presidential form of government. Yan po ang sistema natin. Hindi siya pwedeng tanggalin kasi maliwanag naman sa experience natin, hindi effective remedy ang impeachment. People's power lang ang pwedeng makapagtanggal ng presidente. And then of course yung binanggit din ni Malu, cost of running. Kasi po election at large, 600 million, 200 million, election at large po kasi. So kung nagko-complain na bakit mahal tumakbo dito sa Pilipinas, huwag na tayo mag-complain, tayo may kagagawan yan eh. Nilagay dati sa Constitution, di ba? Yung tayo, kung ayaw natin, di palitan natin. Next slide please. Ito po, try people. Ang alam ko lang po dati, no, pag sinasabing people-to-people relationship, Christian, Muslim, yun lang yung alam natin. Until we met the Lumads of Mindanao, sabi po ni Timoy Jimit Mansayagan, sabi niya, we are not a sector. Sabi niya, we are a people. Sabi ko, nagulat ako doon. Oo nga, tama siya. So mula noon, ang nag-adapt na kami ng konsepto ng tri-people. Ito po yung bansa natin ngayon. Merong Muslim, merong Christian, merong indigenous people. Magkaiba po ang istorya niyan. Magkaiba ang pinanggalingan. For 500 years, 400 years, nag-aaway po yan. Ngayon, nandito na tayo sa isang bansa, isang republika, dapat maghanap tayo ng solusyon kung paano tayo mag-live together at mag-cooperate. Next slide. Yan po yung mga problema nila. And then ito po yung kay Malu, 10-page. Siya po yung talagang author niyan ng 10-page. Kasi ang pinanggalingan ho niya na draft, 30 pages. Tandem draft po yun. And even before that was in 2013. Before that was We Care for Citizens draft, mga 2006. So anyway, from 30 pages, it went down to 10. Kasi yung unang meeting namin kay Malu, sabi niya, Constitution is a social contract. So dapat naiintindihan ng tao yan. You don't give them a 100-page document. They will not read it. They will not even understand it. So, nag-best efforts po kami, merong 10 pages. Yun hong next 70% ho ng language, galing ho yan sa mga existing. Kasi yung napapansin namin, yung mga ibang draft, talagang todo na bago. Na bakit pa mag-iimbento ng bagong language kung meron na naman, di ba? Hindi magdedebate na naman tayo dyan. So as much as possible, kung ang specific article or provision ay meron ng dati pa, in-adapt na lang namin. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo po, itong sinasabi namin, meron pong annotated version, ang People's Draft. Nakasulat doon kung saan galing yung mga provision. Kung ang draft ay 10 pages plus 2-page annex, yung annotated po ay nasa 34. Ibig sabihin, mas mahaba pa yung endnotes doon sa Constitution mismo. So doon na makikita na kung saan siya nanggaling. And ito po, learning po ito sa nung panahon ng Sigaw ng Bayan. Learning ko po yan doon. Ako po yung lawyer ni Raul Lambino nung time na yon. Talo ko kami doon. One issue, one vote on the issue of amendment and revision. Yun lang. And because of that, na-dismiss yung petition. Pero yung sinasabi na hindi daw pwede yung revision, I will have to disagree. Familiar po ako sa kaso na yun. No? Yung tama yun, natalo kami 8-7 on the decision. But on the second motion for reconsideration, 14 na lang po yung justices. Nakakuha kami ng deadlock, 7-all. Therefore, as far as we are concerned, as far as jurisprudence is concerned, that is not a binding precedent. Kasi the final vote on amendment versus revision was deadlocked at 7-all. Alam ko po yun dahil ako po may hawak ng kaso na yun. Yeah, next slide please. Ito po. Broadest draft. Shortest draft pero broadest draft. May economy, may politics, may society. Next slide please. Ito ba baka ito ang hinihintay ng Senado at saka ng Kongreso. Sila Malu po, nag-hire sila ng expert. Si Rodolfo Vicera, Director General dati ng House Planning and Budget. Siya po ang gumawa niyan. May study po yan. We can share. It's in the website. Sa Concom draft, Anihan draft, which is the Puno draft, that costs 40 billion a year. Sweldo po yun sa opisina. Walang project dyan. Yearly. Okay? Sa People's Draft, 13.5 billion savings per year. Bakit? Kasi po sa People's Draft, merong right sizing ng elective component of government. Yung career, yung mga point, hindi, no touch mo kami dyan. Nasa batas na yan, no touch. Ang punteriya lang ng People's Draft, yung elective component of government. Next slide, please. Ito po, yung sa economy. Tama po yun, no? Yung sinasabi na magaganda bang buhay natin sa federal o sa parliament. Ang sagot ho namin dyan, hindi. Hindi naman yun ang solution sa economy. Ang solution sa economy ito. Yung free and open competition. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yan. Ito po magkaiba yung approach namin sa Concom draft. Sa Concom draft kasi, parang mahina, para sa amin, mahina. Lalagyan lang nilang as provided by law, which means you leave it to Congress. Ako po, kami, ang concern namin dyan, yung Foreign Investments Act 1991, in a span of 30 years, 2 batas lang ang nag-open, yung sa retail at saka yung sa finance. So kung ilalagay lang natin dyan sa Constitution as maybe otherwise provided by law, baka sa next 30 years, wala pa rin mangyari. Yun po ang concern namin. So ang approach namin, you open it now. Ngayon, kung mayroong mga industry na gusto ng protection, sila ang pumunta sa Kongreso at maglabi at magpaliwanag. Anyway, meron naman hong safeguard. Ano po yung safeguard? Kasi yan po yung major opposition, objection sa investment liberalization ay yun daw kung foreign domination. Yun ang sinasabi nila. So, to address that, dito ho sa People's Draft, meron tayong Committee on Foreign Investments. Saan ho galing yun? Yan po ay galing sa CFIUS, Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States. Existing po yan. Anong basis nun to restrict foreign investments? National security. So kung may problema yung kahit na anong business yan, kahit na tourism pa yan, which is ginawa nila dun sa Fuga Island, pag may problema sa national security, hindi siya pwedeng pumasok. And in fact, yung concept namin dyan, mas broad pa. Galing po ito sa mentor namin, the late Father Archie Intengan. May konsepto siya, ang tawag niya basic securities. Ano ba yung basic securities? Yan po yung expanded national security, food security, energy security, lahat na. So kung yun may problema sa basic securities, merong mechanism to block. So yun po ang sagot namin doon sa mga nagsasabi na merong danger ng foreign domination. Next slide please. Yan na po yun. Next slide please. Ito naman po yung political reforms. Hindi yung economy ang punteriya dito. Ang pinupunteriya ho dito, yung sino ang may hawak ng poder. Opo. Right now, yung kanina sa slide natin, presidential form, isang tao lang. For 6 years. Kaya wag ho tayo magtataka pag nakaupo yung presidente, di na siya maalis pag nakaupo na. Permanent fixture na yon for 6 years. So, anong nangyayari? O di lahat ng congressman lipatan ng lipatan. 3 years lang ko yung congressman. Kailangan nilang magbaon ng project sa bayan nila. Otherwise, baka hindi sila mananalo sa susunod na eleksyon. So, yan po yung, again, yung nagreklamo ng lipatan, wag na ho tayo magreklamo kasi tayo may kagagawa niyan. Yan po ang sistema natin. One-man rule for 6 years and you have Congress. Next slide. Ito po yung mabigat na ito po talagang ibig sabihin ng shift from presidential to parliamentary form of government. Ito po mabigat. Kailangan hong desisyonan ito ng buong gobyerno. Senate, Kongreso of the may transfer of power ho talaga. Mawawala na yung one-man rule. It will now be a majority rule of a body from all over the Philippines. So, ano nangyari yon? Yung power to hire and fire the chief executive ay ibibigay na doon sa body na yon. Yan po. So, ibang political environment na po ito. Next slide please. So yan po yung parliament, no? Yung katulad ng sabi ni Balo, merged legislature and executive para mas mabilis ang trabaho. Next slide please. Ito po. Right now, yung isang batas, 3 approval, House, Senate, and BICAM. Okay? Ang tagal po nun. Di ko rin actually maintindihan kung bakit pareho lang naman siguro ang resource person, pareho naman ang pinag-aralan na materials, pero 3 beses i-approve. Ang sabi ho nila, check and balance. Sa akin lang po ito, hindi ako naniniwala doon, check and balance. Yung bicameral galing sa Estados Unidos, iba pa ang reason nun. Unang-una, nagdebate kasi sila. Yung iba gusto ng representation based on sovereignty, therefore equal. Yung iba naman, representation of the states, component states, based on population. Okay, hindi sila magkasundo, so ang ginawa nila, o di dalawa na lang. Yung isa, sovereignty, yung senator, 2 per state regardless of your size. And then yung by population, yan po yung representatives. But if you notice, ito hindi ko masyado napapansin. Yung senator ng US po ito at saka ng members of the House of Representatives, they come from the same state. Pareho yung interest nila. Pareho ang mindset. Hindi ho katulad sa atin, yung mga congressman sa distrito, pero yung senators elected at large. So yung probability ng deadlock dahil magkaiba kayong mindset, mas malaki. Kaya mas mahirap mag-approve ng batas dito sa atin. Next slide please. Ito naman po yung parliamentary form of government at the local level. Yan po ang tawag nila dyan ay council type LGU. Ang may poder, again, is the council who will choose the mayor from among themselves. So yan na po yun. Lahat ng powers ng local government nasa municipality at city. Next please. Ito po. this is probably the strongest objection to the proposal to shift to Parliament. Sabi nila, mawawalan daw sila ng pagkakataon na pumili ng Chief Executive. Yun ang normal, yun ang nasa media, yun ang pagkakaintindi ng tao. Ang sagot ko namin dyan, mali po yun. Super sa mali. Bakit? Ang gagawin lang ho natin dyan, gagayahin natin yung Electoral College election sa United States. Doon sa balota, nandun yung kandidato ng Electoral College, nandun din yung presidente na daladala niya. O di, kita. Pwede kang pumili. Hindi ba? Next slide. Please. Ganito po yung sample ng balota. Yan. Kita. Yung isa, kandidato ng Congress. Yung isa, yung daladala niya na pagka-presidente. Team vote. So, meron ka pa rin karapatan or pumili. Next, please. Ito po yung sinasabi namin na wala na yung election at large, election by district na lang, at the local level, election by sub-district. Next, please. For example, if, yan. Kung election at large, you probably need 51 votes. Ang assumption po niyan is 100 voters, 20 candidates, 2 candidates per sub-district. Kung yung isang distrito ngayon, no, yung, for example, yung sa congressman, ilan ba ang councilor dyan? 8. Okay? Paano sila tumatakbo? At large. Para din silang congressman. Yung mga local councilor, pag tumakbo yun, parang congressman din. Diba? Yung area, kung saan sila kailangan magkampanya. Ang solution namin, ang proposal namin dyan, kung 8 pala sila doon, o di hatiin mo sa 8, doon na lang sila tumakbo. Anong purpose nun? Political democracy. Para yung mga hindi naman masyado sikat, walang pondo, walang partido, meron silang fair chance na manalo. Yung liliitan na ikakat yung constituency, yung voting constituency. Opo, next please. Yan po. Kung council type LGU na lang, yung mga gusto mag-mayor, 36 votes na lang instead of 51. Kasi you don't have to win in the entire area. Ang kailangan mo lang manalo sa 6 out of 10, kunyari, na distrito or sub-district. Pag nakuha mo yung 6, yun na. Ang bawat district, sub-district naman is, let's say 10 voters doon, hindi mo naman kailangan ng 10, 6 lang, pwede na. So 6 times 6, 36. Next please. Ito po, corruption. Ang sinasabi ang solution ay corruption. Na agree kami, it's a problem, big problem, pero hindi kami agree na yun lang solusyon sa problema natin. So, how do we address corruption? Dito sa People's Draft, lahat ng measure na pwedeng tanggalin ang nakaupo ay nandyan na. Whether that comes from a presidential form or from a parliamentary form, kinuha namin lahat yon, nilagay namin dyan sa People's Draft. So, meron tayong immediate accountability. Ano po yan? Vote of no confidence. Hindi mo nahihintayin yung susunod na election. Merong midterm accountability, recall. Ang recall po sa local officials lang, ito pati kasama congressman. Next please. Merong mass accountability. Pag talagang hindi na nagkasundo, nagkagulo na yung hindi alam kung saan tayo pupunta, o dissolve para election ulit. And then number 4, why this accountability? Ito po yung experience namin sa COMELEC dati. Ang sabi kasi nila, dapat constitutional body, hindi sila pwedeng tanggalin, impeachment lang. Siguro yun ang rational nila no, to protect the independence. Pero ang experience namin, hindi. Kapag nilagyan sila ng impeachment protection, ang nangyari is para silang naging untouchable. So yung dito sa People's Draft, isa na lang grupo ng mga opisyales ang protected ng impeachment requirement. Sino po yon? Supreme Court. All the rest will be treated like any other official. They can be suspended, disciplined, terminated, etc. Next, please. Ito po. Ang iniisip ko namin na time frame ay medyo mahaba din. For example, we will have 3 years to debate on what constitution to adopt, if ever. May plebiscito ko sa 2025. Ang first parliament, 2028 pa. Para walang masabi na kung sino yung gumawa ay sila yung nakikinawalang ganun. Ang apektado lang po dyan, yung mga senador na mananalo ng 2025. 12. Yun lang ang apektado. So in fairness to them, anyway, Sa 2022, walang mangyayari. Yung sa 2025, wala rin na mga congressman, walang mangyayari. Local officials, walang mangyayari. Yung talagang senator lang ng 2025. But of course, in fairness to them, dahil nanalo naman sila ng senator, kaso nagbago yung constitution, they will be ex officio of the new Congress. Yeah, next please. Ayan po, no touch. Kasi nagbabago ho tayo ng struktura. Whether we like the people there or not, it does not matter. No touch. Yes, please. Ito po. Yung sa survey, sa Luzon, mahina. Sa Mindanao, malakas. Bakit? Ano bang purpose ng regional decentralization? Ang purpose ho niyan ay bring the government closer to the people. So if you are already in the center, nasa gitna, nandun ako kayo mismo, hindi niyo nararamdaman yan. Ang nakakaramdam yan, yung mga nasa Mindanao. Okay? Ako po, pinanganak ako sa Davao, doon ako lumaki hanggang high school, naiintindihan ko po yan. No? In fact, wala lang dito sa slide, meron akong isang file doon ng, makikita niyo po sa Google, devolution of powers, decentralization of powers, DSWD. Makikita niyo po doon. So, merong personnel, administration, iba-iba, yung ibang delegation of powers, projects, finance, etc. Ako po bilang taga Davao, no, isang tingin, unang tingin, may problema. Bakit? 4 po yung opisyalis doon. Secretary, USEC, ASEC, RD. Sino ba yung nasa region? Yung pinakamababa. Yung 3 ASEC, USEC, Secretary, lahat yun nasa Maynila. Ulit-ulitin niyo po yung structure niyan sa lahat ng departamento. Ganun po. Kaya hindi niyo masisisi kung yung mga tao na sa malayo ay minsan gusto secession, minsan autonomous region, minsan gusto substate. Yun lang ho kasi nakikita na solusyon, nakikita nila. Next please. Ito po yung sinasabi sa People's Draft, wala hong pilitan at saka walang pinipigilan. Depende ho sa 3 levels po yung pinagpipilian. Ang pinakamababa, regional authority. Ano po yun? Imagine SBMA, National Government Agency, kaya lang expanded. Yun lang. In other words, walang existing additional budget yan because kinukonsolidate lang naman yung mga existing budgets ng iba-ibang ng iba-ibang mga departamento. How do we explain that? Ang nakikita ko po na madaling explanation dyan is familiar ho kayo sa AFP structure. Regional Unified Command, isang commander sa isang area, lahat ng units na nandun, Army, Navy, Air Force, it doesn't matter, pag naka-assign ka doon, meron kang commander, regional commander. Ganun po yan. Yan ang regional authority. Civilian version ng regional Unified Command. Para ho, coordinated yung galaw. Next please. Ito po, yung sinasabi ni Malu kanina, yung mayors, ex-officio board members, kung merong autonomous region, sila na rin yung ex-officio. Kasi po yan po yung, again, mabigat na objection sa federalization. We will daw create another level of bureaucracy. Pasweldo na naman. Iba katulad nung yung sa Bayanihan draft, 40 billion a year. So, iniwasan ho natin yan. Kasi on one hand, talagang merong gusto ng decentralization kasi nga malayo sila sa Maynila. But on the other hand, ayaw naman gumastos kasi nga wala na tayong budget. So anong solusyon namin? Ito po yung compromise. If you want a regional authority, fine. O basta wag na mag-elect ng another seat. Kung sino yung mayor doon, anyway, binoto na ng tao yun eh. Kung sino, mga congressman, sila na lang. Next please. May president ho pala yan. Yung ex officio. Sa 1943 Constitution, provincial governor, city mayor are ex officio members of the National Assembly. So hindi po yan bago na konsepto. Ito naman po yung isang concern, major din. Pag nag-federal daw tayo, mawawasak na yung Pilipinas. Balkanization. So, kung mapapansin niyo po, yung CONCOM draft, yung dating draft ni panahon ni President GMA, and also President Duterte, yung mga proposals po doon, tinatawag nila na federal. But if you look at it, actually unitary yun. In other words, it's a unitary government, it's a unitary system of government, and you have autonomous regions. Tinatawag lang nilang holding hands na federalization. Pero kung sa amin, kung sa totoo lang, hindi ho federalization yun. Bakit? Yung mga region walang sovereignty. Okay? Babalikan ko po yung Ang natutunan ko rin po to kay Father Archie ulit. Matagal ho kasi siya na nandun sa, nung panahon ng martial law, nandun siya sa MNLF. So, ito po yung sabi niya sa akin na, Lindo, kasi as far as the Muslim communities are concerned, ito yung sabi niya, anything less than a federal form is not acceptable. Kasi nga siguro, sinisip ko yun na ba't kaya? Kasi siguro ho dahil sa culture. Iba yung history nila eh. Iba yung sa atin. Yung mga hero natin, villain nila. Yung mga hero nila, villain natin. Ganun eh. Yan ang totoo. So, let's exert efforts to come together. So, yung sa People's Draft, talagang may federal. Totoong federal. Yung may sovereignty, yung sub-state. Pero, walang army. Walang police. Meron sila internal security force. That's a technical term used in the PEZA law and BCDA law. Ano ibig sabihin po noon? Security guard. Yeah. Okay. Yun po. And of course, ito po yung concern yata ng mga draft sa PDP at saka wag daw, ayaw nilang bigyan ng sovereignty yung mga region dahil ang kasunod daw doon secession. Sabi ko, ayun lang ba ang problema? O dilagay natin dyan. They will have to waive the right to secede while they form their own sub-state. Nasa constitution ho mismo. Yun po ang solution doon. Next please. Ito po, no, wag na po matakot sa income tax, no new taxes. Tatlong public finance po, tatlong style lang pagkolekta. One, national lang magkolekta, magbibigay sa local, IRA. Two, by batas, hahatiin yung, for example, 20% yung ideal rate, 10% sa national, 10% sa local. Three, magaling masyado yung local, sila na lang mangolekta. Tapos ibato na lang nila sa itaas yung share. Tatlong style po ang public finance, meaning generation of taxes. For now, what we have is the first. So, to avoid disruption, pag lumipat tayo sa federal, wag muna nating galawin. Yan, dyan muna tayo sa, anyway, pero namang unless allowed by law, by Congress. Let the Department of Finance handle that later. Next, please. Ito po, that's based on my practice. Hanggat maaari, huwag mo nang galawin yan. Business law yan eh. Kung bawat region may sariling batas, that will increase the cost of doing business. Ayaw natin yun. Precisely nagbabago nga tayo para sa economy. Anyway, meron na namang unless allowed by law. Next, please. Yung sinasabi sa akin ni Senate President Soto dati, Dindo, ang dami namang bawal dito. Hindi na sila papayag dyan. Bakit pa nagpwede na puro bawal? Ay sir, may sagot po ako dyan. Yung pinaka-importanting power para sa kanila ay nandun. Ano yun? Power to approve budgets and projects. Ayun. So yan yung sub-state and autonomous yun. Balik. Ito na po tayo. Social naman. Yan po yung konsepto ng tri-people. Explain ko na po. Next please. Ito po. Kasama ko sa grupo namin yung Sulu Center for Recognition of Historical Rights. Ang in-explain ko po sa kanila, yun hong prohibition against recognition of royalty, matagal na po yan, mga 100 years na. 1899 pa lang nandun na yan. 35, 73, 87, ang wala lang nung 43. Probably because yung Japan, meron silang emperor. Pero yung sa atin, parang ito yung isa sa mga dahilan na hindi tayo magkasundo-sundo eh. Culture nila yun eh. Sa UK, they recognize, di ba, yung monarchy, si Queen Elizabeth. Sa Japan, ganun din. Sa Europa, maraming ganun. Sa Malaysia, merong mga ganun. At sa atin, hindi. Legal recognition lang naman. Hindi naman natin sila bibigyan ng powers. Only to respect their culture. Yun lang po. Subject to the sovereignty of the people, establishment of the state, powers of government, integrity of the territory, and patrimony of the nation. Walang legal recognition lang po. Next, please. Ito naman po para sa mga kasama natin na indigenous people. Yung sinasabi nila na problema kasi is yung doctrine ng Hura Regalia, na everything belongs to the state. So, kailangan lang po ipaliwanag talaga. Of course, nasa People's Draft naman yan. Yung ancestral lands ho ng mga tribo, hindi ho yan kasama sa Hura Regalia. Private property po yan. Wala pang estado, nandyan na sila. Pag tinayo ng estado, private property pa rin yan. Supreme Court decision po yan. So, kinikerry ho natin yan. Next, please. I believe that's the isa na lang. Ito po. Ito yung background sa constitutional reform. Ang alam ko, 4 na ho na presidente nag-attempt niyan. Lahat sila ay nag-fail. President Ramos, President Arroyo, President Estrada, President Duterte. Wala akong nag-succeed talaga. Anong analysis namin doon? Ang feeling namin doon, yung mga opposed, mas malakas pa sa presidente. Yun ang feeling namin. So kaya yung timetable na ginawa namin, talagang mabagal. Approve in debate for 3 years. Approve in 2025. First Parliament 2028. Ganun katagal. Para lang wala masyadong disruption. In the meantime, of course, yung mga economy dapat buksan. Subject to safeguards. Yung Investment Council. Ito po, dahil nga para ma-address yung mga skeptical sa ating kababayan, dahil matagal yung constitutional reform, ang inisip namin, habang dinidebate yan, baka pwede tayong mag-pilot region. Lahat ng mga reforms na hindi naman kailangan ng constitutional amendment, ipasok na natin doon. Pag nakita ng ibang region yan na successful yan, mawawala yung skepticism at magsusupport din sila. Yun lang po. That ends the presentation. Maraming salamat, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Donato. Kanina po, napakaganda nung narinig ko yung patungkol po dun sa mga senador, sa mga representative, sa mga pwede sa parliamentary na sinasabi niyo po na pwede nang manalo kahit na yung hindi sikat, yung hindi mayaman. Kasi alam niyo po, matagal ko na pong kinampanya si Atty. Nery Colmenares dahil naniniwala din po ako sa kanya. At katunayan, magkasama po kami sa ano po bang probinsya yun? Kidapawan po nung nagkaroon po ng konting doon, hidwaan patungkol sa mga farmers natin na nagugutom na po talaga na hindi po kami makapayag. Magkasama po kami doon, kinampanya ko po si Atty. Colmenares. Yun po, hindi niyo po ba nakikita na ano po yun, Atty.? Magandang breakthrough po yun sinasabi nila na kapag tayo po ay nag-shift doon sa kanilang ini-introduce na konstitusyon, ay magkakaroon po ng pagbubukas ng daan para po sa mga katulad po ninyo, sir, na talagang nagmamahal sa bayan.
Salamat po, Sen. Yes, ang nabanggit ko nga kanina, ang forma ng gobyerno sa akin, it could be anything. Yung parliamentary, of course, very favorable kung tingnan mo sa mga party list. Kasi you're voted, ngayon nandiyan na yan You're voted by your party. Your party is voted, hindi naman ikaw. So kahit hindi ka sikat, kung yung partido mo kilala na lumalaban ito para sa mga mahirap, pwede ka talaga maging kong. Actually, there was a proposal sa CONCOM before na sa Senate din, may ganyan. But anyway, so, hindi ako, if you notice, I didn't even criticize the forms. Sino man nagsabi na ang presidential kaganda-ganda? No constitution is immutable. Ibig ko lang sabihin, ang lahat ng constitution pwedeng baguhin. Pero ang sinasabi ko lang ngayon ay yung proposal to reform the constitution must be for the good of the people must be for the better rather than the worst. At sa karanasan kong maraming kinuwento ko kanina, walang nabanggit ko naman kanina yung mga ilang problema dun sa proposal nila. Kung purely, halimbawa, parliamentary, pwede tayo mag-discuss. Kasi it could be advantageous to some, di ba? May pros and cons naman yan. Ang sinasabi ko lang at nire-iterate ko kanina, ang mga forms of government, accountability for example, hindi naman natin pwedeng sabihin walang accountability sa US dahil presidential sila. Hindi naman natin pwedeng sabihin na porket federal ka, ang pondo didiretso sa tao. I mentioned several countries na, di ba, Myanmar is a di ba, mga ganong tipo ng mga bansa na hindi rin umaabot. Kasi may korupsyon, yung accountability na non-existent. So yun lang naman. I'm not even prepared to defend the presidential system, which was the main issue nun sa House. Bira ng bira sa presidential system. Kami nga, nagpapa-impeach kami ng presidente. So why should we defend it? Kaya lang, sinasabi ko, una, masyadong may mga kinakarga, like economic provisions, like pork barrel, like lahat na, yung nabanggit ko kanina. So yun lang naman po. Hindi ako absolutist sa Chacha. Sabi nila sa akin dati sa Kongreso, Mary naman, lahat na lang ng Chacha, kinalaban mo. Sabi ko, kayo naman, lahat na lang ng Chacha, kinakargahan nyo kasi. Huwag nyo kasing kargahan. Kasi the moment na huwag nyong kargahan, mas maintindihan ng tao. The oppositors of Chacha are not more powerful than the president. Gloria Arroyo, grabe ang poder ni Gloria Arroyo when she was president. Even President Duterte. Ilan ba kami? Kaya lang, majority ng tao at those stages, talagang hindi nila nagustuhan yung laman ng maraming Chacha proposal. That's of course, may mistrust. So isolve muna yan and then we can tackle pag sincere and beneficial sa taong bayan, wala akong problemang suportahan. Because I believe ng lahat ng konstitusyon, nagbabago naman yan. Basta ulitin ko lang, sa ngayon, for two reasons. Una, ang kahirapan natin, hindi ko talaga yan makonect sa konstitusyon. Parang hindi ko nakita na yung sila aling dyan na naghihirap na homeless dahil sa konstitusyon. At pangalawa, para sa kabutihan ng lahat dapat at hindi dapat na commit yung mga binanggit ko kanina. Yun yung ko po doon. I've seen federal governments who are good, maganda. I've seen federal governments na palpak, may parliamentary na good, palpak. So we will debate on that the moment na dumating ang panahong yon. Pero sa panahong ito, I'm sorry to say, yung Chacha, medyo hindi pa ganun ka maliwanag unless ma-solve yung mga nabanggit ko kanina. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Colmelares. Gusto niyo pong mag-comment po doon sa sinabi po ni Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With due respect, sir, I would like to express my own views. Yun pong economic restrictions, no? Investment restriction to be in particular. Let's distinguish it. Iba po yung investment liberalization sa trade liberalization. Wala po kaming issue doon sa trade. Kung nasasaktan yung mga factory natin dito, kailangan protektahan. Di ba? Iba po yun eh. Yung pumapasok ng mga goods na nagko-compete sa mga factory na nandito na. So iba po yun. No? Yun pwedeng pag-usapan, pwedeng i-regulate, pwedeng even i-restrict. Ang sinasabi lang namin, yung sa investment, yung pera, gamitin natin yung pera ng dayuhan. Anyway, magninegosyo lang naman sila. So yung nung estudyante pa po ako, yun ang turo sa amin, 60-40 para sa bayan. Okay? Nationalist, protectionist provision. So yung time naman na yun, naniniwala naman ako. Mapasok lang sa isip ko, baka tama nga yan, automatic na yun. Pag merong business, 60-40 para sa bayan. Okay. Nung nagtatrabaho na po ako, iba yung nakikita ko sa on the ground. For example, yung mga kliyente magtatayo ng factory doon sa probinsya. Diba? Tuwang-tuwa yung mayor. Bakit? May trabaho yung mga constituents niya. Pangalawa, may taxes siya. Diba? And yung mapapansin namin, yung attitude ng mayor, wala siyang, hindi mahalaga sa kayong nationality ng factory. Japanese, US, Filipino, hindi mahalaga. Ang mahalaga may factory. Yun. So, doon yung mga experience ko na ganyan, para sa bayan ba talaga yung 60-40? Doon nagbukas yung isip ko. Hindi na ako tinuturo sa eskwelahan to. Sa labas na lang. And then, yung katulad yan, yung nag-check up po ako, no? Nasa USB po, ibibigay ko sa inyo later. Philippine business. Kasi po yung mga restricted sa Constitution, mga malalaking business po yan eh. Natural resources, public utilities, mass media. Nag-check po ako ng mga financial statements ng mga malalaking kumpanya. Tubig, kuryente, radio, etc. Mining. Yung mga malalaking kumpanya po, ang equity po niyan, nasa $1 to $2 billion. Equity. Okay? So, ang tanong, sabi nga nung isang kliyente namin, ilan sa 100 million na Pilipino ang kayang bilhin yung 1 to 2 billion dollars na kumpanya? Ilan? Sa 110 million Pilipinos, di ba? Baka 10 lang, 20. Kaya sa akin, hindi para sa Pilipino yan. Para yan sa may-ari ng kumpanya, yung mga can afford. So through the years, through decades, nag-iiba na po yung tingin ko dun sa 60-40. Parang ngayon, ang conclusion ko na lang dyan is yung restriction, 60-40. Simple, para sa business owner lang yan. Hindi yan para sa business worker. Hindi yan para sa business customer. Hindi yan para sa business regulator, which is the government. Bakit? Wala naman tayong batas na sinasabi na yung business owner mag-share ng profits sa manggagawa. Number 2, wala tayong batas na nagsasabi na yung business owner ay dapat magbigay ng discount sa customer. Number 3, wala tayong batas na nag-i-impose ng windfall profits dun sa protected businesses. Protected po kasi siya eh. Artificial legal protection po yan. So dapat may kapalit yan, di ba? Windfall tax. Meron ba? Wala. In fact, for 87 years na, 1935, wala ko tayong monitoring kung ano ba yung benepisyo na nakukuha nila ng mga protected industries na yan. Di ba? Meron ba? Wala. Nobody even thought of counting it. All the while, 85 years, 87 years, we only presume that whatever profits they will make, it will ultimately trickle down to us. Trickle down. Tinuturo din ako sa college yan. Trickle down. So, gano'n din, nung estudyante pa tayo, sige, accept lang ng accept. Ngayon, parang ayaw ko nang tanggapin yung trickle down. Parang, so, we give them the law, rake in all the profits, and everyone else will have to be satisfied with what will trickle down. Tama ba yun? Parang hindi yata tama yun. So, yun lang po. Kaya sa amin, hindi na masyado ako masaya dyan sa 60-40. Anyway, tingnan ko yung Constitution. That is not the general rule. The general rule is equality saan? Bill of Rights, Section 1. Yan ang general rule. Everybody should be treated equally. Yung 60-40, deviation po yan. Kasi nga, ang theory doon, pag binigyan natin ng pribilehiyo, yung mga business owner, it will ultimately trickle down to everyone. Yung problema po, yun, di ba yung sa slide number 2 and 3? After 85 years, nasaan na tayo ngayon? Nasaan na yung trickle down? Di ba? Internet, kuryente, tubig. So para sa amin, siguro kailangan baguhin natin yung mindset, orientation. And of course, merong skepticism. O sige, gawin natin sa pilot region, Mindanao. Subukan natin if it will work or it will not. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
Salamat po. Meron pong komento si Atty. Colmenares.
Ay, salamat Mr. Sen, Robin. Well, ang debate sa Kongreso has always been, pag binuksan ang ekonomiya, dadami empleyado, tataasing sweldo, etc. Nabanggit naman kanina at sa previous hearings na hindi nag-connect yun, ano? At syempre, in example ko na yung Cambodia. Binuksan niya na sa lahat, lupa, pwede. Pero hindi talaga siya nagkaroon ng mataas na sahod, hindi talaga umunlad yung bayan niya. No? China, may protectionist economics ba ang China? Sa totoo lang, ang China has about 156 items ang listed sa prohibited unrestricted list niya. In fact, meron talaga siyang 6 na industry na ayaw niyang payagan. Thailand, of course, you cannot own land in Thailand. Diba? You can only own land in Thailand for residential, but not for business. Hindi papayagan niya ng Thai King. Ang Australia, even Australia, hindi ka maka-invest sa real estate sa Australia. Di ba? Pag binili mo naman lahat ng beachheads doon, balik ako sa paborito kong bansa, China. Pag binili ng China lahat ng beachheads sa Palawan, may landing site na agad siya, di ba? So, yun yung point ko. In fact, sa Thailand, you can own a land 51-49. 51% Thai, 49%. Mas mataas sila ng konti. Pero they do not give control to foreigners. Telstra, Telco ng Australia, 33%. Dapat lang ang foreigner. Ang ibig ko lang sabihin, napaka-simplistic sa argumento namin sa House, na pag binuksan mo ito, ito na yung pag-asa, dadaming trabaho. That was the promise ng GATT-WTO way back in 2001 or earlier, 1998. Pag binuksan natin sa GATT-WTO, hindi level of playing field eh. Paano ka compete doon? Sa malalaking kumpanya, bubuksan mo. Parang parity rights ng panahon ng mga Amerikano na reciprocity. Pwedeng mag-invest ang Amerikano sa Pilipinas, ikaw Pilipino, pwede ka rin mag-invest sa US. Pero kung tingnan mo, sabi ni Claro Imrecto, na nandito tayo sa kwarto ngayon, madali sa Amerikano mag-invest dito. Dami nilang pera. Tayo, pupunta tayo dun. Paano tayo makakumpit dun? So, hindi siya parity. Di ba? Pangako rin niya ng IPIRA. Free competition, open competition, market, etc. Para bumaba ang presyo ng kuryente. Doesn't have any correlation. Yun din ang sabi nila sa oil deregulation law. I-deregulate na natin yung market. Chevron, Shell, Caltex. O ano nangyari? All these promises, grand plans, high glossy PowerPoint presentations, in the end, sabi ng taong bayan, ang hirap pa rin ng buhay namin. Kaya ako nirurut ko kasi ang problema sa ibang bagay. At yung mga problemang katulad ng korupsyon, katulad ng contractualisasyon, hindi yan masusolve by opening up the economy at baka palalain pa niya. Kasi tingnan mo mga bansa na nag-open, grabe pa rin ang korupsyon. Grabe pa rin yung kawalan ng lupa, grabe pa rin yung kababaan ng sahod at unemployment. Ang sabi ko lang sa mga kasamaan ko sa Kongreso, i-konkreto nyo ng detalyado. Hanggat di nyo makonkreto, hindi makumbinsi ang taong bayan. Na pag nagbukas si ganito Singapore, yeah, pero nagbukas din si Laos. Nagbukas din si Vietnam. What's the GDP of Vietnam? Habulin tayo ng Vietnam, pero restricted din ng Vietnam. Ang protectionist provisions are placed in the Constitution precisely because there was a recognition, may pagkilala ang CONCOM noon na hindi natin kakayanin pa. Ang problema sa gobyerno natin, dapat pinalakas ang lokal na industriya para darating ang panahon na makakumpit tayo. Paano ka ba naman makakumpit? Import ka ng import ng rice. You spend hundreds of billions of pesos para umimport ng rice. Parang pinayaman mo pang magsasaka ng Vietnam at India. Igibuhos mo kaya yan sa mga magsasaka natin. Sabi ko nga sa kasamahan ko sa Kongreso, hanggat ang magsasaka ay nagbibilad ng palay sa kalsada para matuyo ang palay nila, wala tayong masabing tulong sa agricultural sector para makakumpit tayo. Paano ka kukumpit? Dryer lang yan, sabi ko eh. Dryer hindi niya mabigay sa magsasaka. Sa budgeting, wala kayong... Hindi, talagang, ano yan, tingnan, rice liberalization law, pasok, wipe out ang magsasaka. Not only wipe out ang magsasaka, threatens food security. Open up telecommunications to foreigners. Ay, balikan ko si China. Pag hawak niya ang globe at smart natin, may national security significance yun. Eh, regulate? No. Grabe ang lobby money ng China. They can even make or unmake candidates during elections. So all these things, ang sinasabi ko lang, dahan-dahan sa pag-convince kasi pag sinasabi niyong diretso na ganun at hindi proven ng facts, matatalo talaga kayo. So in the end, pwede bang magkaroon ng foreign investment ang Pilipinas? Yes, pwede. But for me, the main engine of growth is industrialization. Ano ibig sabihin ko po? A little bit of time. Bakit tayo mahirap? Mahirap tayo sa maraming dahilan, korupsyon, etc. But sa economics, kasi we do not produce what we need. We produce what other countries need. Nagpo-produce tayo ng kopra, abaka, saging, asukal, coconut, lahat for their needs. Who produces our needs? Sinong gumawa ng t-shirt ko? Yung mic na to. Sinong gumawa ng ilaw na yan? Sinong gumawa ng electric fan? Hindi tayo yon. Galing sa kanila. Buksan na akala natin ng electric fan gawa sa Pilipinas. Buksan mo yung makina na yan. Hindi yan galing dito. Gawa yan sa Taiwan o sa Thailand. Paano tayo unlad? Kung sabihin ng may ibang bansa, don't worry, i-produce mo lang yung needs namin, yung mga kopra o abaka o whatever. Kami na bahala sa needs nyo. Kami magpo-produce ng t-shirt nyo, ng lahat. Lugi tayo po doon. Bakit? Benta ka ng saging, bili ka ng electric fan, trade deficit agad yon. Oh, benta ka ng niyog, bibili ka ng aircon. Paano tayo unlad? Wala tayong industries to speak of. Lahat ng bansa na umunlad ng industrialized, it wasn't foreign investment that led to their development. Ang Japan ba umunlad dahil sa foreign investment? No! Nagsara ang Japan historically at pinalakas nilang industriya nila until such time bumuka sila. Lahat ng bansang umunlad, England, Japan, US, nag-industrialize sila. Industries. Industries. Ang pinakahuli kong alam na nag-industrialize, South Korea. At ang South Korea, nagsabi siya dati na magkaroon ng steel industry. Nilalaban ko po yung steel industry. Matagal na. Paano tayo unlad? Perdible lang di natin ma-produce. Ang dami nating minahan dyan. Perdible lang di natin ma-produce. Pako lang, we have to import from China the steel, the pellets. Sabi ko, why don't we, mahal kasi ang steel industry. Buhusan natin ang kapital. Once we industrialize, once may steel industry tayo, may manufacturing industry tayo, sariling natin, then we compete. Pero hanggat hindi natin magawa yan, talagang lugi tayo. Nang nag-industrialize ang South Korea, sabi ng maraming malalaking bansa na nagbebenta ng Toyota o nagbebenta ng Ford, huwag na kayo mag-steel industry, bili na lang kayong kotse sa amin. Sabi ng Korea, no. Gagawa kami ng Kia. Gagawa kami ng Hyundai. At umorder ang Korean government, lahat ng government cars, Kia or Hyundai. Maraming government officials sa South Korea ayaw pumayag. Karag-karag ang Kia karag-karag ang Hyundai Gusto Toyota, gusto Ford, gusto whatever, Nissan, etc. Pero pinilit Hindi, walang government na hindi bibili ng Korean-made cars. Oh, where is Korea now? Steel industry. Malaysia is starting its steel industry. Mina sila ng mina dito sa atin. Saan pumupunta ang minimina na ores? Nasisira bundok natin, lumalabas. Why don't we produce our needs? I dream of the day when we can produce our own electric fan. Pag mag-industrialize tayo, yan ang solusyon sa kahirapan. Pag magsulputan po ang libo-libong pagawaan sa buong bansa sa suporta ng gobyerno, gumagawa ng sapatos, gumagawa ng t-shirt, gumagawa ng bumbilya, yan ang tunay na pagbabago. Kasi libo-libong pagawaan, pumipila ang mga manggagawa at sabihin ng isang kumpanya, dito ka sa akin, mas mataas sahod ko kaysa kabilang kumpanya. Pero hindi tayo nag-industrialize, service sector tayo lagi. Libo-libong manggagawa nakapila sa isang pagawaan. Pag sinabi ng may-ari, contractual ka lang, tsaka below minimum wage ka, ayaw mo? May 999 mang pumipila. So, sa akin, kailan pa ba yung EPSA? Kailan pa ba yung mga processing zone na yan? Lahat ng presidente po na umalis ng bansa mula President Marcos hanggang kay President Duterte, every time they come here from abroad, sasabihin nila, I brought with me $100 million worth of foreign investment, 1 billion pesos of foreign investment, trillion na yung investment na nadala nila mula abroad, every time, Aquino, etc. O, mangat bang buhay natin? Yan ang disconnect sa masa po. Doon sa explanation na pag binuksan sa foreign investment, tataas tayo. Kasi may mga bansa, na katulad ng Cambodia, na sabi ko kanina na nagbukas, mahirap pa sa daga, may mga restrictive na bansa, nag-invest naman ang mga tao doon. So for me, foreign investment is not the main engine of growth. Secondary. Main engine of growth, mag-industrialize tayo, like South Korea. Let's have a steel industry. Let's produce our need. Let us produce our own electric fan. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney. Ma'am Malu?
Mr. Chairman, just a short retort to what Congressman Colmenares has been saying. One is the economics of our country is really very different from what he's saying. That is true pre-pandemic. With pandemic, you cannot really reboot the system. You have to redesign the economic model of our country. Are we rightly, he was saying, are we service economy? Are we agriculture? Are we manufacturing? There is nothing about manufacturing. The other thing that is very important, when you talk of federalism, you also have to talk about comparative advantage of all the provinces. Uniquely, every province of the 82, they have their comparative edge. But they are not being developed. Why? Because the power is not given to them. In Vietnam, there was mention of Vietnam. In Vietnam, and I did a lot of study on FDI in Vietnam, foreigners can own the land, use USUFRAC. Use it for 50 years, they can do that. Local government can contract. Dito sa Pilipinas, hindi pa pwede ang local government kasi hihingi ng sovereign guarantee sa national pagpasok ng FDI. So, dapat maging creative yung namumuno kung paano tayo mag-a-attract ng foreign direct investment. True FDI is not the only one, but in economics, there's such a thing as labor and capital. We have all the labor. In fact, they leave. But we don't have much capital. So we need to attract FDIs and open up certain economies for them to invest. Second point, there was mention about kahirapan in a situation where we are governed by a minimum wage, by a board, right? You cannot really be talking about living wage. So every year, there is this competition who are the top 10 billionaires of the country, and you will see they revolve around 40 families. The country is owned by 40 families. So if you're going to open up, certainly this holds the bondage, quote unquote, can be disrupted. And there'll be some other economic activities that will redound to the benefit of the people. Ang perfect na example ho, tumataas ho ang GDP natin for the past pre-pandemic, tumataas ang ating GDP. Pero bakit ang taong bayan hindi nararamdaman yung taas ng GDP? I was listening to then Secretary Monsod in the husband during one of the hearings here. Tumataas pero hindi nararamdaman ng tao. Bakit? Kasi legislated ang sahod ng tao dito sa bansa natin. At pag legislated to a certain degree, doon papasok ang regulatory capture. Congressman Colmenares mentioned several industries. If you look at those industries, there is regulatory capture. Even in policy, there is regulatory capture. There is a promise for, what is this? EPIRA will make electricity cheap. How can we open up our economy when we're the most expensive and the third expensive in Asia? So may mga kailangan ng structural reform, pero hindi rin naman ho dapat maghintay ang isang lalawigan o ang Mindanao na gustong umusbong pero hindi nila kayang umusbong dahil ang ating saligang batas prevents them from doing it. Tingnan niyo po yung BARM. Yung BARM ngayon is really, I was so happy with the results because per PSA, it is one of the highest in terms of GDP. So there is something that they are doing right there. That is why BARM should not be an experiment na later on sasabihin natin it was not successful. Because of BARM, there is CAR who wants, Cordillera Autonomous Region would want to have the same. Iba po nagpe-petition yan sa Kongreso, sa local government na ay kailangan, gusto na namin ngayon yan dahil ang BARM maganda. Ang akin lang po, wag nating i-judge yung federalism. Yun ang pinaka-contentious eh. Yung federalism based on old economic models. Certainly the old economic models are not true now because of the pandemic. Kaya with the inflation, nakita nyo ang galawan, global, ang epekto. Pero each country will have to address. The US is bleeding. The US will be in a recession. What is the impact to the Philippines? So napakahalaga po yung roadmap natin na pinagsanib na puwersa ng executive and legislative ay magawa. Paano tayo magre-reboot? Kasi yung naririnig ko lamang po, kunyari yung MFF, the framework, financial framework. It's all about economics. This administration is all about economics. Rightly so, because you need to reboot. But where is the social safety nets? And when you talk about social safety nets, the farther you are from Metro Manila, the worse your condition is. So whenever we talk of federalism, let's probably refrain from using the Metro Manila lens or the Luzon lens. Because definitely people in Mindanao think differently. Kaya nga gusto nila kaagad eh. Kasi ang pananaw nila, pag nagkaroon ng federal, nandito na, tayo na ang gagawa. We will decide our future. Eh ngayon, naghihintay sila sa Luzon kung anong ibibigay ni Luzon. So siguro yung dynamics na yun need to be considered carefully because, yes, Luzon is 56% of the total registered voters and Mindanao is just 24 and Visayas is just 21. But at the end of the day, you lessen the poverty in Mindanao, it redounds well for the country. Bawasan mo yung mahihirap na lalawigan. It used to be Club 20. Now I heard under NAPSI, it's Club 40. Bakit dumadami? Samantalang ang GDP tumataas. So either hindi bumababa, yung sinabi ni Attorney Dean doon, trickle-down effect. Hindi ako naniniwala doon sa economic theory na yon na trickle-down effect. Kasi kung trickle-down effect at saka yung take-off, matagal na ho yung mga models ng development na sa tingin ko hindi yun ang kailangan natin post-pandemic. Certainly, the human HDI, Human Development Index, is good. The SDG, is good, but there's got to be a model where everyone, katulad ho yung nangyayari sa UN, di ba? They're talking of climate change, they're talking of different models. Out na yung mga dating panahon. Kasi you cannot really rely on those models to chart the path of our country post-pandemic. Yun ang buka moment natin eh, yung pandemic. Paano tayo? Paano hindi ho yung karamihan sa atin, pero paano yung mahihirap? Doon siguro ho dapat maramdaman ng gobyerno. At pangalawa, yung ramdam ng gobyerno through services na ako, basic services. Ako makakakain ng 3 nutritious meal. Ako may bahay sa aking pamilya, nakakapag-aral at kalusugan. So kung titingnan nyo yun at gagamitin nyo yun as metrics sa federalism, sa tingin ko ho, uubra ho yun para sa Mindanao at sa Visayas. Pero sa Luzon, ibang-iba. Ibang-iba ho ang economic model ng Luzon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po.
Last point
Meron
na
lang po tayong panghuling salita mula kay Attorney Nery Colmenares.
Yes po, salamat. I agree with Malu and Dindo. Trickle-down effect, tinuturo yan sa amin sa San Beda. Nung college ako, diniscredit na yan ni Todaro na hindi yan nangyayari. If you notice, I didn't tackle much of federalism or the form government, no? Kasi sa akin nga, may iba akong focus. Doon ako sa opening up of the economy. Medyo doon ako nag-focus. Tama si Malu na usufruct sa Vietnam. But usufruct is not ownership. Usus fructus. Kung malala ko pa yung aking Latin. Using the fruits. But you don't own the land. You just use the fruits, di ba? Usufruct nga yan. Pwede ka talagang paalisin dyan balang araw. So, bakit sila may FDIs, no? Issue ng manufacturing. Alam niyo po, noong mag-pandemic, ang Vietnam, inutusan niya ang maraming manufacturers niya, mag-shift kayo sa pag-produce ng PPE. I mean, you don't need chacha for that, ha? Nung sa gitna ng pandemya, they were exporting PPEs. Kumita sila doon. Kaya kung tingnan mo ang GDP nila nung pandemic, tumaas. It doesn't need foreign investors. Sinabihan lang ang mga kumpanya, mag-produce kayo ng face mask, PPEs, lahat. Ganon. That can be done. So, yung sa akin, no chacha is required kung ganun lang naman sana. Kaya ang sabi ko lang sa mga kasamahan ko sa Kongreso, yung obsession sa opening up the economy, mahirap niya makumbinsi ang tao dyan kasi they saw. I agree with Malu, regulatory capture. Matagal na kami, ilang beses na namin sinampaan si Meralco sa Korte Suprema. Kaya na-stop dati, na TRO dati ng Korte Suprema, ang pinakamataas na dagdag singil sa kuryente sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, 2013. Regulatory capture, Maynilad, walang tubig, kinasuhan din namin yan. Kaya nakasuhan naman namin yung, kailang regulatory capture. Question, do we need a chacha para matanggal yung regulatory capture? Hawak yung mga nagre-regulate. Yung nagre-regulate na mga public utilities, mas kakampi pa nilang nire-regulate nila kaysa taong bayan. And you don't need chacha for that. You don't even need federalism. Whether you're parliamentary, presidential, or federal, pag may regulatory capture talaga yan. Accountability, sa tatlong yan, meron namang accountability yan. Pag hindi nag-work, ang accountability mechanism, that's it. So in the end, ang sinasabi ko lang kanina, kaya natalo yung chacha efforts kasi marami silang sinisingit. Kung sabi ko, kung parliamentary pag-usapan natin, bakit may mga ano, may opening the economy, may mga kung ano pa. Kung federalism, federalism. Sabi ko nga, wala akong problema. Ang presidential, hindi ko naman idol to eh. So, wala akong problema pag-discuss tayo. Basta, huwag nyo lang kargahan. So, yun po siguro ang closing statement ko. I agree with certain nila Malu, and I hope that this hearing we were able to contribute dun sa debate at naliwanagan. Ang gusto ko lang pong i-request sa'yo, kung maaral nyo po yung industrialisasyon, yung hindi na tayo dependent sa ibang bansa para sa pangangailangan natin. Kasi pupusta ako, 90% ng tao dito, China ang t-shirt, made in Bangladesh or Pakistan. Di ba? Ano na nangyari doon sa Crispa? Nang bata ako, may Crispa pa dati. Ang maong ko dati, best man. Ano nangyari doon? Government must support local industry. Simply put, and I'll end this. Ano ang pinakasimpleng definisyon ng industrialisasyon? Buhos, kapital at suporta ang gobyerno sa lokal na negosyo at industriya. Yun ang main engine ng pag-develop ng bansa at hindi ang foreign investment. Salamat po for the opportunity.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Colmenares. Meron po kayo pang huling salita? Opo.
Mr. Chairman, just before my colleague, yung panghuli kong salita essentially is on shared vision and shared responsibility. Nationhood is not based on the leadership of one man, even if it's a presidential or a parliamentary, but more so in a parliamentary because there is fusion of the executive and the legislative. So the problems are shared, the solutions are shared, hindi kanyang-kanyang paistaran, at lahat nagtatrabaho para sa bayan. Ang problema ko sa presidential, forever na tayo nasa presidential, if you have a strong leader, then fine. If you have a weak leader, we wait until a strong leader comes. In parliamentary, it can readily be dissolved constitutionally. Unlike talks of extrajudicial, extra-constitutional, those are not good for democracy. So my only takeaway is please look into models that will provide you shared objective, shared responsibility, and let that be between the two branches that are really very important in terms of...
So hanggang dito lang tayo mga tol. Maraming salamat sa panonood at patuloy na suporta. God bless you sa inyo lahat at hanggang sa muli. Paalam.